tell you, he's totally, now, he's since changed his mind a little bit. He's still weak on it, but he changed his mind. There's no way that plays in large parts of this country, especially in New Hampshire. All right. Go ahead. Are you with the press? Oh, come on, man. We love you. Are you with Trump? Okay, then I like you. Yes, please. Now I'm taking questions from the audience. Go ahead. Give me a good question. A fair question. Come on.
As appointed president, voted in,
right.
Secretary of State, are we going to have another big Dodgers lose on fellow veterans?
No, we're not. Come here. I like this question. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I like this question now. He actually looked much better than the press, so I was a little bit surprised. You're going to be very happy. You'll be happy, believe me. And if you're a vet, you're real. You know what I'm going to do. I'm taking care of the vets. You understand that. These other guys couldn't give a damn about the vets.
We don't want to be left behind.
You're not going to be left behind. That I promise you.
Jeb Bush, he says he is not a talker, he's a doer.
Jeb Bush says he's not a good talker. Why would he admit that? Why would he admit that? Why would, if he's not a good talker, and let's assume that's a fact, why would you say, I watched him, I'm not an entertainer. He goes, I'm not a good talker. I don't speak well. I don't debate well. I don't do anything well. But you should vote for me. That's Jeb Bush. Why would you say these things? This is what's going to negotiate with China? This is what's going to negotiate with Iran?
He's still running?
No, but Rubio's going down next. And I have to tell you something, folks. We need tough, great people with tremendous energies. We have to bring back our jobs. We have to bring back our country. We have to take our jobs back from China, Japan, Mexico, all these places that have them. And Ben Carson is not equipped to do that. That I can tell you. He is not equipped to do it. He doesn't have a chance of bringing back a single job. And if I'm elected, we'll have jobs so much. The biggest complaint I get all over is, Mr. Trump, we graduated from college, we can't get a job. Mr. Trump, I got laid off, I can't get a job. Mr. Trump, because of Obamacare, I'm a part-time employee. You know what they do? They hire part-time. A man worked for a company for 32 years. As a full-time employee, they just made him part-time. And this is happening by the millions all over the country. People are becoming part-time employees. That's not going to happen with Trump. Thank you very much. We're going inside.
All right, guys, it looks like that was all that was. All right, now that we've gotten it back.
Well, you know what? I'm going to stand here just in case. I'm going to wait for this. When he signs it, he has to back out. Want to take a seat over here somewhere? Bill? So we didn't need our tickets then. Is that what that's for? Okay.
Oh, I have 2 clips off of my stand. And someone's lab. Okay, Annabelle. The other guys fell down. Mine was still up there though. Let's see how this looks. Is that mine?
I hope that wasn't on the floor, on the ground.
All right.
You had fun?
Loved it. And I got a selfie.
Oh, wow.
Have it done up in acrylic paint or oil painting on the mattress. There you go. Annabelle, you did very well.
Gonna wait around for him to come in? Oh,
Well,
Matt?
yeah, I think so.
Matt, how you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
That's awesome. That is awesome.
All right, looks like we're not watching anything coming out of Trump right now, so we're going to come back if they are showing Trump. But in the meantime, we're going to take you to Illinois, where officials are talking about the the Fox Lake cop that whose death was very mysterious. It looks like there are reports that he did commit suicide. Let's go ahead and listen in on what authorities are saying.
This investigative team included members of the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, as well as our federal partners, the FBI, the ATF, Secret Service, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Marshal Service. This was an extraordinarily complex investigation with many moving parts, which resulted in over 150 separate investigators spending over 25,000 hours investigating this case. Over 430 leads were examined. Over 250 pieces of evidence were collected and submitted to local and federal crime labs for analysis. Thousands of pages of financial documents were reviewed. Over 6,500 pages of text messages were reviewed just from Lieutenant Glenowitz's personal cell phone. Over 30,000 telephone numbers were reviewed for comparison. Over 40,000 emails were reviewed. During this process, we appreciate the cooperation and assistance from the Village of Fox Lake and Village Administrator Ann Marin. The interests of justice require a methodical, thorough, and complete investigation. This has been done. Even though some developed their own theories or felt a need to criticize, we had a job to do, and we have done it. While some wanted the results fast, we wanted them right. We were obligated to prove our conclusions before we reported to you and the public we serve. We are thankful for the support and patience of the Fox Lake and surrounding communities while we inspected all of the evidence, systematically explored every tip, every lead, and every possible option. Today, we will discuss the findings and conclusions of our investigation into the death of Lieutenant Glenowitz. We have two principal speakers, Lake County Major Crime Task Force Commander George Falenko and Lake County Coroner Dr. Rudd. We will take questions at the end of the statement and ask that all questions be held until then. I'm first going to turn the mic over to Commander Falenko.
Good morning. We're here this morning to wrap up the investigation into the death of Lieutenant Charles Joseph Glenowitz. This extensive investigation has concluded with an overwhelming amount of evidence that Glenowitz's death was a carefully staged suicide. We have determined this staged suicide was the end result of extensive criminal acts that Glenowitz had been committing. In fact, he was under increasing levels of personal stress from scrutiny of his management of the Fox Lake Police Explorer Unit. We have the highest degree of confidence in the facts which led us to this conclusion, which Lake County Coroner Dr. Rudd will confirm. In addition, we have concurrence of our investigative partners, federal, state, including the FBI, their Behavioral Analysis Unit, and the ATF. With those partners, our investigation strongly indicates criminal activity on the part of at least 2 other individuals. Because that part of the investigation is open and will be ongoing, we will have no further comment on that aspect of the investigation. Here's a brief summary of the important elements of the investigation which led us to these conclusions. Further elaboration and further detailed information regarding these facts are provided to all of you in your handouts. The investigation found Glenowitz had been stealing and laundering money from the Fox Lake Police Explorer Post. This had been occurring over the past 7 years. Glenowitz was also found to have forged signatures and official documents. Thousands of dollars were used by Glenowitz for personal purchases, travel expenses, mortgage payments, personal gym memberships, adult websites, facilitating personal loans, and unaccounted cash withdrawals. The documents discovered with forged signatures were requisitions for federal surplus equipment and official police explorer documents. We recovered electronic messages that were deleted from Glenowitz's personal and work cellular phone, including incriminating statements that had been deleted prior to his suicide. A selection of those deleted messages is available in your media handout packets as well. Our investigation has determined conclusively that Glenowitz intentionally left a staged trail of police equipment at the crime scene. Analysts determined the trail of equipment consisting of pepper spray, a baton, and his personal glasses was an attempt to mislead first responders and investigators to believe this was a homicide scene. It was learned through investigation Glenowitz had significant experience staging mock crime scenes for police explorer training. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit has concurred that this was a staged scene, in part because there were no signs of Glenowitz being dragged after the initial shot and no physical signs that he fought for his life. We have also concluded that Glenowitz strategically aimed the first of 2 shots from his own weapon at the lower abdominal area, striking his cellular phone and bulletproof vest, which absorbed most of the impact of the first shot. Advanced ballistic testing with the use of ultraviolet photographic equipment conducted by the Northern Illinois Regional Crime Lab confirmed both gunshots were fired at close range. Gunshot residue was found in the interior of Glenowitz's bulletproof vest cover when the second fatal round was fired, which indicates the gun was placed underneath the vest carrier when the fatal round was fired. As we pursued the Glenowitz investigation, all possible death scenarios were considered, including the possibilities of homicide as well as suicide. In this manner, we presumed no facts prior to or during the investigation. We had no preconceived notions as to what occurred, nor did we prejudge the outcome of this investigation. Justice and our system of law demand nothing less. There are no winners here. Glenowitz committed the ultimate betrayal to the citizens he served and the entire law enforcement community. The facts of his actions prove he behaved for years in a manner completely contrary to the image he portrayed. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Thomas Rudd.
Good morning. I'm the Lake County coroner. I have 2 statements to make before we review the findings of the autopsy. First, I want to acknowledge the hard work done by all of law enforcement agencies involved in investigating the scene and circumstances of the death of this officer. What appeared to be a slow process was done, in my opinion, in a very timely manner. Second, by law, the Lake County Coroner's Office is mandated to investigate all deaths within our jurisdiction, which means within Lake County. We are to do the cause of death as well as the manner of death. The cause of death of Lieutenant Glinowitz was established as a result of objective scientific medical evidence obtained at the autopsy. This office follows the principles and protocols of the National Association of Medical Examiners. The cause of death was published earlier, approximately 10 days after his death by me in a newspaper article that said there was a catastrophic gunshot wound to the torso. We can now expand on that. As Chief Alenko said, this appears to be a staged suicide, and the first shot hit his right chest region. It went through the phone, lodged into his bulletproof vest. It did not penetrate his skin. Therefore, it did not penetrate any body cavity, either the pleural or the abdominal. It was just below the right costal margin, or just below the rib cage. However, it did cause a bruise that measured 4 inches by 4 inches. It was reddish pink, indicating a recent injury by the bullet. Excuse me. This means that the small blood vessels ruptured in the superficial surface of the skin. These are the capillaries that are easily damaged. The fatal catastrophic gunshot wound, as Chief Alenko said, was in the left upper chest. It was located approximately 2 inches below the collar of the bulletproof vest. Therefore, the gun had to be placed in such an angle that the gun was close to the chest. It went under the vest at a 40-degree angle, which was confirmed by the trajectory of the bullet. It hit the pulmonary artery, causing massive blood loss, approximately 1,200 cc's, which would be equivalent to a little less than 3 pints of blood. As this officer is bleeding internally, the lung is collapsing. There's atelectasis occurring. Blood is filling up into the lung. The bullet then hits the left hilum. This is a region where the major bronchi and blood vessels go in and out of the lung. It courses through the bottom of the lung, causing collapse and bleeding, and lodges at the 10th rib. Now, there is a exit wound, but the bullet doesn't come out because it hits the bulletproof vest. It's called a shored exit wound. Instead of being a cookie-cutter, sharp exit wound, it's a ragged edged wound. In summary, we have 2 bullet shot into this officer. I agree with the findings that this was a carefully staged suicide. This officer killed himself. Oops, sorry, George.
We'll open it up now for questions and answers, understanding the fact that there are criminal investigations ongoing from what we've learned from the investigation into Lieutenant Glinowitz. We ask that media personnel here raise their hands just so we can answer everybody's questions in a timely fashion. Chief?
Sir.
Was it your sense that investigators were closing in on him? Tell us specifically what you believe was the pressure point that led to the suicide.
I think it was a culmination of issues over a 6-month period. That's what we learned in great detail from the text messages that we recovered in that 6,500 pages of text messages, combined with bank records, thousands of pages of those that were analyzed by an FBI forensic accountant at our request. So this process probably began about 6 months ago and then culminated to a peak within the week of the staged suicide.
Commander,
yes, sir.
For many of us, phone calls were coming in within 24, certainly within 48 hours, raising the word suicide. Certainly that must have come up in your past. During this time, a massive community memorial service was held, an honor funeral, which was attended by thousands of police officers, hailing him as a hero. Some in the community would probably ask you at this point how you could allow that kind of thing to happen when questions were being raised about the veracity of the crimes that occurred. Would you address that?
The question is, and I'll surmise it for those in the back, is how we could allow a massive tribute to occur when there were rumors spreading throughout the community that this might be a suicide. It would be irresponsible on our part not to conduct a thorough and detailed investigation. And in the first several weeks of this investigation, there was nothing that we had that was leading us towards determining this as being a suicide. We conducted a thorough and detailed investigation that ultimately, with the support of the FBI, who worked with us lockstep, and other federal agencies by providing us support and all this information, that ultimately led us to this conclusion.
You knew pretty much right away that no one fingerprints on the gun. You knew on October 1st that the bullet came from Glenwood's gun. What is the last month of the investigation entailed?
The last month of the investigation has entailed the review of those documents that we have obtained, those text messages that you have a small sampling of. I mean, there are 6,500 of those deleted within a short period of time prior to the staged suicide. So the combination of all of that and other discoveries that we made throughout the investigation within the last 30 days led to this conclusion. As is our protocol. The question was, how soon after his death did we start looking into the financial aspect? Am I correct? Did I become aware of that? As is our protocol in any investigation in a homicide, we immediately start requesting financial and background information. That's referred to as a victimology. That's inclusive of that. Part of the delay in obtaining that is some of that isn't readily available or immediately available from the sources. In this case, we had to extract that information through Quantico. Specifically, I'm referring to the text messaging, which took a substantial amount of time. The bank records, banks, some cooperate very quickly. Others, it may take 30 to 60 to 90 days to retrieve some of those records. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Is it possible that Lieutenant Glenowitz's misdoings might not have been discovered had he not taken his own life?
I can tell you that eventually they would have been discovered, because regardless of the fact that Lieutenant Glenowitz staged his suicide, the village of Fox Lake had begun conducting a thorough internal audit of all of their assets. And eventually, as we found was indicated in some of those messages that we retrieved, that was a concern, that audit was going to eventually lead to the discovery of this financial malfeasance.
Was that audit prompted by suspicions of the lieutenant, or prompted just because they were doing an audit?
No, I believe, and I don't want to answer out of turn for the village of Fox Lake, but I believe they're doing a systematic audit of the entire village. I understand the village administrator will be making some closing comments here. That would be a question I'd defer to her. As you approach the crime scene itself, and I apologize we don't have any visuals for you, but we did provide you with a map, an overview of the area itself. As you approach it, you see first a canister of pepper spray with the safety taken off of it laying there. Some number of feet forward, now you see an expandable baton laying there. Again, towards the swampy area, now you find his glasses, his personal glasses laying there. And in fact, that's where we eventually discovered a shell casing, and that's where we believe that first self-inflicted wound took place. Then further on, ultimately, you find Glenowitz. This is pretty classical if you look at any police policy of a use of force type of continuum. You start with your physical presence, you move on to another force weapon such as pepper spray, a baton. So this was laid out to seem as if there was an ongoing type of struggle through the scene. Okay. Yes. We met with the coroner once we completed our entire victimology. It would be irresponsible for us to piecemeal something that critical. In an initial meeting, there were 3 components, and Dr. Rudd will confirm this, that he bases his decision on: the forensics, the pathology, and the victimology. So to piecemeal something as critical as the victimology, and we've done as thorough a job on this victimology as any we've ever done. Now, your second question was, what was there on the body that didn't indicate? Well, we didn't see any signs of trauma to the hands or anything that would indicate that there was a struggle physically. The uniform was not disheveled. There was part of the stage scene, we believe, his microphone, which is generally clipped on, and I'm sorry I'm left-handed, it's right-handed, but it's clipped on your shoulder lapel, and usually in a pursuit or struggle that always comes off for whatever reason. But there was nothing else to indicate where I've been involved in a number of arrests through my career, and just a simple traffic stop with a medium force resistor, your uniform becomes disheveled, your vest turns, there's all sorts of indicators there. There wasn't any of that, ultimately. In the back. As we pointed out regarding the ongoing criminal investigation, we're limited to comment on that. Those portions of the investigation or that those criminal activities surfaced during our investigation and are being turned over to local and federal authorities.
Chief, question then with the timeline. Can you please go back through the timeline then? Are you telling us that he was killed after, that you started looking into him prior to his death or after his death for financial impropriety for these other things, or did they come about to you as you were investigating his death and then drop this thing wide open? I don't understand the timeline because there were 3 suspects. What about the suspects? How do they play in? Who were they? Was that a plant by you to bring someone into your office to admit something?
No, absolutely not. We didn't plant his radio traffic. He's the one who indicated in the radio traffic that he was going to be out with 3 subjects, described them as 2 male whites and a male black. Initially, and again it's in your press packet, a complete chronology of the time, he was offered a backup unit. He turned that down. A few minutes later he was offered a backup unit again, and he accepted it. To indicate in any way that we would make up 3 subjects is absolutely ridiculous. We did locate through sources of collecting video, and that was handled exclusively by the FBI and our Secret Service partners throughout the area. And what we did find, within that time frame, were 3 subjects that matched that description. That videotape was submitted to the video lab in Quantico. And forensically what they did is they created a chronological timeline of these subjects. We managed to locate them, identify them, interview them, And I can tell you succinctly, they have rock solid alibis. Ma'am.
Do you feel like you have misled the community in any way by constantly insisting at press conference and other events that this was a homicide and that you're continuing to look at it as a homicide, never even mentioning suicide unless somebody brought it up? Feel like you misled the community?
No. And I'll tell you the reason for that is because we were considering this a homicide. What we did at every one of these news conferences indicate that nothing was off the table. And up until all of this information started coming together, which again, I will tell you, took several weeks, then we started concluding and moving towards the suicide. I can completely disagree with you. We did not know. We were investigating this as a homicide. I don't think it's an appropriate question. I don't believe it's a very it's I'll answer the question if you give me a chance. We completely believe, and our intention was never to mislead the public. We completely believe from day one that this was a homicide. Simply indicating that somebody was called in to the village administrator's office for an audit, that's a routine manner in every police department and every municipality throughout the state. There was nothing there to indicate that there were any stressors involved in his life. There was nothing.
6 months you were investigating. Who was being investigated, you said?
What I said was that through the text messages that we retrieved, that the stress in his life began 6 months ago when he indicates in exchanges of text messages that he's feeling some pressure with the new management within the village.
So this outside investigator that came in to check the village and to audit was not looking at Glenowitz?
No. At that point, he was not.
So you didn't find this out until you saw all these texts? You didn't find out?
What we found out through the text messages was the ongoing criminal activity, and through the bank statements. That's when we started piecing it together.
So this investigation prior to that was not coming up with anything on Glenowitz?
No, we were focusing on what we had in front of us, and that was a police officer that was mortally wounded and 3 suspects.
That is all part of it. That is what I'm finding very difficult.
We did not obtain.
I'm not a cop. I would immediately
I understand that.
suicide.
We don't jump to conclusions. We work on facts. Yes, go ahead.
DNA as an investigation. To go further into the crime scene, you indicated that the way that his clothing was structured to you as a veteran officer didn't add up. It didn't look like what would happen in a real struggle. So that was an impression from day one. That would tend to indicate that you guys had your doubts from day one, whether you had a legitimate homicide here committed by a sex offender. And also, would you address where the officer's weapon was found?
Okay. To answer your question about the clothing, those observations were made. They weren't discounted. However, there are anomalies that occur. Sometimes clothing isn't disheveled. So we didn't take that completely out of account, but we did put it on the side and consider it. Once all this information started adding up, and once we started submitting information to behavioral analysts and we started revisiting the crime scene and looking at all the other evidence that we were gathering over the 6-month period, that's when we ultimately came to this conclusion.
Where was the revolver found?
So it was not a revolver. It was his semi-automatic weapon. It was found exactly 2.5 feet above his head.
Can you elaborate on the multiple sources of DNA found at the scene
I can't comment on the death benefits. I'm not familiar with the processes there.
Multiple sources of DNA found at the scene. Can you elaborate on those?
The DNA samples, and again, working with the analysts at the FBI and with our crime lab, we've determined that those were, in great probability, just transferences of DNA that could have occurred in any number of places. There are no comparatives.
Okay, but what will happen to those samples? Will they be destroyed?
What would happen
Will
to?
the DNA samples taken by residents
Correct.
be destroyed? Or will you keep them in your database?
I don't know.
We talked a little bit about his mock staging, these mock crime scenes, and how that played a role in this. What exactly is some of those details happened there?
He extensively trained his Explorer units in all facets of police work. Part of that included training in crime scenes and how to process them, almost to the point of instructing him in how to be evidence technicians. And there were a number of other instructions that he offered, tactical responses, building entries. It was basically a police academy for explorers. So he had infinite knowledge of crime scenes.
Commander, roughly how much money are we talking about? This is a small suburb, and basically a kids' police explorer program.
Correct. I can only tell you at this point, and because this is going to be handed off, like I said, to local and federal authorities, it's in the 5-figure range.
Prior to his death, he was under increased scrutiny by his management. What was that scrutiny? And if they were onto something, if there might have been some misconduct on the job, wouldn't that have been readily available immediately upon his death?
I'll defer that scrutiny question to the management. What we discovered was that he felt that he was going to be under a great deal of scrutiny over that 6-month period. That eventually the internal audits that the village was performing were going to lead to that Explorer Fund. And there are some extremely incriminating statements made by him, his own words, in those text messages.
Chief, the evidence that was left at the crime scene, the baton, the pepper spray, how long of a trail in feet are we talking?
Pepper spray, initially from the point of entry to the trail, is I'll estimate maybe 25 feet. The baton is another 35 feet. The glasses are probably another 75 to 100 feet, and then ultimately where he inflicts the mortal wound is probably about 300 feet.
So these pieces of evidence are spread over how many feet altogether? About 275 then?
I'm sorry.
The pieces of evidence from the first item to his body, it sounds like 275 feet.
Approximately, I'd say a little closer to 350. Sir, let me just answer this gentleman's question.
It's a known fact that he was working internal affairs, going to bars, running things in the area, going up to Wisconsin, coming back. Can you touch on and elaborate those facts, the stress that it put on him, aside from the press release, aside from the questions that you're answering?
Now, we have no indication he was going up to Wisconsin in anything we recovered. No, there was no indication in our findings that there were those types of stresses put on him. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Refer to always to one other person or a group of people? Question one. Question two is, were all of the stresses you're referring to financial, or were there other type of stresses that you're not telling about? You mentioned that some of his financial burdens came from accessing porn sites. So were there other stresses aside from financial, and were the texts to more than one person?
I'll confirm that the texts were to more than one person. Additional stresses would include being discovered, feeling as if everything is coming to a close, so to speak, surrounding you. So yes, there were other stresses.
Do you feel you owe the public an apology? So many people were so involved in his case. Money was collected. There were posters honoring him in front of people's homes and restaurants. Do you feel you owe the public an apology?
I don't see where we would owe the public an apology trying to do due diligence and conduct a thorough and factual investigation. It was within the last couple of weeks.
Why not announce it then? If it was in the last couple of weeks, why not announce it and end this? What was the turning point? Yeah, what was the turning point? One piece of evidence he thought.
It wasn't one piece of evidence, it was a culmination of evidence. We were waiting for certain evidence to still come in to confirm what we had already found. That included laboratory evidence from Quantico. That included bank records that were still being scrutinized. That included over 32,000 emails that we had to review. Then we had to have a series of roundtables and meetings to conclude our findings, and then finally meet with the coroner's office and his officials.
Why not announce that it was suicide as soon as you made that determination?
We had to meet with the coroner and get his concurrence.
At what point did you begin to suspect that this was not a homicide? Was that after you cleared the three David described suspects?
No, we continued looking for other suspects. Now remember, we had over 430 leads that we continued investigating. We had tips coming in vast numbers daily. So we didn't exclude anything. We had to track every one of those leads, every one of those tips.
But suicide became the focus, you said a couple weeks ago.
Direction and where they're going. At some point, you had to early on realize that, guys, this is probably not going to result in a homicide, but is instead looking more like suicide. At what point did you reach that?
We succinctly began to conclude that within the last week and a half.
Did his widow indicate to you that she was aware of the theft of funds, and do you believe she was aware?
Again, I'll defer that to the continuation of the investigation. Those are facts that other criminal justice agencies. Yes, she did cooperate with us.
It took you weeks to announce that he was on the crime scene up to 26 minutes before he radioed in. In fact, a member of the media had to ask you that, and you said that's a good question. In fact, we'll reveal that. Were you intentionally withholding that crucial piece of information, and why?
We weren't intentionally withholding it. We do withhold information based on the fact that we're still conducting an active homicide investigation, and we do want to withhold facts that only the victim, the investigative unit, or the offender or offenders would know. I'm sorry. I don't have any information regarding it. I don't believe he had any involvement in that. No.
Commander, is it fair to say that you and your fellow investigator were reluctant to come to a conclusion that this was suicide, and is it in any way personally embarrassing to you as a law enforcement officer and your fellow investigators to have to come to this?
I'll answer that by telling you that we don't assume, we don't presume, we don't jump to conclusions. We go where the facts lead us, and until every stone is turned over, every fact in detail examined, and we can confidently say that this is what our conclusion is, that this is a staged suicide. The embarrassment comes to me personally that this is the first time as a law enforcement officer in my career that I've felt ashamed by the acts of another police officer.
Commander, would you make clear about the crime scene? Was it so convincing? Was the job that he did trying to set up this crime scene so convincing that veteran law enforcement officers arriving there would have thought that it was a homicide and that there were suspects on the loose? Part two, do you have a cost for this investigation?
I don't have a cost for this investigation. I believe that any law enforcement officer with investigative experience would not have jumped to any conclusions, would have seen that what appeared to be a struggle of sorts, an ambush. We explored every possibility of what could have happened out there. We explored the fact that there could have been 3 subjects, there could have been 2, there could have been 1 subject that he had met there for a specific reason, and he was ambushed.
But you had a massive manhunt.
Okay.
During that time,
Let me correct that. We, meaning the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, did not have a massive manhunt. That is correct. So a couple things you need to consider there. One, you have an officer that is found with a mortal gunshot wound. You also, at that point, have a missing weapon. That weapon was not recovered until about an hour and a half to 2 hours into the response. So you now, based on the radio traffic and the fact that the weapon is missing, you have potentially 3 subjects that are armed and dangerous in the area.
how is the weapon wasn't found if it was 2.5 feet from his body?
If you had occasion to see this area, it is very grassy, overgrown. In fact, unless you literally walked up onto the weapon, you wouldn't find it.
Commander, one of the things that's raised questions among the media and everyone else is the fact that you had a manhunt going on for, I think, about 10 hours, massive in size, and all of a sudden it seemed to end. Yes, there were door knocking by police, but that began to raise questions in our mind. Was there any question in the investigators' mind that prompted them to say, we don't need to keep looking in this massive way for 3 suspects?
I'm not going to speak for the command staff of the manhunt itself, but I believe the decision was made because they had expended every resource and every officer and every possibility, and it was getting into the late evening hours. Now remember, they had air support out there. They had approximately 48 canines out there. They felt that they had done a thorough search of that inner perimeter, and their thought process was that whoever did this had escaped that perimeter prior to the arrival of all those officers. And if you know anything about setting up perimeters, they just don't happen within a few minutes.
Commander, I think you've avoided this question already, but just to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Has your victimization study or extensive research into his past, was he happily married?
I'll leave that question for Mrs. Glenowitz when you interview her.
May I ask a question? If we go beyond the crime scene, you're saying that he placed things in a way that made investigators, veteran investigators like my colleague Sarah here, believe that this could have been, there could have been 2, 3 other suspects in this case. But how does he fool the coroner? When we're talking about a medical examination, what on the body, was there anything to indicate that there was some sort of altercation? Because there would be signs of an altercation on the body. There would be an altercation. Is that correct?
Well, some of the Doctor?
There were some injuries to his head, approximately 10 or 12 abrasions or contusions, bruises to his head, many of which were probably due to the increased thickness of the shrubbery that he had to go to. Also, remember, when he gets shot in the right vest, he falls probably backwards, and there are bruises at the back of the head. Also, when he's about to die, remember, he probably stayed alive for 1 or 2 minutes because the shot went to the artery, not to the heart. So he probably staged where he wanted to go down, and he fell forward, so his nose is bruised. So there are blunt force injuries or external injuries to the head. No, there are no injuries to the arms or legs. The real question is, did he know an individual? When we look at this, did he know an individual, and then the individual got the best of him, and therefore there was no attack on him or defensive wounds on him? So we have to put that into concept too. Did he know the individual, and did the individual move fast on him and shoot him? I didn't believe it was anything until I got his report. If you look at the newspaper articles, I have said that I don't know how that bullet got into that individual. However, because the task force is pursuing it as a homicide. Therefore, I'm leaning towards a homicide, but I can't make that decision until the task force does their work.
But you've done enough of these things that you know, you can tell, you have gut feelings that tell you this does not fit the typical profile for a murder where there would have been a struggle and some kind of interaction between somebody fighting for his life. There was none of that in your evidence. You must have thought this was a suicide much earlier on than.
When I walked away from the table, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if it was a suicide, homicide, or accident. Again, the commander's investigation is what's going to happen, or is going to help me in determining that manner of death. I don't know how that bullet got there. If you just go to an autopsy table and you see this, you don't know how it got there without knowing the crime scene. I needed the final report from the crime scene. I can't make. Based on what the commander just said about his dealings with the explorers and the use of money, I would presume that this individual, the lieutenant, obviously knew he had legal problems. I think he knew there was the possibility of incarceration. His view in the community would be greatly diminished. We know that he was depressed during the final few weeks. Untreated depression results in suicide 90% of the time. So based on that information, this to me is a suicide, not something they just decided to wound himself for some reason.
Do any of the three of you have any regrets when this is all said and done about this intense investigation, the amount of resources allocated, the funeral, the support, your departments for a while seemingly not getting along with each other, this massive media presence, everything that went on? Does anybody have any regrets about how anything happened during the investigation?
I have no regret. I think you have to understand, in this day and age, everything is instantaneous with the internet. Obtaining DNA analysis, putting together all this evidence takes time. I'm clearly amazed now that the commander told me how much information he was studying, that he got it done in 60 days. I think that is incredible, okay? Because I'm no more information that we're not going to let out. And I was stunned when I met Monday with the amount of information he got and the conclusions he got.
Dr. Rudd, when did you get that final report?
Anything to say regret-wise about how anything might have transpired during this investigation?
I'll answer that. We met on Monday, and that's when he gave me the information.
Thank you. I just wanted to command the letter of
Okay.
And I'll reiterate this. We conduct all of our investigations in a thorough, chronological order to seek the truth. Now, whether that takes days, months, and in some cases years, we'll continue to do that to bring justice and seek the truth.
What about the families in this community who were very scared? We all talked to them saying that they were afraid because there were 3 suspects on the loose. They could be dangerous, they could be armed. And the people took it very seriously. They stayed in their homes and they were in fear for a very long time.
What is your question?
It was a follow to his in saying that there are no regrets. What would you say to those?
Well, I believe that the Lake County Sheriff's Office, as well as the local police presence, was upgraded substantially to try to bring some peace of mind to the community. I can't alter the facts, and the fact of the matter is that for several weeks we were investigating a homicide that possibly involved 3 individuals. I can't change that fact until we reach conclusive results. Do you want to finish?
Let's do this. We'll take 2 more questions, and I believe the village administrator from Fox Lake has a statement she wishes to read.
Well, we believe the staging was extensive. I can't give you a timeline, but we believe it was within a short period of time prior to the staged suicide. That's an extremely good question. The question was, do you believe at some point he may have seen 3 individuals? And that's where the thought process came in. Part of the review and analysis of what we did with the videotapes and locating those 3 individuals, there is a great possibility that Lieutenant Glenowitz may have driven by those 3 individuals on his way to that scene.
All right, guys, we're going to actually switch over now to a press conference being held in Washington, D.C. Senators McCain and Senator Flake are speaking right now. We will listen in on more of what this official has to say in Illinois a little bit later on. We're going live now to D.C., however. Oops, that's not where we're going. We're going right here. There we go.
When they go to games, are paid for out of the goodness of their heart by the owners and the teams. Then to find out the taxpayer is paying for it, it kind of cheapens the whole lot. And that's simply not right. Also, with the Pentagon, when they say that there's no fat to cut anywhere, when you look into these marketing contracts and find activities like this that are being paid for, it makes you question that as well. So we understand now that the Department of Defense has said that they are putting an end to paid patriotism. Senator McCain and I included a provision in the NDAA, which will soon go to the President, hopefully to be signed this time, that stops the practice as well. So, and the NFL has responded saying that they will do an audit and to make sure that this is not happening as well. So we're pleased at that outcome. Senator McCain.
Well, I want to thank my friend Senator Flake for working diligently to uncover the extent of this paid for patriotism act that has been going on for some period of time. And as my colleague Senator Flake pointed out, that we're all enthusiastic when we see our men and women who are serving in uniform honored at various sporting events. And we are very grateful for that. Unfortunately, thanks to in-depth investigations, a lot of that patriotism is paid for. In fact, as much as $6.8 million that we saw the Department of Defense spend on sports marketing contracts since 2012. They obviously should not be doing this. We appreciate if they honor the men and women in uniform, but not to get paid for it. And we could only account for 62% of the 122 contracts and 70% of the more than $10 million it actually spent. A couple of examples was $49,000 to the Milwaukee Brewers for the Wisconsin Army National Guard to sponsor each Sunday performances of God Bless America. DOD paid $1,500 to the LA Galaxy to provide pregame recognition of 5 high-ranking officers of the Air Force and 100 general admission tickets. The game Department of Defense paid $20,000 to the New York Jets to recognize 1 to 2 New Jersey Army National Guard soldiers as hometown heroes at each game. The Air Force paid the Cincinnati Bengals nearly $5,000 for 60 club-level tickets. The National Guard paid the Indianapolis Colts for the use of a luxury suite. The National Guard paid the Boston Bruins for a luxury box for 18 people and an executive view suite for 25 people on Military Appreciation Night. I want to point out that unfortunately more than a third of the contracts that we uncovered were not provided by the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense dragged their feet every step of the way. Senator Flake and I put in the Defense Authorization Bill, which I am confident will be signed by the President of the United States, prohibiting these activities. Now I think it would be entirely appropriate for the sports teams that were provided these fundings of taxpayers' dollars would donate those money to a worthy cause, causes like Wounded Warriors and others that are specifically earmarked for the men and women who are serving our nation in uniform. I do want to also point out again, there's a lot of good things that professional sports do to honor the men and women who serve in the military. But these millions of dollars are not acceptable as expenditure of taxpayers' dollars. Questions?
Senator, did any of the service members have any idea that when they were being paid tribute to from an arena full of fans, that there was this sort of transaction to pay for that salute?
I've only talked to a few of them, but the ones that we've talked to and heard from, obviously they did not know that their appearances were being used in a way that would monetarily benefit the teams that were sponsoring the events and them.
Senator, I mean, a lot of people see these events, they're often televised, sometimes nationally. What's the big deal with this being a way for the military to showcase what it's all about? It seems like an advertising budget issue.
Well, maybe it seems that way to you. I don't think it seems that way to the American people, that when you honor the men and women who are serving and for their sacrifice, that you should be paid for that. It's really not more complicated than that. Go ahead.
Let me just say, in terms of sports marketing, there's a lot that goes into that. It's, I think, a $53 million budget overall. And a lot of that is to set up a tent, a recruitment tent, or to do other activities that I don't think either of us have a problem with. You have to go where the recruits or potential recruits are. What we take issue with are those items where the average fan going to a game assumes is being done because these teams care about the military. And like I said, a lot of that the bulk of it is done as one would expect. But then when you find specific contracts outlining some of these activities that are being compensated for, then there's a problem.
How long have these events been sponsored by taxpayer money? How long has this been going on for, or what?
Well, we have contracts going back to FY12. Is that it? That's there. It may have been before that, but that's what we have back to.
So this $6.8 million, this doesn't include things like banners that say, you know, join the Army, for example. This is just presentations on the field or that sort of thing?
It might. There's about 53, or no, more than that, 90-some million dollars for sports marketing generally, which would include a lot of the things you're talking about. $6.8 million in contracts included some of the items that we're talking about. So not all of that $6.8 million was spent on these paid-for patriotism items, but that's the value of the contracts that included some of these items.
Did you find any Arizona teams, and if so, which ones?
If you look at the report, I think there's some in there. So we've included everyone who had anything.
Do you expect to have any kind of follow-up oversight hearings?
I don't think we need to. The leagues have pledged not to continue, and perhaps more importantly, it's now, as soon as the President signs the Defense Authorization Act into law, it'll be prohibited.
Let me just say one thing as well, in terms of the owners and who knew. And I've talked to a couple of the owners since then who had no idea this was going on. I'm sure a lot of the management, the teams, didn't know either. It was the marketing people, likely, who entered into these contracts. And so we're not placing blame necessarily on the teams at all, but the Department of Defense certainly should know better than to do this.
Have the leagues made any promise to donate some of this money to worthy causes as you've requested?
They have not yet, but they have certainly pledged that they would make sure that this kind of practice didn't continue. We are recommending that those funds, at least some of them, be given to the kinds of causes that help our wounded warriors and other veterans' causes.
I should say the NFL has said that they will conduct an audit, and if they find that there was items that was paid for patriotism, then they will make good. Is that correct? Yeah.
And again, I want to point out that since this has become known, there has been a large degree of cooperation from the various organizations, like such as the NFL and organized Major League Baseball, and others. They have been cooperating. The DOD is the one we had problem, one, getting the information from, and two, acknowledging that this is a practice that they should not have engaged in.
Senator, in the report, it includes the possibility that this money could have gone towards those homecoming reunions, those tearful homecoming reunions. Did you actually come across any instances where that actually happened, where there were homecoming reunions that were paid for with taxpayer money?
Say it.
There, in the contracts, there were a number of there was definitely a welcome home promotion on one of the contracts that said, we'll meet a player at the airport or at his home with his family. It's in the report, and it'll be videotaped and shared on social media.
So the answer is yes.
All right, and then secondly, you said that you kind of you didn't want to place blame on the teams, and it was more, on the Department of Defense. But I mean, you also seem to say that it's inappropriate for the teams to be taking money for these situations in the first place.
Well, let me clarify. Many of the owners and even team management didn't know, but they should have known. They should have known that this was going on. It doesn't remove them all responsibility from them. And maybe at some point someone should have said, by the way, are we paying for, are we getting paid for these events? So I appreciate the degree of cooperation. I appreciate the pledges of this never happening again, but we're all responsible, particularly when you own a team, then you're responsible for what the team does.
I wanted to follow up with the Senator. Like you had mentioned that you've spoken with some of the owners. Have they said that they'll continue to put on these type of events without compensation?
Oh, you bet. I mean, they were doing before, they'll do after. And some of them pointed out that this is a tiny fraction of the activities that they do, and it's true. I mean, all of us have been going to these games for years and have been seeing this. It's upsetting when we find out that the taxpayer is paying for some of them.
It's a tiny fraction, but it's still in the millions.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could tell us again how you guys became aware of this. You mentioned you learned of a New York Jets contract. How did you guys, did a whistleblower come to you, or how did you hear about this?
In my office, we put out something called Pork Chops, a weekly kind of skewering of wasteful spending. And it was around the time of the NFL draft. And we thought, well, we always try to pick some timely activity to tie it to some corny, release that you've probably all received. But we came across I'm not throwing my office under the bus. Some of those corny things are mine. But anyway, we came across a contract with the New York Jets had with the National Guard, New Jersey National Guard. And so we called them about it, and we were asked what an Arizona senator wanted to know about what the New Jersey National Guard was doing. I think that's rude even in New Jersey to say that. No. So anyway, we followed it and then figured what else is going on out there. Senator McCain's office was already looking at this and found some other contracts, and we went from there.
And I want to emphasize again, the Department of Defense was unusually and especially aggressive in trying to withhold this information from us.
Senator, when you make that point, which you've done a couple of times, do you get a sense that there was an awareness that monetizing tributes to service members was deeply offensive, or do you think this was someone or a group of people who thought recruitment needs a more creative angle and this is something that would get people's attention?
I think it was a practice that sort of crept up. We see every year it became more prevalent, but I also think that they knew that it would be a source of embarrassment for them. And it's not the first time we've had difficulty getting information from the Department of Defense. But in this case, it was a degree frustrating. Yes?
Have either of you talked to the Arizona Diamondbacks
Yes. Yeah, there was, I think, a small item there. You'll see it in the report, but we wanted to include everything that was there. So, let me just second what Senator McCain said. I think it was a source of embarrassment for DOD because some of these activities involved basically a pat on the back to the military or an appreciation, ceremony, and to find out or to have people know that that was paid for just doesn't sit very well.
What do you think about the motive, though? Why would they offer that for sale?
It's hard to figure, especially when you look at the incomes of some of these professional sports. It's something that we don't understand, and we are glad that it's going to come to a halt.
And let me say, from the team's perspective, a lot will point out that these items were just an add-on to the marketing contract that included the credible issues, setting up a tent or doing other things. And in many cases, it probably was. But in some cases, it was specifically spelled out in the contract, this is what needs to happen. And so that's what we have a problem with.
I know when you first kind of started going to the DOD about this, there was a question of whether this was a DOD policy or whether the National Guards on the state level had kind of gone through their own advertising ideas, and this was something that kind of cropped up all over the country. Have you learned anything more about whether this was a broader policy or whether this was something that just individual state guards went to?
It was, frankly, both. A lot of it was initiated, I think, by the National Guards at the state level, but some of these contracts are with the Air Force, not the reserves, and so I think it's a combination.
All right, yes.
You said the Defense Department wasn't usually, they weren't as cooperative or usually uncooperative.
They're still not.
What specifically, I guess, what kind of barriers or obstacles did you have to overcome in order to get this documentation?
Well, among other things, they give us partial information that our respective staffs, had to go through a lot of records and dig up contracts that they refused to acknowledge. 2, they delayed whatever information they could provide us with as long as possible. And 3, continued to discount the importance of the whole situation.
Yeah. In our case, I'm not the chairman of SASC, so I have a little more difficulty with getting information there. They told us to wait until March of next year before we got information. We were able to push, but you'll see, I believe, in the packet that you'll get will be the correspondence that we had, and it took a long time.
There's a reference in the report to a GAO report or study that's ongoing. Do you know, was that something that you initiated, or what that is? Is that going to touch on the same issues? Do you know anything more about that?
I don't know about it.
I don't. GAO usually tells us when they're doing something like that. I don't know.
If the $6.8 million isn't entirely for these types of activities, do you know exactly how much these activities cost?
We don't have a total. It would be difficult in some cases to determine, but that's a value of the contracts that included some of these activities.
Nor do we know if we have the complete story, given the recalcitrance of the Department of Defense. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Up the Irish.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on this event featuring Senator John McCain and Senator Jeff Flake. Oh, it looks like it has already cut to the Dow. What I found interesting is the fact that when we had Senator McCain here on News Now, he himself was talking about sports. He's a big sports fan. So as someone who's a sports fan, it's pretty shocking to learn that all these pro sports leagues, these pro sports teams are taking money from the government in an effort to honor the military. I feel like Senator McCain and Senator Flake would rather that these organizations honor the military without having been paid to do so. So if you missed that press conference, you can always rewind and rewatch it. We're also going to clip it, and it will be posted on our YouTube channel. Moving on, here is the top 5. You can see this one at the very bottom, Dr. Oz on News Now. Dr. Oz will be joining me sometime in the next couple minutes or so. He was on the morning show all morning, co-hosting with Rick and Andrea. So I'm very excited. He'll be joining me and he'll be answering your questions about health right here. Plus, I want to point out the #1 topic on Twitter today is National Stress Awareness Day, hashtag National Stress Awareness Day. So I find it's only fitting that I ask Dr. Oz about managing stress and mental health and all of that. So if you have any questions pertaining to that, make sure to put those in the chat room as well. Moving on, I'm going to recap some of these top stories. Another topic trending nationwide. I woke up this morning, I opened my phone. Wasn't just trending in Arizona, it was trending nationwide on Twitter. Flagstaff. Flagstaff receiving snow this early in November. A lot of snow. Jessica Flores was there overnight, and she did this hit on the morning show. We tried to get her here live on News Now. Unfortunately, we had so many live events happening that we weren't able to do that. But you still will be able to see just how much snow this is. I actually was watching this on the TV screen when it was happening live, and I thought it was the coolest looking live shot because you can see the snow. Jessica's all bundled up. You guys will see it for yourself in just a second. Give me a second while I go ahead and cue up the clip. And here is Jessica Flores in Flagstaff a little while ago.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it looks like I am in a winter wonderland right now. You can see that snow just falling nicely on the trees here and all over the bushes and the ground. And so far they have measured about 5 inches of snow at the Flagstaff airport. Now the record is 5. We're about there right now, about 5 inches, and it's only snowed 3 times on this day in the last more than 100 years here in Flagstaff. Now check it out. The signs are all covered with the snow. You got this car. We're going to borrow this person's car. Look at that. There's like 3 or 4 inches of snow right there. And Flagstaff Unified School District, they did delay school for 2 hours so that people can get to school because of those road closures and the wet and icy slick roads. And they also say, though, that the school will not let out early, so schools in Flagstaff will still be let out at the same time. But this is kind of a little bit of a snow day for some families. We did talk to people already who are going out to just have fun in the snow for a couple hours before heading to school. But you should note, of course, that if you are going to be headed on the freeways anywhere like the I-17, ADOT recommends some snow tires or chains because those roads can be slick and icy. But right now, just really beautiful snow, and a lot of people up here in Flagstaff, they're excited because this snowfall is coming a little earlier this year. Back to you guys.
Now you look very styling in the snow, Jessica, but I'm a little worried about your hands. Are those gloves warm enough for you or what?
Probably not warm enough. The ice is melting, so it's starting to become like the wet gloves, so not the ideal situation. Yeah. And I do need some snow pants, so that's the goal. After I'm going live, going to the store and getting some snow pants. I have about 2 layers of pants on right now.
Yeah, well, good. It's early in the season. They won't be sold out, that's for sure. Good luck shopping, Jessica. Thanks.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it looks like I am in a winter wonderland right now. You can see that snow just falling.
As you know, these clips repeat very soon, so I wanted to cut away from that. What you guys are looking at now, you might be confused as to why you're looking at this static screen. Many of you guys know we have tower cams throughout the state. This is our Flagstaff tower cam, and it is so cold up there and so snowy that our Flagstaff tower cam has actually frozen over, and we can't even see the snow on the ground. We can't even see what Flagstaff looks like because there is ice covering the camera. But that in and of itself is a cool shot in my opinion, so wanted to share that video with you. These are live images coming in from Flagstaff. Plus we have a look at our current radar. Going ahead and looking at it right now, you can see all the rain throughout the valley, plus the blue is indicating snow. You can see that snow up there in Flagstaff. It is pretty crazy, though, I will say, to wake up, open Twitter, and see one of your nearby cities trending nationwide. Every time you see something trending, it's hard to, sometimes you always fear the worst, like, oh no, what happened in this town? But it was nice to just click on Flagstaff and see that everyone was talking about the snow in Flagstaff. The fact that it is snowing in Arizona in November gets many people excited throughout the state and apparently around the country because it was a nationwide trend, not just a local trend on Twitter. All right, so I know many of you in the chat room are waiting to talk to Dr. Oz. I just learned that he has to do a quick recording for Fox National, so he's doing that right now. He'll be joining us in about 5 minutes, so stay tuned, guys. You will be able to talk to Dr. Oz live momentarily. In the meantime, though, I do want to play this clip for you of Donald Trump. Earlier today, we were live with Donald Trump in New Hampshire. We were losing the feed. It was coming in and out, so we went live to Illinois to show you what was going on there, the press conference regarding Lieutenant Gliniewicz. If you did not catch it, it's listed right here. Fox Lake cop, Lieutenant Gliniewicz. Remember that huge manhunt that went on, what happened? You know, we thought there were 3 guys that were involved in the shooting death. Well, it turns out, according to officials, that Lieutenant Gliniewicz staged a suicide. We can go into more details about that in a little bit, but I do want to pull up this clip of Donald Trump walking and all the rest of the Trump video that we got in a little bit later on. And it is a little pixelated, and the audio is only coming in on the right channel, but I know a lot of you guys tuned in just to see Trump, so we're going to play this for you guys now. Donald Trump in New Hampshire. He will be, he was there to sign his New Hampshire ballot. He was filing his New Hampshire ballot.
Hey, hi man, good to see you. Yeah, I remember.
Sweetheart, so stay reps. I got a little bit, not much.
More than I got.
Don't joke. Bingo.
All right, say New Hampshire.
All these beautiful state reps up there. I wish I was beautiful.
See, of course, you know.
What a crowd. What a crowd. So this is really going to be a big moment when Trump wins. Yeah, absolutely. From the beginning. That's great.
Thank you.
How is it? Okay. Is yours okay? A couple of them came out. Check it. Very nice. Yeah.
I know what?
And was it good? I won? He just said he ran the debates, and he said, Trump, you won in the debates. I did win in the debates. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, man. I'll take care.
Mr. Trump, good to see you again. You get an amazing reception here in New Hampshire. Are you getting the same kind of reception in Iowa?
We're getting it to the same extent. Iowa's been amazing. The poll just came out today.
How are you?
Iowa also. New Hampshire is really incredible. You see the kind of poll numbers. We just had one in Florida where it's phenomenal. I mean, we're getting great reception everywhere. New Hampshire's a very, very special place to be. I've gotten to know so many people, so many friends, and you see the kind of receptive. We come over here just to sign a very important document, and we just load it up with people. It's really an amazing thing, what's happened lately.
You said last night on Fox News you were going to go up with ads now in Iowa, in New Hampshire, the early states. Do you feel the need to do that?
I don't really feel the need, but a lot of people want me to do it. I don't think we have to do it. We're leading substantially in New Hampshire and all over. And again, as of a little while ago, we're leading in Iowa. But I think I should do it because other people will be doing it. And they're going to be positive ads. We're looking to do positive ads. Now, if somebody goes negative on me, I have much more money than all of them put together. They will be met very, very harshly. But I'm doing very positive ads. That's what I'm looking to do.
Mr. Trump, are you going to look into the Seabrook issue?
We'll look into it.
Very good.
Well, he's way down. He's on the rise. When they check his credit cards and what he did to the Republican Party in Florida, I think you'll probably see that he will be going down rapidly. He's got some very big issues with credit cards, and we'll check into that as a good reporter. He's very weak on illegal immigration, as you know. It's up to Marco Rubio. I have his law. Very strong. People can come into the country, but they have to come in legally. We're going to have borders again like we should have and like we've always had until over the last number of years. But if you look at Marco Rubio, not only with the credit cards, which is a catastrophe, I think, for him, but if you look at how weak he is with illegal immigration, he is like everybody come in everybody come in. The people of New Hampshire will not stand for that, in my opinion.
Concerns about his rise?
No, I'm not concerned about it at all. I think he's an absolute lightweight. I'm not
He
concerned.
said he's had some issues with.
Support $1 trillion
Right in
spent for nuclear weapons.
We have to do something. But just remember this: the other side's spending plenty. You better be.
But
You better be
that
careful.
The contractors are benefiting.
Bill. I'm saying my slogan: "Make America Great Again." That's what we're going to do. Make America Great Again. And I'll sign that, Bill.
And when we publish all the results from the town for the presidential primary,
Right.
we have a publication in 2017. That's one of the pages. So
That's
all
very
the
good.
candidates
I
have
got one
come
underneath my
out
feet,
where
too.
So this is a significant death.
I love that.
They're still using this ballot box after 123 years, and 60 of our towns are still doing it.
I love that.
So it's,
So we'll fold it up?
yeah, and I know they had this report out a couple of weeks ago at risk because if no one would have a laptop that was 10 or 15 years old.
Right.
They spent hundreds of millions.
This is better than anything, believe
And
me.
it actually had a little machine.
As long as you have honorable people standing over it. Now that, that could be tricky, but this guy is the most honorable.
It's the life of a ballot box.
Right.
Life as a ballot box.
Right.
What has gone in there.
I think it's fantastic. Thank you very much. I'll give this to you.
This will stay. So now we're going to have you.
Mr. Trump, he's the longest service Secretary of State in the country.
Yeah, good man.
Can I give you this? This is for the 1955 primary day. 60 years.
I love it.
You have a Kennedy
I love
worthy.
it. He's a Trump guy right here. In his family for 65 years. I like that.
The only candidate worthy I've ever given to.
That's really nice of you to say that. Thank you, man.
Pleasure. You better go in.
Yep. I think we've got a couple people.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on that Donald Trump event. I'm going to give you a quick look at the weather forecast one last time. As you know, one of the top stories all over the country is the weather up in Flagstaff. Can't believe it's snowing in November. And now the event you guys have all been waiting for. They've been asking for you for the last 15, 20 minutes. Some of them waiting for more than an hour to ask you questions.
I'm sorry I
Dr.
kept you
Oz.
waiting.
It's totally fine. The more the merrier. A lot of people waiting. I already see a lot of people chiming in, typing in those questions. So before I get to viewer questions, because I know a lot are coming in, I have my own question that I really want to ask you about, because today is National Stress Awareness Day. It's the #1 trend on Twitter. It's trending nationwide. And I want to talk to you about the importance of stress management and maintaining one's mental health, because so often here on News Now, for example, we're covering so many news stories, and a lot of times we bring in the topic of mental health. Just now we were talking about the Fox Lake, Illinois cop who apparently shot himself, and one of the things they mentioned in the press conference, the specific quote was, untreated depression leads to, or 90% of the time leads to suicide. And so that's just an example of people just not really taking care of themselves. So I want your take on the importance of that.
Well, there was a big piece yesterday in the New York Times. Actually, it was a published document, but they happened to write about it in the Times. But in the peer-reviewed journal publication, they looked at death rates among Americans, and the one group where it's increasing pretty rapidly is middle-aged white people. And it was sort of stunning because none of us expected that kind of an output. And what's happening is people are depressed. They don't feel like they control their destiny. They expect to have more control over what's happening in their lives than they think. And so, unfortunately, suicide, which is a long-term solution to a short-term problem, because suicide is generally a 36-hour feeling of despair that you can get through if you can just hold on a little bit. But depression takes away the technicolor part of life, makes it all black and white. So it's one of the reasons that on November the 19th, if I can take the opportunity, working with the White House and many other groups, there's a coalition of folks saying, let's spend that night, the 19th of November, talking to our families about addiction. Because what ends up happening is people start to slip from depression into addiction, especially with pills now so readily available, like especially narcotic pills, like the Oxycontins and the Vicodins of the world. We consume 80% of all the narcotics on the planet in America. We're 5% of the population. And so we want to get ahead of this problem. And it's happening to rich families, poor families, every ethnic group is being affected by this. So let's get this conversation happening in our homes and ask simple questions like, how are you coping with stress?
Right.
What's working for you? What are your friends doing for stress? Are any of them resorting to things like drugs or alcohol that we know long-term isn't going to really deal with the problem? And what I personally like to do, because I've been blessed to live in a life where I don't have huge challenges, at least so far, is I go into a place, if a crowded spot, women can do this as well. Go to the bathroom, put the lid down, you're not actually going to the toilet, and just sit there for 5 minutes and process what's happening in your life.
Just sit there and think. It's almost like meditating in the bathroom.
It is,
what
but
you're saying.
the reason I say go to the bathroom is people won't bother you there.
Right.
You have 5 minutes to yourself, because generally even the kids will respect the bathroom as a place they shouldn't bother mom in. And those 5 minutes can be remarkably powerful in helping you organize your life. At least there are thoughts for those few moments. You'll function more efficiently. So again, I know we all are working hard, but you got to work smart too. And this will allow you to do that. And it allows us as well to process some of these feelings of despair that are normal. And you shouldn't run from them. And the most effective treatment for depression for most people is talk therapy, talking to people about it. And spending 5 minutes to organize your thoughts in a way you can begin to express them to others is a very fruitful activity.
Right. And one of the things I want to bring up, because I feel like there are higher rates of depression now than there were 10 years ago, I want to talk to you about the role, I guess, the internet might be playing in that, and social media. One of the stories that was trending all over the country yesterday was this girl that just quit Instagram. She was YouTube famous, and was talking about this need to become perfect. And how you have all that pressure and that stress, and you're almost feeling depressed because if you don't get the number of likes that you want, for example, or the validation from followers, it's affecting you from a mental health perspective.
You get graded for doing what's normal, talking to people, and if you don't like the way you're graded, you don't think you're talking the right way. It's a false promise that likes translate to doing what's right in your life. And I think there are a lot of people who find that social media is particularly slippery, not because it's not a valuable asset. It obviously is. We can talk right now because of social media. I'm getting all these wonderful questions from all you out there. But at the same time, if I take a picture of myself on some beautiful tropical beach and send it to you, it's probably not the perfect representation of what happened to me. I'm going to embellish it as much as I can. I'm not going to send a bad picture of myself. I'm not going to send it on a cloudy day, when the beach is closed. You're going to put the right
filter.
Right, exactly. And so you end up with a fictitious representation, but it seems real. So we compete with each other. And it's never quite as good for you as them because it's never quite as good for them either. It's not reality.
Right, and then you put all this effort into a photo, and then it might not even get the number of likes you wanted it to get, and then you're questioning yourself even more.
Yeah. So instead, I think we should remember what social media functionally does for us. And this is connect to people. You can connect in many ways besides social media, but social media does it pretty nicely. But that's all it's there for. And what other people say about you is none of your business. It never has been, and you shouldn't take it to heart. And there's someone who's in the public eye. There are things written about me all the time that I'm not proud that were written, but it's out there, and I'm okay because I've chosen the life that I have. Many folks don't purposely choose that life, but they're thrust into it because that's what social media does. And it was one of the hardest things, I'll tell you, for almost anybody who's in the public eye is getting comfortable with people saying things about you that you don't think are fair. It's okay. It's not personal. Don't take it personal.
Just go to the bathroom and just take a break, take a breather.
Yeah, maybe even go to the bathroom when you're there.
All right, well, I know there's so many questions in the chat room. I don't want to neglect them. So we're going to just scroll through a few and you can answer.
There was a question about kombucha I noticed a second ago. You're scrolling.
Apple Snapple. Dr. Oz, is kombucha a good replacement for diet soda?
I don't like diet sodas. Not because they're toxic for you. I think they're a bit of a false promise. You don't actually lose weight on a diet soda. The artificial sweeteners actually are so powerful, 200 times more powerful than sugar and being sweet, that they tell your brain, hey, all the sweet's coming in, but your brain says, wait a minute, I didn't get any calories, so how can it really be there? So the brain can't keep up with that struggle, and so it panics and sends you off to find more food, especially sweet food. And so I don't think this artificial diet or foods in general are that effective. So I'd rather take real food. Kombucha happens to be real. It's fermented, so it gives you some prebiotics and probiotics for your gut. There's even a little alcohol in it sometimes, so I happen to be a fan of it.
Well, speaking of sugars, there was a question that was submitted about an hour ago from one of our viewers, A.L. Ben, who had asked, is his coffee addiction hurtful to his diabetes? He then clarified, it's not so much an addiction, he drinks 3 cups a day.
I think coffee's okay. In general. It is the #1 source of antioxidants in America. It is a very effective way of staying more alert. Just be careful about the belief that it's actually giving you energy. It doesn't. It's withdrawing energy from your energy bank that's already yours and giving it to you when you drink the coffee. So by the time the afternoon comes, you're not going to have any energy left in your energy bank. So a cup of coffee, I don't actually drink it first thing in the morning because I don't think I need it. Most people actually don't need it first thing. They need it an hour or two after they get up. I'm taking a cup of coffee midway through the morning and maybe a third one at lunch at most, but definitely nothing after that. And most people, if they can get it down to 2 cups of coffee and start to replace it with green tea, they'll feel more energized in the afternoon. They won't have the cycling up and down. When we do our big diet plans, which we do every January for the show, and we have probably 5 million people who've downloaded the last plan, the Total 10 plan. One of the things we ask people to do is to cut coffee out for that brief period of time so you don't have the ups and downs. balanced. You can hormonally be balanced, so you can actually begin to show up in your own life more effectively.
Well, how do you drink your coffee?
Well, I like a little bit of cream in my coffee, no sugar. But I do like the cream because it softens it a bit for me. But I don't drink coffee very much. You know, surgeons, and I still operate on Thursdays. I'm in the operating room doing 1,000 corners and stuff.
Who gets to have you as a surgeon? How do you request Dr. Oz as the surgeon that operates on
Well,
you?
I always tell my patients, 'cause a lot of them are patients who came because their families also had surgery with me. I always say, listen, I'm only operating 1 day a week, so maybe I'll get a colleague in here to do it because I can't get to everybody anyway. And my colleagues do it every single day, and they're probably, really good at this game for that reason. But I enjoy surgery. I enjoy bonding with folks. So when people have problems that I'm particularly that I have expertise in, like valve problems, I'll try to take care of them myself. But back to the issue of coffee, the reason I don't drink coffee is twofold. One, it makes your hands shake, which is, you don't want your hands going like this if you're a heart surgeon.
Right.
And the second thing is you have to go to the bathroom. At least I do.
Right.
Which is a really big problem when you're scrubbed in.
We have a few more questions. I mean, we have a lot of questions. So, Ron, Arizona, asking Dr. Oz, is there any studies that show that medical marijuana actually works?
Ron, medical marijuana does work. It's not a panacea. It doesn't work for everything. For things like post-chemo nausea. In fact, I was in Los Angeles yesterday. I taped a show in New York, by the way. You're all welcome to come visit. But I was in L.A. visiting. And a woman who was in the flower shop selling me flowers that I was taking to a friend confided in me that she had been unable to keep anything down. And then she saw me do a show on medical marijuana, realized from Montel Williams, who was my guest on that show, that it might work, and tried it, and it changed her life.
Wow.
Got through her chemo and survived her cancer. It does work. What it isn't, unfortunately, I think is a good recreational product. And when you have recreational marijuana, especially for younger people, it builds this belief that it's completely safe. And I think, forget about all the physical issues, it builds a mental crutch that makes you think you actually have to be relax with medical marijuana or something else in order to get through the day. And the brain is not mature till you're in your early 20s. So someone who's a teenager who believes that, starts using medical marijuana, it's really hard to stop.
So you're saying wait till your mid-20s?
At least.
Oh, we have a question actually from one of our Facebook viewers saying, I have a question. I have my twins with hand, foot, and mouth disease. What is it? Is it a form of chickenpox, herpes? What do I do to soothe it? How do I prevent it?
It's a bacterial infection that it's a problem for folks when they have it. Prevention is not touching other people with it. It's treatable, obviously, and your pediatrician should be a great help to you.
All right, here's a question related, I guess, to National Stress Awareness Day. Rachel saying, Dr. Oz, does the manner of death, such as suicide versus a natural death, have different effects on mourning and, I guess, coping with the loss of a loved one?
Suicide's a much more difficult process to get around because in suicide, the person you love the most took themselves from you. So you have both the mourning of losing that person, but you also have the realization there was such dire straits, such pain, that they had trouble getting past the issues they were facing, and you weren't there to help them. And I've had people I know who've committed suicide, and I've always wondered, is there something I could have done to prevent it?
And then you start replaying all your interactions.
Subtle little things. Maybe he was trying to tell me, maybe she was trying to hint to me, and I didn't pick up on it. So I do find suicide more difficult to get past.
Right. I'm going to check in with the chat room again. Dr. Oz, what's your opinion on assisted suicide? Robert is asking.
See, I think assisted suicide is a very different ballgame. And I had Brittany Menard on my her mother on my show earlier this year.
Right.
Obviously, it just was the first year anniversary of her taking her life. I think assisted suicide makes sense if you want to control your destiny and your life has been taken from you. And when I asked her mom about the fact that it might, for some people, be considered immoral, she said, listen, my daughter's life was taken from her. She didn't give it up. It was taken from her when a doctor walked in there and said, you had a brain tumor, you will die. So how she died was all she controlled. And she has the right to control that, to not end up in saliva, in a comatose state, but rather to go out in the style that she felt that she would be comfortable in. And she picked her destiny.
Isn't the counter-argument, though, that there's always that 0.5% chance, that 0.01% chance that a miracle is going to happen, something's divine intervention, and they're going to survive? Without
question, there are miracles. And I've on the show many times said there's no diagnosis for which there's a 100% mortality rate. So I'm not saying use assisted suicide the day you get your diagnosis. But in her case, she knew what was going to happen. And the day that she began to have problems swallowing, in other words, she couldn't take the pills anymore, was the day she finally made the decision to go, because she saw the end coming. And at that point, when you've tried everything and nothing has worked, and you actually have that point settled into the reality of what's going to happen, because we will all die eventually,
Right.
I think you deserve the right to control that. And by the way, even if I disagree with your decision, and I would not want my loved ones leaving me prematurely, who am I as a third party to influence a daughter's discussion with her husband and her mom and everybody else? Her whole family was supportive of her. I think in America, they deserve the right to make that decision. And I
Mhm.
should not be imposing my will on them in either direction.
Right. You just mentioned once you kind of wrap your head around the fact that we're all going to die one day, how would someone process that if they're having anxiety over death, over the death of loved ones, over the death of themselves, just thinking about it as a concept?
We all make peace with that concept eventually. I've been around death a lot. In heart surgery, it's part of what we do, but I've also had many friends and family, we all have, who we've lost. And people find that peace in different ways. I think if you search more deeply into the reason you're here, and the blissful reality of birth, and the reality as well that you're either going to have an afterlife if you believe in that, or whatever comes at the end, you'll work around to. Most people find when they actually witness death that it's a remarkably peaceful process. People don't get dragged off to death yelling and screaming. They reach a point where there's a serenity, a grace that accompanies it. And that's actually one of the realities that assures me, comforts me when I think about my own demise, which one day we'll all have.
So many people asking questions. I don't know how much time you have. I want to answer all of your questions, but I know you're...
it's tough. I got to go do a bunch more things, and I don't want to keep them waiting either. But listen, I on my Facebook page and my Twitter feed, I mean, I'm diligent about this. So I really try to keep up. And we have a whole bunch of doctors and medical students on the show, staff that are trying to answer your questions as well. So go to Dr. Oz's, to my homepage, to any of my social links, my Instagram page, whatever you want to do. But talk to us. I'll keep the conversation going.
All right. Well, you want to take one more question?
One more.
Can we do
One
that?
more. Who's lucky person? Spin, 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 spin.
Well, I'm just going to start scrolling, and you can decide which one.
Well, there are a lot of folks commenting on grieving, which I'm respectful of. It's very uncomfortable when you're feeling pain, and I also don't think you can ever tell anyone how to process their grief, which is a question I'm seeing several different ways. Look for solace in the people around you. What has always supported us as a species is a safety net of people around us, and our lives are defined by the people in it. So look for comfort there. It's those conversations that are most fulfilling. And I'll leave you maybe with this last answer to a bunch of the questions I'm seeing here from a bunch of folks in the chat room. Happiness is cool. It's nice. We all want happiness.
Right.
But happiness is sort of like the bubbles of a soft drink on your tongue. They sparkle, they bubble, they tickle, then they go, they're gone. Whereas joy is a deeper, more mature feeling. You can get it from being happy, but you can get it from other places as well. And joy can weather the storm of grief because it reflects that there's a deeper and a more with more gravitas element of comfort in life that you're living. And so seek joy in life more than just happiness. And if you're happy, great, translate it to joy. If you're in grief, look for joy, moments of bliss that happen because you connected with people that otherwise you wouldn't be close to. That's why important ceremonies like funerals and weddings and all the other things that bring us together as a society are so important to us.
All right, Dr. Oz. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to answer viewer questions. Guys, like you said, if you have any questions that weren't answered, just find him on social media and connect with him there. Guys, I know we have weather as one of our top stories, so I'm going to go ahead and show you the radar. I'm going to walk Dr. Oz off, and we'll be back in a minute.
Work hard.
And in case you missed it the first time I played it, I want to play Jessica's hit from Flagstaff again. This is from the morning show. And I just want to play this for you because you can see just how much snow fell in Flagstaff. It's really kind of amazing to look at. So we're going to go watch this clip. Jessica Flores in Flagstaff this morning. This hit from the 8 o'clock hour of our morning show.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it looks like I am in a winter wonderland right now. You can see that snow just falling nicely on the trees here and all over the bushes and the ground. And so far they have measured about 5 inches of snow at the Flagstaff airport. Now the record is 5. We're about there right now, about 5 inches, and it's only snowed 3 times on this day in the last more than 100 years here in Flagstaff. Now check it out. The signs are all covered with the snow. You got this car. We're going to borrow this person's car. Look at that. There's like 3 or 4 inches of snow right there. And Flagstaff Unified School District, they did delay school for 2 hours so that people can get to school because of those road closures and the wet and icy slick roads. And they also say, though, that the school will not let out early, so schools in Flagstaff will still be let out at the same time. But this is kind of a little bit of a snow day for some families. We did talk to people already who are going out to just have fun in the snow for a couple hours before heading to school. But you should note, of course, that if you are going to be headed on the freeways anywhere like the I-17, ADOT recommends some snow tires or chains because those roads can be slick and icy. But right now, just really beautiful snow, and a lot of people up here in Flagstaff, they're excited because this snowfall is coming a little earlier this year. Back to you guys.
Now you look very styling in the snow, Jessica, but I'm a little worried about your hands. Are those gloves warm enough for you or what?
Probably not warm enough. The ice is melting, so it's starting to become like the wet glove, so not the ideal situation. Yeah. And I do need some snow pants, so that's the goal. After I'm going live, going to the store and getting some snow pants. I have about 2 layers of pants on right now.
Yeah, well, good. It's early in the season. They won't be sold out, that's for sure. Good luck shopping, Jessica. Thanks.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it looks like...
All right, that was the hit from Jessica. So that covers the number 1 bullet point on our top 5. We just wrapped up the number 5 bullet point on News Now, which is Dr. Oz Bean on News Now. Want to cover some of these stories in between. So this was big news this morning. I saw that South Sudan was trending nationwide on Twitter as well, and I was curious. And I learned that a cargo plane crashed in South Sudan. I'm hearing that it's a Russian cargo plane that crashed in South Sudan, which is interesting timing because it wasn't too long ago, just a few days ago, that a Russian plane crashed in Egypt, killing many people on board, everyone on board, 224 people there. I know with this crash in Sudan that at least 25 people were killed. I'm reading that about, I think there were 2 people who survived the whole crash. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this map so you guys have an idea of where in Africa this crash occurred. So here is the map that was sent to us from Fox National. This is the area where the crash occurred, South Sudan, Juba. They did send us some video of the scene, but I'm not going to show it. It was pretty graphic. It involved seeing some bodies on the ground. So I'm going to stick with just showing you guys this map for now. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the latest information. I'm just checking in with the AP wires once again. Oh wow, and now there's breaking news out of Merced. I'm just learning now that, oh wow. Okay, let me get to that in a second. So this is what happened in South Sudan. A cargo plane carrying an added load of unregistered people crashed Wednesday morning along the banks of the Nile River after taking off from South Sudan's capital of Juba. The crash killed 36 people and left an infant clinging to life. Okay, so that is what the latest information is telling us. This is the latest update from the Associated Press. Now, the Soviet-made plane, which had been bound for oil fields in the Upper Nile state, was registered in Tajikistan and belonged to Allied Services Limited. Hours later, the smell of fuel permeated the crash site 1 mile from Juba's international airport. Wreckage from the plane was scattered in a bushy area on banks of the Nile, with a few homes nearby. Its tail and part of the fuselage remained attached, but the plane's wings, propellers, and front were completely smashed. 36 people confirmed dead in the crash, according to both South Sudan's Minister for Transportation and the South Sudan Red Cross. Now, 6 of the plane's crew members, 5 of whom were Armenian and 1 of whom was Russian, were among the dead, according to a spokesman for the Armenian Foreign Ministry. Now, an authority said that 2 passengers were pulled alive from the wreckage, an infant as well as an adult who later died, and the search for more bodies was ongoing. Now, officials are looking for the black box, saying, quote, "There's no survivor that could tell us what happened aboard the plane." That official said, "We need heavy machinery to lift up and find out if there are any dead bodies under the wreckage of the plane." The UN mission said it was sending personnel to help with the search operation. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Twitter now and see if there are any images there. I don't want to show anything too graphic, but I know that South Sudan was trending. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up here so you guys can kind of see just at least a still image of the wreckage. And now I'm looking on the side. You see U.S. trends. I see UC Merced is trending. I think this is the breaking news that's happening right now. I don't see any of the national networks covering it, but I did see an AP News alert. Apparently 5 people stabbed at the UC Merced campus. The suspect has been shot, according to the Associated Press. Suspect killed at the university campus in Central California. Now, UC Merced is about 60 miles north of Fresno. 5 students have been stabbed. I'm seeing it now on the national news networks. It's trending on Twitter. This is breaking news. It's just developing. UC Merced, a fairly new school. I believe the school just opened in the mid-2000s. And it is very shocking to learn about this stabbing that took place. 5 students stabbed. We're going to go through Twitter right now because that's my only source of information at this point. I have the AP News alert, which literally just tells me 5 people stabbed, suspect killed at university campus in Central California. No additional details from the Associated Press. So we're going to go to Twitter, try to get some more information on this breaking development. Let's go to Twitter right now. We're just going to pull this up here. Horrible news from UC Merced. Prayers for everyone involved in the stabbings at UC Merced. Police report suspect shot and killed 5 students treated for stab wounds. For campus remains closed. Classes canceled. 5 wounded. Attacker dead. UC Merced stabbing spree. Again, we are just learning about this right now. Don't know the extent of the injuries of those 5 people wounded. We are just learning about it via Twitter. You can see a lot of people just copying and pasting the same tweet over and over. My question is, are we going to see anyone tweeting from UC Merced? See if they themselves are tweeting from the university. Perhaps they are students that witnessed it. It's really hard to tell right now. Again, this is just breaking news. It's developing in the last, I would say, 5 minutes, to be honest. We're just learning about it. And let me see if there are any photos, perhaps, that we're not getting too much. We're just seeing generic photos of the school so far. Let me see. We can see the top tweets right now. 5 students stabbed at UC Merced. Like their Twitter bio says, UC Merced is the newest campus of the University of California system and the first American research university built in the 21st century. I do remember it. I want to say it opened in either 2004 or 2005. We're hearing different things. We're hearing 5 stabbed. We're seeing this one that says 1 hurt, but that tweet was 17 minutes ago. More recent tweets are saying 5 people, as well as the Associated Press that are saying 5 people stabbed at the University of at UC Merced. Now, we're getting an update from the Associated Press. Going to go ahead and actually pull up the UC Merced website momentarily. First, I want to get you guys a map. I know this is breaking news right now, so let's throw up the breaking news alert. UC Merced, in the center of California, really. So you guys have a rough idea of where it is relative to the rest of California, south of Sacramento, east of San Francisco, just north of Fresno, probably 60 miles. A lot of people from Central California end up actually going to UC Merced. I know a lot of people I grew up with, people younger than me, attending that university as well. So you can see that's where it is relative to Phoenix. This is what is happening. This is where we can do maybe a street view of the school. You can get a feel for the campus. Don't have details as far as what happened or where it took place. Going to check with the Associated Press once again. Get you guys those details. Now, authorities say a suspect stabbed 5 people on a university campus in Central California before police shot and killed him. UC Merced spokeswoman Lorena Anderson said Tuesday that 2 of the victims were taken by helicopter to hospitals for treatment. The other 3 victims were treated locally on campus. The school is on lockdown and classes have been canceled for the day. The stabbings occurred just before 8 a.m. Pacific time, which would be just before 9 a.m. here. So about an hour and a half ago is when these stabbings occurred at the UC Merced campus. Pretty crazy. Let me see if hashtag UC Merced is trending right now. A sad sign of the times, when a university starts trending on Twitter, something bad has happened. Heart goes out to those at UC Merced. Ambar saying it best. That oftentimes you tend to think the worst when you see a university trending. Not safe on our college campuses and schools, but instead of talking about 5 dead, we're talking about 5 stabbed and living. Police report suspect shot and killed, 5 stabbed at the University of California at Merced. Again, 2 taken by helicopter, 5 people stabbed. KMPH Fox 26 is the Fox affiliate in Fresno. I know, UC Merced, 5 students stabbed, 2 at hospital, 3 treated, suspect shot and killed. That is the latest from there. I wonder if the Fox station in Sacramento has more. They probably do. The thing about Merced is it falls actually in the Fresno region in terms of the news markets. It is within the Fresno region, but it's not too far from Sacramento and San Francisco, so I'm sure they'll be on campus trying to get some more information. So hopefully our Fox affiliates out there will have more information on the stabbing once it becomes available. Meanwhile, we have some weather to show you guys. I know it is the top story for us, and I just want to go ahead and show you guys this graphic. Once again, you can see where the snow is. This is the radar. You can see what's been happening in the last hour up until 10:50. Snow still falling up in Flagstaff, as you can see. Lots of rain throughout the valley as well, throughout the state actually. You can see up in Vegas, even in another state, there is a lot of rain as well. All right, guys, I'm going to cut away from this. It looks like we have a live event coming in. Marco Rubio is attending a Manchester Young Professionals Network event in Manchester, New Hampshire right now, and we're going to go live now to this Marco Rubio event.
But I don't really do anything special. I usually have dinner in my room and try to sleep and wake up the next day. Usually the next day we wake up really early for a television hits or whatever. That's the downside of being out in those time zones. After the last debate, I think I woke up at 3:30 a.m. for the 4:15 hits or something. But that's really it. I mean, it's just you kind of got to get up and keep going the next day. You have something else to do. So I don't really have a routine to recover. It isn't that damaging. The CNN debate was long. That was 3 hours. I almost needed a whirlpool after that one, but I was fine.
Well, it's I don't know how you guys do it, so congrats to you guys for
It's fun.
that
I mean,
off.
it's a lot of fun, especially the first one when you got up there and you walk on that stage. My feeling was, I've been watching these things on TV for years, and now I'm actually in one. So that really the first one really kind of struck me that way. The other two obviously have been fine, but the first one is the one that really kind of impacted me, just the idea that I've been watching these debates for all these years, and now I'm actually in one of these debates. Took a few minutes to get used to.
So fitting in with the theme for today, we had your playlist. We found your playlist on Spotify, so we were playing some music.
That's been modified.
That you...
That's old. That's an old. When was that list from?
I'm not actually sure.
All
There
right.
was some U2 in there.
Yeah, U2's good.
There's a whole bunch
I
of
like
stuff there.
U2.
But so fitting in with this life of the party theme, if you were to host a party of, let's say, 40 of the top young professional leaders around the country, what would that party look like? What would you eat? Where would you have it? What
Well, hopefully in the White House. I mean, we're gonna. But you know, one of the things that I've obviously, I mean, I'm a fan of the early '90s West Coast hip hop stuff. But it's just hard to listen to that with kids and everybody else because it's not necessarily family friendly material and talented people, right? But not family friendly. So there's a kind of a genre you're familiar with. When I mention this to other people in the press, they're not sure what I'm talking about. But electronic dance music's grown really fast. And the good thing about it is I can listen to it in front of my kids because there's no words. A lot of them don't have words, or they're using samples of other songs with it. And so I'd like to have some of that music. Maybe some of those guys or gals come in, like Tiesto or any of these other performers that are going on around the world, Calvin Harris or somebody like that, come in and be a part of it. I like that music. I don't know.
What would you eat? What sort of food would you serve?
That's a great question. I like Tex-Mex. I've always liked it, so something along those lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're planning this, right, and you're doing your party thing, one of the questions we sort of had was, you've got people always kind of ask, okay, what's the one politician that you want to sit down and have a beer with? That's kind of a big sort of thing, but.
In the history of the world?
But I would change the question and say non-politician, right? So what, you're coming up, you might be president, right? You can invite anybody to the White House.
In the world or in history?
Well, right now, say anybody alive, and then, maybe historical too. Like, who would you call up and say, yeah, I really wanted to hang out with that person. Maybe I can get him over.
Maybe watch the Dolphins game or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, what's happened is some of these people I've actually met over the last year. I was a huge Dan Marino fan growing up, but I've gotten to know him. I'd invite him. I'm not saying he's not cool still, but that was from the 80s and 90s. And so I think there's a couple interesting things that are happening today. I'm actually, I can't always mess up her last name, but this young lady, Malala, you've been familiar with her story. I think she's a really fascinating story and the courage that she's taken to speak out on global issues, particularly impacting young girls. So it's someone I've never met before. I'd love to be able to talk to her. She said, I think she's maybe 19 now, or 18. She's very young, but she's put a lot of work into 18 years of life or 19 years of life. So it's someone whose story I think is very fascinating. Someone who I've really just spoken to once in my whole life, or maybe once, is Garry Kasparov, the former chess champion, who was also part of the political opposition in Russia and actually can't return to Russia today. So I haven't met with him, but I actually had a chance to speak to him on the phone a few days ago. And he's someone I'd like to spend some time with because I think he has a real fundamental understanding of what's happening inside of Russia and what it means for the future of geopolitically for our country, for theirs, for Europe and beyond. So there's just a couple names that come to mind. Before this is over, I'll probably think of someone else too that
Feel
I
free to
forgot
throw
to
them
mention.
out there. And thinking of the Kasparov, that's interesting you brought that up, right? So I was thinking about this race politically. You've got, on the other side, you've got Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. And you have a guy who says openly, I'm a socialist. I would like to bring socialism or closer to socialism in the United States. But you grew up in a community where you actually had a whole bunch of people flee socialism. How do you...
Well, in fairness, they fled communism. There is social democracy, like you see in Europe, where government provides for every aspect of your life, but there's a consequence to that. They fled communism, which was beyond socialism. Obviously, it was government control of society, but also government control of politics, your life, the banning of religion, people being executed. So what they fled was more beyond. But I get your point.
Yeah, but when you hear Bernie say, you've been in the Senate with Bernie Sanders, when you hear him talk about this kind of stuff, do you ever want to say, look, Bernie, take him aside and say, here's the real deal. Here's
what I appreciate about Bernie, he's not trying to sugarcoat it. That's what he believes, and he's honest about it. He's not trying to say, this is just another version of free enterprise. I mean, he openly says, I don't think capitalism works. I'm a socialist. And obviously, it's gotten him reelected in his state. I don't think it works for America. And my argument is, you want to live in a country like that, there's like dozens of countries around the world that are socialist. Move there. We should continue to be America, the one place on earth where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything through hard work and perseverance. But it's a debate we should have, if that's truly what he believes. And I think there are many in his party that share his view, obviously, because of the support he's garnered. That's why we're a free and open, pluralistic, democratic society where we can have debates about policies and their implications. But I don't personally have a problem with Bernie because he's being honest about what he believes in. I'd love to have that debate, and maybe he'll be their nominee, and we will.
Well, we're on the topic of foreign policy, and you mentioned Russia a few minutes ago. One question that came to mind is about Vladimir Putin. He comes up a lot in the debates and talking about how the next president will have to deal with Russia and deal with his leadership. I think it's kind of interesting because he has almost taken on this character within American politics and society. I mean, we see these crazy pictures of him, hunting and riding horses, and stories about him wrestling tigers and all these crazy things. But there's actually some really significant and scary aspects to Russia and their involvement in the world stage. So how would you deal with someone like him, and what would be your approach?
Well, first, by understanding 2 points. On the one hand, he is the leader of a country that, between them and us, possess over 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. So we're going to have to deal with him. But also deal with him understanding who he is. Vladimir Putin is basically a gangster in his activities. I mean, he's almost virtually indistinguishable from the head of an organized crime organization in his behavior. This is a man who blew up an apartment building, ordered the blowing up of an apartment building so he could blame it on Chechens and justify a military intervention. But he's also a geopolitical actor, in essence. Unlike people like radical jihadists that are motivated by pure ideology, he's largely motivated by geopolitical calculations and tactics. So, for example, his incursion in Syria is multi-pronged. Part of it is to distract the world from Ukraine and the situation there. Part of it is domestic politics. He wants to appear as a strong international leader that has placed Russia on par with the United States in terms of geopolitical influence. Part of it is he wants to retain an era of influence in that region, and Syria obviously gives him the opportunity to do it if Assad retains power. So there's multiple aspects to this calculation. And before he takes action, he weighs the costs and the benefits. And he only proceeds usually if he believes the benefits outweigh the costs. He most certainly did that in Georgia in 2007, 2008. He did it in Ukraine. He did it now in Syria. So as an American president, our job is to change that calculus on him, to ensure that he realizes that actually the costs are higher than the benefits of any of this activity that he might take. But you have to begin by understanding this is not someone you're going to be able to find some sort of cooperative agreement with. You're going to have to deal with him in ways that, in many ways, reflect back, unfortunately, to the Cold War and some of the Cold War leaders that governed Russia, until such time as there's new leadership in Russia, and hopefully the Russian people will have a new and better future than what they have now under Putin.
Yeah. I know we're going to jump around to a bunch of topics. I just want to mention briefly, we want to get into some young professional issues, given that this is the primary audience here today. But I also want to mention to the audience that if you have a question, raise your hand so we can see it. There's mics that will be able to come up and get you on the mic so we can ask some questions. So let's get into some of the young professional issues.
And I'm going to ask that question, and I really think it's an American issue, truly, which is financing higher education. I am paying off my bachelor's degree, looking at financing my master's, and my son is a sophomore in college.
Yeah.
So I'm up to my eyeballs with all kinds of investment in my future. I've read a lot about your thoughts, and I know that you have many approaches to addressing these issues. Can you tell us about your student investment plan in particular?
Sure. Well, first let me tell you why I care so much about it, because I owed over $100,000 myself in student loans. In fact, I still owed them in 2011 on the day
I'm trying to write a book.
Yeah, well, exactly. And so had I not been able to do that, I'd still be paying that loan, and I think I would have been paying it well into my late 50s or early 60s. So it's not that I didn't think it was a good investment, but it was that it became, and especially early on, it was really staggering. It was over $1,000 when you added it to some of the undergrad loans that I had as well, which weren't as large, but they all added up. So that's why I'm so passionate about it, and I've approached this in 3 ways, but when it comes specific to this issue, I've tried to be bipartisan about it because I don't think this needs to become a partisan issue. The first thing I've talked about, and it's a bill that I have with Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, is called income-based repayment, which is your income, your loan payments, the automatic method of repaying them will be based on how much money you make. The more you make, the faster you're going to pay off those loans. The less you make, the less of a burden it's going to be. And for me, that's a better approach than not collecting anything at all and allowing people to go into default, because a student loan debt that goes into default can never be discharged, ruins your credit, means it locks you out of home ownership, entrepreneurship, and all sorts of things. The student investment plan is an idea that actually allows individuals that, instead of going to a student loan route, allows you to go to the equivalent of a private investment group, the way you would with a company. And you present to them who you are and what your background is and what your future goals are and your resume and your GPA and your transcripts. And they look at all this and they decide whether or not they think you are a good investment. And if you are a good investment, they pay for your tuition. They pay for your, this is primarily at the graduate level, And in return, you sign a contract to pay back a percentage of your income, 1 or 2% a year for 20 years or 15 years. If you become financially successful as the result of that education you received, they're going to make their money back with a profit, like they would if they invested in a company that was successful. If you decide you're going to drop out of society and move to Australia and live in a tent, they made a bad investment and they lost their money. But the risk is on the private investment group side, not on the student side. And the third is something called right to know before you go, which is also a bipartisan idea with Senator Wyden. And what it says is that before you take out a student loan, schools will be required to tell you how much people make when they graduate from that school with the degree that you are seeking. So people understand what their job prospects and earning prospects are before they borrow thousands of dollars to pursue a degree. Again, we're not going to ban philosophy majors. We're not going to ban anything. But people I think they will make better decisions if they have access to information that informs you about what your job prospects are in the new economy with the degree that you're seeking, and you can make a more informed decision about whether you should borrow money to pay for that degree.
So the student investment plan was a new idea I had not heard of while I was preparing for today. Everybody I shared this with had the same question that I want to pose to you. What's the difference between indentured servitude? This is what comes front in mind when I hear something about 10 years of my life being paid over to another person.
Well, a student loan is worse. You still owe the money. The difference is if you don't pay back the investment group, you have a contract, and they can obviously have legal remedies for it. If you don't pay back your loan, it ruins your credit. They'll collect on you for the rest of your life. Because they're federally backed, they'll garnish your wages. They'll take it out of your tax return if necessary. So I think it's way better than the issue of whether you want a student loan. On the student investment plan, the risk is on the investment group. If you don't make enough money to pay them back in that defined period of time, they made a bad investment. In the student loan, if you borrowed $100,000, you owe $100,000, and you will owe that $100,000 until the day you die or pay it off. And if you don't pay them, as I said, they will take your tax refund away from you. They could garnish wages because of the Federal Department of Education. They could, obviously most importantly, report you to the credit agencies and ruin your credit and the ability to buy a home or finance a business. If you just don't make enough money to pay back the student investment group, they made a bad investment. They assume that risk. There's a big difference. And by the way, it's optional. It's not mandatory. We're not telling anybody they have to pursue this route. But it is way better than owing a student loan, which there's no way you will owe that amount of money whether you found a job or not.
And that's the reality I'm in. I'm unable to start a business. I'm unable to buy a home. I am investing in my education as well as the next generation. So I really appreciate your concern.
Well, by the way, the student loan debt sits on there as your debt-income ratio as well. So when banks look at you and say, you want a mortgage, but you owe $100,000, you already have a mortgage. It's called a student loan. And they look at that. They calculate that into your income to debt ratio when making decisions about who to lend money to. So it locks people out of loans to start a business, but it locks you out of home ownership.
Well, speaking of being locked out, I mean, that is sort of a problem a lot of young people are dealing with. You had student loans, right? And then there's the cost of affording a home in a nice neighborhood to raise your kids in. It's very expensive. And there's bureaucratic obstacles to starting a business. There's regulatory obstacles to going out on your own. I mean, there's all sorts of infrastructure in place in the United States these days that are designed to sort of lock you out. There are little hurdles that you have to go. And you talk a lot about trying to break through some of that and making a more opportunity society. So when you're talking to 20, 30-somethings about those obstacles, what do you tell them?
Well, first of all, the idea that big government is good for people that are trying to make it is a myth that needs to be completely debunked. Regulations are often used by established industries to lock out an innovative new competitor. Industries use it. Why? Because you're a big company and you control the marketplace. Let's say you're the largest player in an industry. You have power. You hire lobbyists and you hire lawyers and you lobby government to put in place regulations. Why? Because you know that some small startup can't comply with those regulations. They can never enter the space and compete against you. And you see this repeated itself, for example, in the sharing economy. Whether it's on the transportation side or something else, you see established industries at the local level argue, oh, we shouldn't allow Uber or Lyft or these companies because this or that public safety. But in reality, what they're looking is to use an established regulation to protect an established industry against innovative competition. So that's the first thing I would say about regulations. The second is, I'm not an anarchist, so we do need to have, like, I just got off an airplane, a commercial flight. I'm glad that plane is regulated. That means someone checked to make sure the engines work, the landing gear is intact, and those pilots, by the way, are truly pilots and not just someone that slept at a Holiday Inn Express. But the flip side of it is, if you go too far in regulations, it becomes a burden, a barrier to entry, and it makes us uncompetitive globally. So what I've proposed at the federal level is a federal regulatory budget, which caps the amount of money that federal regulations can cost our economy in a given fiscal year. And what that would require agencies to do is, if they want to impose a new regulation that costs $1 billion to comply with, they will have to get rid of $1 billion worth of regulatory cost to stay on the regulatory budget. That would force a cost-benefit analysis of new regulations or existing ones, but it would also limit the growth of the regulatory state, which today serves as a massive impediment to a small business or a startup entering the marketplace.
Thinking of these massive organizations that sort of suppress and keep people down, you know, Mike and I have this pretty big excitement coming up about, you know, the Empire and the new Star Wars movie that's coming out. And you would have been about 9 years old when Empire Strikes Back came out.
Yeah, the first one I was probably like 6. So I never saw it. Like everybody else, I just got the I guess the DVD collection now for my kids. They're all caught up.
So so first of all, when you were, you know, watching these as a kid, like, who did you identify with? What action figures did you have? And are you excited about taking your kids to the theater to see this? Right?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I had the action figures. I think I had the Death Star, but it kept breaking, just like it did in Part 2. And Empire Strikes Back, when it blew up because the guy got that rocket to go into that hole. Remember that? That was my favorite. But I think now that you see the whole story play out, I used to hate Darth Vader. Now I kind of feel a little bit sorry for him because I know what he went through to get to that point. And it's probably the most fascinating character in the whole movie because it started out as this individual with a tremendous amount of talent and promise. Then something went wrong. Something really went bad. He went dark and went nasty. And so I think it's, you know, kind of, they've done a good job. They should have started that way. They went backwards on me. So now I'm torn. You know, do I still hate Darth Vader? I don't know.
Well, I think we're going to find out in the next movie. But, you know, the Star Wars theme, one of the themes is
Anakin, right?
So,
that was Anakin.
Right?
Wow.
So you've got with Luke, you have the sort of youth and inexperience and the whole world against him and everybody telling him, well, you know, you can't do that. You're too young, right? And when you're in your career, you've probably heard that a little, not to make that exact comparison, but you've heard that sort of complaint, right? You know, this guy is too young to be Speaker of the House, right? Too young to be a U.S. Senator. Come on, you wait your turn, man. Too young to run for president. You've got a bunch of people in this room, I think Mike and myself and others included, who probably heard a little bit of that when we took on positions of responsibility. Well, you're really ready for this? So, is that an argument that you think works these days with a generation of Gen Xers and millennials that were raised on Star Wars, Back to the Future, Harry Potter, right? Is that an argument that works? Do you even have to defend it these days, or you just let those people say?
First of all, I'm 44, and my kids don't think that's that young, to be honest with you. And the second point I would make is that this is a different political climate, and it's why I argue that it's so different. The country is not just living through an economic downturn. This is not a cyclical thing that's happening here. We are living through a massive, rapid, and ongoing economic transformation into the very structure of the economy. This economy looks nothing like the economy of 15 years ago. Doesn't look anything like the economy of 5 years ago. And it's not just that it looks different. The structure of the economy is different. But the pace of change is faster than ever. This is a statistic I always use. It took the telephone, which is an extraordinary invention. It took the telephone 75 years for 100 million people to use it. It took Candy Crush 1 year to reach 100 million people as users. That's how fast things are changing. You know, one of the largest retailers in the world doesn't own stores. One of the largest transportation companies in the world doesn't own cars. One of the largest hospitality companies doesn't own hotel rooms. So this is a very different economy, and it challenges our policies. We have retirement program designed in the 30s, an immigration and a higher education system from the 50s. We have anti-poverty programs from the 60s, energy policies from the 70s, tax policies from the 80s and 90s. And the world has dramatically changed just in the last 5 years. This is the Industrial Revolution happening every 5 years, not every 50 or 100. And so it is important for us to have leaders that understand this, that understand that you can be a conservative, but you've got to apply those principles to the issues of the 21st century, which involves global competition, rapid changes in innovation, and a need to modernize higher education. It is feasible that someone could graduate at 22 years of age with a certain skill set, and in the new economy, before you're 40, have to be retrained, because the industry that was cutting edge when you were 22 is now obsolete. We don't have a higher education system designed to deal with that sort of thing. We had a higher education system that was built by the fact that you graduated with a 4-year degree, and you did that for the next 40 years, working at one company, you retired with a pension, and you were secure. Those days are gone. First of all, you may not even be anyone's employee. You might be a contractor, have 5 different employers over that period of time. The industry that's cutting edge today is obsolete in 5 to 10 years. The skills are evolving on a regular basis, which means we have to become lifelong learners. All these sorts of things that need to be confronted. So back to your question, I think our country is in desperate need of leaders that understand not just the new economy, but what life is like in the new economy. And we have way too many people in Washington that have no idea that this is going on. They're still writing 20th century solutions for 21st century problems.
So besides Star Wars, we wanted to get to know you a little bit better about talking about some of your other personal interests and some of the things that you do as a person, what you read, where you get your news from. But I wanted to start with football. I know you're a big football guy.
Good.
Unfortunately, I know you're a Dolphins fan too, and the Patriots.
Yeah, they suck.
Dolphins.
I hate the Patriots. They beat us again. When is Tom Brady retiring? Is that dude ever going to retire?
You had to say that because I wasn't going to bring up that little Deflategate tweet, but so.
I know. What do you want? We're going to lose anyway. Give me a little something to do.
But
you got to blame it on something.
Talk about football, and you grew up playing. I understand, and it's something you're passionate about. And what has that meant to you? And do you take any lessons from that to what you do today?
Well, I love the game, of course. But the thing about the game that I really love, and my sons play as well. They're young, but they play, and I'm involved in that. I think it's a great teacher of life lessons. I think it's a sport that teaches people to work with other people. You got 11 people on a field, and if one of the 11 doesn't do their job, the other 10 pay the price. So it teaches accountability. It's a sport that forces you sometimes to do things you don't want to do that are uncomfortable. Like I played cornerback for a few years, and sometimes I had to come up and fill the run, and that meant taking on a pulling guard, and it was painful. And my job was basically to get wiped out, but in a way that created a traffic jam so someone else can come make the tackle. I didn't want to do that, but I had to. That was my job, and I had to do it for the other 10 people I was playing with. It teaches you to deal with adversity. Especially if you're a defensive back, the best in the world are going to give up a play. You're going to give up a bad play. You're going to give up an 80-yard bomb on you because that's just the way it is. And you've got to be able to mentally come back from that and pretend like you're still the greatest player in the world in your mind, even though you just gave out a play, because the next play is going to be right there for you. You can't be wallowing on the fact that you had something go wrong. You have to deal with adversity. Losing is a great teacher. Now, you want to lose too much, but losing is a great teacher. That's why the Patriots don't know a lot, because they keep winning. But losing is a teacher because you learn from it as long as you channel that disappointment into concrete action. So these are lessons that I took from my time in football that I think are very difficult to replicate in other sports or without sports in your life. And so for me, that's one of the reasons why now as an adult, I try to use football to instill those lessons, not just in my kids, but in the kids I've had a chance to coach.
Well, I have to ask then, too, because I think I'm a big football fan, too. I'm sure there's a lot of people here, too.
Are you a Patriots fan?
Yes, yeah.
Season ticket holder.
So we've had a pretty good run. But at any rate, a lot of I'm a parent, too.
We play them again the last game of the year.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll have won so many games they'll just not play Brady that game. Because that backup dude, we'll get to him. Is his name Garoppolo?
Garoppolo. Yeah, I don't know. You better watch out for him. But football fans, one of the things that is a big discussion right now is the discussion about concussions.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a young son, and he may have an interest in football someday, and a lot of parents are now asking themselves, do they want to let their kids play because of this concern about the health impacts of
right.
it. And do you have a feeling on that, too?
Yeah.
Have you looked at that issue?
Of course. And I would say, number one, if your kids don't like contact, don't force them to play. Football's not a game you're going to get better at. You either like contact or you don't. So that's the first thing. If they don't want to play, don't make them play. There's a lot of sports out there you can play. The other thing is don't specialize, which is one of the things that's happened now. These kids at 9 or 10 are playing one sport year-round. I think that's not good for them either. But we're very strict about that. For example, I've never... Obviously, not every parent can do this because then you won't have a team, but I've never let my kids play inside the box, which means in between the tackles, I don't let them be a running back. They have to play receiver, corner, or safety, but I don't let them at this age play in the box because it's just constant the pounding. The other is good coaching. There is good coaching and then there's bad coaching, and we ensure in our coaching that our kids are taught the proper technique for tackling. We spend a lot of time doing that because if you can teach kids to get their head out of the way, use their shoulders, primarily tackle the legs, not the upper body, that avoids a lot of that repetition. The other thing that's happened, too, is you don't have contact during the week. So there are things you can do to minimize the risk, especially at a younger age. There is still inherent danger in any sport where people run full speed at each other, like soccer, like stunt cheerleading that my daughter did for a few years, where I saw catastrophic injuries, both knees being blown out and people being dropped, like the lacrosse, flag football, where you have people running full speed without any gear on. So I suppose we could wrap kids in bubble wrap and say, all right, nothing bad's ever going to happen to you. But in a way, I think there's a balancing act here. And we try to make football safer. There is no activity in life that's inherently risk-free. And football's one of them. And it's a great game. And I hope they don't kill it.
So I want to go back to the books thing for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever a friend of mine has a baby or one of my nieces or nephews have a birthday, books are what I like to give. And I still remember when I turned 8 years old that I got Beverly Cleary's Ramona Quimby, age 8. So just, there are books that sort of have an impact on you during your formative years. So what do you recall when you were younger?
Well, you're going to think this is not even a book, it's books. My parents, I think in 83 or 82, my Christmas present was the World Book Encyclopedia, which I don't even think exists anymore, right? And I don't know if some people here are old enough to remember what those were. And then I remember one year we lost the D book. And so if I ever needed anything that started with D, I wouldn't know what it was. And so I love those encyclopedias because even though I was not a good student until I started paying for it in college. I always loved to read. I always read a lot. And then when I wanted to learn about something, that encyclopedia, I think I read a lot of that book. Then you would get this every year they'd update you with a book of the year or whatever. I look back at that just as an example of how much the world has changed, right? If I wanted to learn about something when I was 9, 10, or 11 years old, I had to go to an encyclopedia or the school library. If a 9 or 10-year-old wants to learn something now, you learn about it in milliseconds by going online, virtually any topic. So that was the book that, growing up, had a lot of influence on me. I also read a lot of books about Cuban history because my grandfather was big on that. I don't remember the names of all of them, but there's one book by Herbert Matthews. It's called Cuba. It's a really thick book, and it went all the way back from Cuba's colonial days all the way through 1957, 58. So just, again, those were things I was curious about, and those books fed that curiosity.
Yeah, the encyclopedia is a great lead-in for my question, which is, what part of U.S. history, if given the chance, would you rewrite? Now, slavery may be an apparent choice,
right.
So perhaps something less obvious than that.
Well, I do think that some of the factors that led to the Great Depression could have been addressed earlier, and obviously there were changes made subsequent to prevent that from ever happening again, so I think that's an era that people would want to revisit. I'm not sure the Civil War was avoidable if you look at the great compromises that delayed it by a number of years, but ultimately there was going to be a conflict because slavery, as you mentioned, was always an inherent and direct conflict with the Constitution. It was never compatible. And even the founders, I think, understood that eventually that institution would have to be dealt with, and it took too long to do so. Most certainly, even in the aftermath of slavery, for the first half of the 20th century, racial discrimination in America was pronounced. And it was something, my parents have a story. They came to America, they went to New York City, and they were driving down to Miami from New York City, and I don't remember the dates exactly, but their car broke down somewhere in the South. They believe it was South Carolina. I can't prove that. But it was the first chance they ever interacted with segregation, because Cuba had cultural segregation, right? Like if you weren't of Spanish ancestry and white, you couldn't join the Havana Yacht Club. Like Batista was the dictator of the country, but he couldn't be a member of the Havana Yacht Club, but it didn't have legal segregation. So for them, that was a shocking experience. They had never, and the reason why they knew about it is because when they got stopped, they asked an African-American lady about a movie that was playing, because while the car was being fixed, they were going to go watch this movie, and she said, well, I don't know, because we're not allowed in there. So it was the first time they had really interacted with that. So that's a period that I think took too long to resolve. That period from the end of slavery to the civil rights era, that just lingered way too long. It obviously never should have happened. But I think that's a period that I wish we could have, as a nation, avoided and dealt with much quicker. Perhaps, never had happened.
Well, after 2008, with the election of Obama, racial relations were supposed to get better in the United States, and I think a lot of people would look at the situation now and go, maybe they've gotten worse in a lot of ways. You've talked about this a little bit. Is there anything the President of the United States can really do, and how might you, what could be done to sort of ease tensions and maybe make things a little bit better?
So the things that manifest racism in governments are illegal now. So is there things the president can do? Certainly the president's the most important public figure in the country, and in the words you say, you can most certainly call attention to major issues. But these are societal issues that have deep pathologies that go back dozens of years and beyond. The reality of it is that there's a significant percentage of Americans, of African Americans, particularly young males, who feel discriminated against. And if they feel that way, whether you agree with it or not, if they feel that way, it's a problem. You have a significant portion of your population that feels that they're somehow being treated different than the rest of the country. And I know people that feel that way, who tell me this. And In some instances, I've actually seen it as well. And so it's an issue that the country has to confront. I think there's good news and bad news. I mean, the bad news is that it continues in many of our communities to have lingering effects, and you've seen that manifested recently. The good news is I think that the generation that my children are a part of is probably the most, this is an anecdotal example. My sons and our team is primarily African-American football team, the kids. And I remember commenting to one of the parents once, these kids don't know color. And not just because they're 9, 10, or 11 years old. It's palpably different from when I grew up. And I think part of it is because they're used to growing up in a society where there are different people of all backgrounds and ethnicities that are together at that age. So it'll be interesting to see how that manifests itself. I think it already has in people 20 or something, 30 something. Even when I was growing up, it was still a much bigger factor than it is today. So I think over time that will help in many regards. But in the short term, I believe we do need to address the reality in this country that there are millions of people who feel as if, because of the color of their skin, they're followed at the mall, they're treated differently. If a significant percentage of the American family feels this way, it's an issue, and you have to talk about it. I don't think the answer to it, however, is to demonize police officers, who, by and large, are incredible people. 90-some-odd% of them are incredible people. Are there bad actors in any industry? Of course there are. But I know this, if any of us tonight have a problem and we feel endangered, we're going to call 911, and a police officer is going to respond and willing to die, take a bullet, so that we're safe. And I think we can't forget that either, because I think it's gone too far in that direction as well.
So we're running short on time, but I know we do have a question down here front. If we could get a mic right down here.
Thank you, Senator, Thanks, Senator, for being here today.
Thank you.
I think this conversation lends itself to some of the rhetoric that those that are leading the polls on the Republican side are going towards. So, could you speak to how your experience is different from some of the others that are, talking about building walls and having, religious litmus tests to who could be president of the United States, and how does your philosophy, how does your background differ from some of the others that are leading the race right now?
Well, one of the things I've always tried to do in this campaign especially is not say, vote for me because you can't possibly vote for someone else. So my comments have nothing to do with other people. Everyone's accountable for their own statements, and they can answer for those statements, and you'll make your decisions about who you want to vote for. I can tell you two things that I think are true. The first is the presidency is the most unique political office on the planet, and most certainly in the country. When you become the President of the United States, you have to bring your principles and your values. And look, I'm running as a conservative Republican. That's who I am. And if I'm elected, that's what I'm going to be. And that's what my principles that guide my decision making. But you're also the leader of the United States. You're also the leader of our people. And that means you have to act in the best interest of all of your people, including people that will never vote for you, including people that don't like you, including people that say horrible things about you. You are in charge of protecting the whole country and serving in the best interest of the whole country. And you have to be able to put that stuff aside. I only say that because I think divisive language from the presidency is different from divisive language by a senator or a private citizen or a congressman or a local state legislator. The divisive language from the presidency is impactful. It can actually drive and wedges in a society. And I think both parties have been guilty of this. But I avoid and reject any language that says, in order for you to be better off, you have to give me the power to make someone else worse off. That the reason why you're struggling or facing problems is because someone else is doing too well and it's their fault, and let's target them. I don't think that's good for the country. I don't happen to believe that to be true. And I want to be a president that doesn't feed into that narrative, because I actually think that what unites us as a people is so much more important and powerful than whatever might divide us on opinions on a given issue here or there. And I also want to give people, here's the way I view this campaign, and you might understand what I mean when I say this. I don't want my campaign to look back at it like a bad prom picture. You know what I mean? That prom picture where you look at it and say, man, I cannot believe that I wore that tuxedo, or I looked like that, or my hair looked like that. I don't want my campaign to be something that my kids look at in 20 years and say, oh, Dad, that was so embarrassing. How could you have acted that way? How could you have said these things? I want a campaign that my children are proud of, that when they look back at this time that I wasn't home, they're going to be able to say, I know he wasn't home, but he did this for a good reason. Hopefully I win, so they'll know exactly why I did it. And but beyond it, I want a campaign that I'll always be proud of and that the people that support me are proud of. And so whether I take a debate stage or I'm here today, I want to give people a campaign that they can be proud of, that they look at and say, this is I may not agree with him on everything, but I'm proud of what he is doing and proud of the way he held himself out. I think our country's in desperate need of that, because we do have real problems, but we also have extraordinary opportunities. There's no nation on earth I trade places with. I thank God every day that I am a 21st century American, because I think we have before us the opportunity at the greatest era in our history, but we have to act now.
I have a final question about 21st century Americans. We've been talking a lot about going back to school, higher education, and that being the future investment for our country. Your focus is on the economy, and my understanding is that high-paying jobs is an important outcome for you for higher education.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
I have a dear friend. She lives in a $500,000 home. She has a very high-paying job. She is unable to explain what the Florida State House is, how you got there, and more importantly, what your difference between that role and your current post is. What do we do with high-earning Americans who are uninformed voters?
Well, one of the great things about being a free society is people can decide for themselves what they're interested in. And so, there are topics that I'm not well informed on either. I don't know a lot about who's leading the standings
Is there
in
anything
Major
more
League Soccer.
fundamental in a democracy, in American
Yeah, no, I get what
democracy,
you're saying.
than
And
voting for our elected
so
officials?
you would love for people to be more informed about some of these issues because we want more people to participate in the process. And I think part of it is, as a candidate, giving people a message that pulls them in so they care more about what's happening as opposed to something that turns them off. But ultimately, I do think that there are more ways than ever to become informed. I mean, it is easier today than it's ever been to learn about what I stand for, who I am, where I came from, and what the differences are. Part of it is that, and part of it is people are really busy. I mean, if you think about the life of people today in the 21st century, again, this is nothing I read about in a book. I see it. It's my family members I'm about to talk about. It's my friends. You get up in the morning, it's 6:30, you got to get your kids ready for school, you drop them off by 8 o'clock, then you got to go work. Then when you're done with work, you got to rush over and get to aftercare before it closes, because it closes at 6. After 6, they start charging you extra fees. Then you got to hurry home, make sure there's food to eat, and they got a ton of homework.
You're talking to a single mom. I'm
then
very,
the
very
backpack weighs so much. Just to come home, all this homework that they give them, they have to do, and then you got to make sure they're in bed. And then it's like 10 o'clock, and you're exhausted, and you got to do it again tomorrow, and then the day after that. And then you talk about the situation you've described. In this country, 35 out of 50 states, child care is more expensive than college. Child care is more expensive than college in 35 out of 50 American states. So how do you deal with that? That's a cost that people didn't have 25, 30 years ago. So all of that weighs on people. And when you're done with all this, you're not in the mood for politics or a debate on CNBC. You're kind of tired, and you got to go back tomorrow and do it all again. And that's if you can even go to sleep at 10 o'clock, because you might have brought home work with you that you got to do. So I understand that people out are facing extraordinary strains on daily life because in so many ways life has become so busy in comparison to what it once was. And work doesn't, and technology means work doesn't leave us when we leave the office. It follows us wherever we are, 7 days a week.
So unfortunately, we're running up against time here. We're going to wrap up. I'm going to throw it over to Kate to ask the final question. Real quick, lightning round, though. One of the things we wanted to ask about is bucket list items, aside from being president.
That I've never done, places I've never been.
Couple things. What are you doing? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
This maybe take 8 years to get there if you're successful, but what are some of the things that you want to share?
Well, one of the things I've
group?
always want to do eventually is I want to be able to visit a free Cuba. Not a Cuba under the control of the Castro brothers, but a free Cuba, and actually walk the streets where my parents grew up in, visit the cemetery where my grandparents are buried, and my father's parents are buried, and my mother's visit the farm where my grandfather grew up that I heard so much about as a child. This is something I most definitely want to be able to do at some point. I haven't spent a tremendous amount of time in Asia. I've been to Japan, I've been to South Korea, I've been to the Philippines, but it's a region of the world that I'd love to be able to learn more about because I think so much of the 21st century is going to happen in the Asia-Pacific region because of just economic growth that's going to happen there. I did go to Petra about 2 years ago, so that was one of the items, so I got to check that off. I've been to a Super Bowl, so one of my bucket items is to go to a Super Bowl. The Patriots playing the Eagles, yes, and they won. But one of my bucket items is to go to a Super Bowl where the Dolphins are playing in it. So
it might take a while.
It might take a while? Yeah, thank you. Well, they got lucky with Tom Brady was sitting on the bench, okay? They didn't even know he was that good until they put him in 2002. I remember. Anyway, there's probably another Tom Brady out there one day for us. But these are ideas, things that I'd love to be able to do.
Great.
All right,
Kate.
so final question. So today's theme was Life of the Party. So you have a chance now to connect with the 20 and 30-somethings in this room. So to close today, what toast would you give to our party on your journey ahead, things that we should think about?
That I think we have the opportunity to be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. I really think the 21st century has been tailor-made for us as a nation and as a people. We've got to do some things to make that happen. If we do what needs to be done, If we do what needs to be done, the 21st century is going to be the greatest era in the history of this great country. There are going to be millions of people around the world that can afford to buy, trade, and sell things with you. And the 21st century is going to be extraordinary. If we fail to do what needs to be done, we're going to be the first Americans ever that inherit a diminished country and leave our children worse off than ourselves. We're at a generational moment in our nation's history, and we must choose what kind of country we're going to be in the 21st century. And if we do what needs to be done, it'll be greater than it's ever been.
Well, with that, we're out of time,
It's a long
unfortunately.
toast, I know.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
On behalf of the panel, and I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Bank of America again for their support in making this possible. We want to thank Stay Work Play and New Hampshire Institute of Politics here at St. Anselm College for being our host. And most importantly, we want to thank you, Senator, for joining us today and doing this with us. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. That's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
A copy of the video for today's program will be available on the Stay Work Play website, and we look forward to seeing you at another one soon.
All right, everybody, how we doing on this busy Wednesday? So much going on today. You've seen so much already on the show. When Samia was here, I mean, we had Dr. Oz, and then we had all these breaking news situations going on. So a very busy day. We're happy that you're here watching. We appreciate it. On Fox 10 News now, my name's Mike Page. Going to be with you until about 1 o'clock, and then Samuel will be back to update us all on what her top 5 are, including when she was just leaving, she mentioned this 5 wounded in a college stabbing. I got a little bit more info here for you. I'm just going to read it off to you. 5 students were stabbed Wednesday at the University of California, and the suspect was fatally shot by police, the school said. So that is the very latest. The school later tweeted that the suspect had been killed by officers at the scene. The campus was closed and classes were canceled for the day. Again, that's University of California, Merced. So that is one of our top stories here as well. Also going on right now is another breaking news situation out in San Diego, where police are searching for an active shooter. Here's the details here. San Diego police were searching for an active shooter in Bankers Hill, with a man reportedly shooting from an upper floor apartment with a high-powered rifle. That's what happened. It says police received a call around 9:12 this morning of a disturbance in an apartment complex on Brant Street near Calamia Street, and later reported someone shooting out an apartment, said San Diego police officer Travis Easter. We'll try to get some video there for you, and once we do, we will show that to you. But wow, just a crazy busy day, as you can see. And then obviously in northern Arizona, we've been seeing these great pictures of snow happening. We got Jessica Flores out there giving us great hits. And it is amazing to see more than 5 inches already in Flagstaff. Truly an awesome sight there to see. It just looks like so many awesome holiday cards already that could be made right there. So we'll keep an eye on that and update you on the latest on if we could expect any more rain here in the valley, as well as more snow up north. And then we saw the press conference earlier, the Illinois cop that now investigators are saying killed himself, and there's now a lot more data to show as far as over 6,500 text messages between him and other people that really incriminated him as far as a fraud and scheme. So that'll be something as more and more that comes out, but we'll be following that, and a little bit later we'll show you that press conference again, just in case you missed it, because it really is a really telling press conference there. And then emergency landing for a passenger. This happened yesterday. It was a flight that left Phoenix. So I'm just going to give you the details on that. It was an American Airlines Flight 622 that left Phoenix Sky Harbor yesterday around 4:30 and was diverted to Wichita, Kansas around 7:30 Kansas City time for an unruly passenger. They say this was not an emergency landing. Wichita law enforcement met the plane when it landed. The flight left Kansas shortly after 8 p.m. and landed in New York around midnight. So wow, what a long day for those passengers as they had to really put up with a lot, as they weren't even expecting to go to Kansas, and they had to go for this unruly passenger. You never know what you're going to get sometimes on a plane. So we'll try to get you some more details on that if they become available. But wow. And then lastly, that's my chicken. Wow, have you heard about this story? It's really trending on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. It's about this man who killed another man over the last piece of fried chicken. Well, and we're going to go now. We got visuals of that active shooter scene in San Diego. So let's go to that, and I'll try to get you some more info as that becomes available. But here we go to the active shooter scene in San Diego. Wow, so what a scene here. As you can see, police marching up the hill here. Very active and fluid scene here in San Diego, as police definitely worried about a situation involving an apartment complex where allegedly there is a shooter that has been taking some shots. We do have some more info for you. It says SWAT officers were flooding the area, shutting down streets, and trying to isolate the gunman. Police said the gunman was described as a black male, 32, 5 feet, 11 inches, about 290 pounds, with black hair. A nearby school, Washington Elementary School, was locked down with access to the campus restricted, a school district spokesman said. Officers were telling residents to stay indoors and warned bystanders that there was an active shooter with a long-range rifle shooting from a window. About a half an hour ago, police reported hearing several more shots coming from the apartment. SWAT officers also were shooting tear gas canisters through roof hatches. So again, this is happening near Bankers Hill. Reportedly, a man has been shooting from an upper floor apartment with a high-powered rifle, and you can see a lot of SWAT and police officers there on scene with the yellow tape blocked off with access there. Obviously, a very fluid situation, so info is coming in sporadically as police really don't have time to really update us at all. It's just they need to get this guy before he hurts anyone or police officers. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, we are watching a active shooter scene live in San Diego as police have really cornered off this and blocked off this apartment area near Bankers Hill. Police received a call around 9:12 local time there in California of a disturbance in an apartment complex on Branch Street near Calamia Street, and later reported someone shooting out of an apartment. So, the suspect does have a high-powered, long-range rifle, allegedly, as well as we do have a little bit about the suspect. Police said the gunman was described as black, 32, 5 feet, 11 inches, about 290 pounds with black hair. So that's the very latest that we know here with this scene here. We're just taking these live shots here in San Diego. You're watching Fox 10 News Now. I'm part of fox10phoenix.com. If you're familiar with San Diego, this is the city's Little Italy neighborhood. The police said on Twitter that people should stay away from all windows until further notice and shelter in place in that area. It's an apartment complex in this Little Italy village neighborhood in San Diego where this is what we are seeing right here. As an active shooter scene is underway in San Diego. We see some SWAT members running across the street here. It says SWAT teams were in the area. Numerous streets in the immediate vicinity were shut down by 10 a.m. local time. That would be about 11 a.m. our time for Arizona time.
you know what? I have to give you the link. Mel. Seriously, I got the link.
Okay.
Zap. All the zap.
The location targeted by the shooter is described as a multi-unit residential condominium building in the Banker Hills community. So that's the very latest that we're dealing with here. We're going to stay on the shot as long as it's available to us because this is live breaking news. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate everybody that has joined this stream as we are watching breaking news right here in San Diego as you can see some police and SWAT members on the corner there. Obviously a very fluid situation. We are seeing some reports here on Twitter. Nothing has been confirmed, but the reports, though, that we're seeing on social media here say the officers have pinned down the subject. Still shooting, though. Subject believed to be contained. We don't know any more. Can't confirm that yet, but that is what is being put out there on Twitter. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here. You're watching Fox 10 News Now live stream of breaking news situation in San Diego where police are investigating a active shooter scene. Police received a call around 9:12 of a disturbance in an apartment complex on Brant Street near Kalmia Street and later reported someone shooting out of an apartment, said San Diego police officer Travis Easter. Police said the gunman was described as black, 32, 5 feet 11 inches, and 290 pounds with black hair. So obviously it seems like they know who they're dealing with here, as that's a pretty distinct description. All right, folks, we're going to try to get you some more info on this active shooter scene, but we're going to go now to breaking news out near 70th Avenue and Northern, where our Skyfox is over, and that signal just went black on us, but it is involving a really, really bad crash. So once that shot gets back up, we will leave this scene and just kind of go back and forth a little, as there's just, once again, I came on the show saying there's just so much going on today, and yes, we do have a lot going on. So let me go to this live shot now of Skyfox breaking news scene here. We're going to get you some more details there, but you can obviously a FedEx truck that's involved as well as a pickup truck, as it's just a major crash here as the signal on Fox 10 Skyfox goes in and out there. So we do apologize with that, but we will keep on this shot for as long as we can. Thank you. So obviously, as we're seeing here, major crashes. We're also following a breaking news situation in San Diego. Try to get you more details on that, but we're looking locally here at a FedEx truck that was involved with a pickup truck there at 70th Avenue in Northern. And we're going to stay on this shot for just a little bit, and then we're going to go back to San Diego as the still a very fluid situation out there in San Diego with an active shooter. You're looking at live shots courtesy of our very own Sky Fox up in the air near 70th Avenue in Northern. As you can see, this FedEx truck just really slammed and destroyed there. No word yet on any injuries, but just looking at this, you would have to think. Just got an update on, we have 2 patients that were transported. Glendale Fire is handling. At this point, it does not seem to be fatal, so that's the good news. But obviously, 2 patients being transported right now. Glendale Fire is handling. So that is the scene right here at 70th Avenue in Northern. We will now go back to this active shooter scene in San Diego. And if you're just joining us on the stream, welcome. We've now taken you to San Diego, where their police are still investigating an active shooter scene. San Diego police say they were searching for an active shooter in Bankers Hill, with a man reportedly shooting from an upper floor apartment with a high-powered rifle. Police received a call around 9:12 local time of a disturbance in an apartment complex on Brant Street near Calmia Street, and later reported someone shooting out of an apartment. That's according to San Diego police officer Travis Easter. Police said the gunman was described as black, 32 years of age, 5 feet 11 inches, about 290 pounds, with black hair. Also getting word from media sources that the Lindbergh Field Airport are reporting that arriving flights may be affected by this active shooter seen in Bankers Hill. Now, that airfield is literally probably only about a mile and a half away from this scene. Also seeing from other media reports that at this scene, a reporter did hear dozens of gunshots from the scene. One of the reports says saw the gunman using a long-range rifle. So really, really scary scene here in San Diego. We appreciate everybody watching, and hopefully we don't hear of any casualties or anybody hit from this, but boy, this is a very scary scene and very fluid scene, so we appreciate everybody watching and watching live with us. Obviously, SWAT officers here and police have really flooded this area here. The local school, Washington Elementary, has been on lockdown since the very first calls were made about this gunman. Officers were telling residents to stay indoors and warned bystanders that there was an active shooter with a long-range rifle shooting from a window. This is an apartment/condominium complex here in the Little Italy area of San Diego. So a very fluid scene. We welcome everybody to Fox 10 News Now. As wow, just a busy day that we've been just covering so many stories. And then you think about it, the 5 students that were stabbed in a California university today. It's just been really nuts. University of California, Merced to be exact. So, wow, what a busy day. And then we got local news as well with this bad crash with the FedEx truck. Just stay here with Fox 10 News Now. It's going to be a very busy day. So we appreciate you all watching, as we're trying to get some more updates from you from this scene. Another school nearby is on lockdown as well. City Tree Christian School is on lockdown because of the situation. The media staging that we're seeing right here from this actual shot is Union Street and Juniper Street. So if you're familiar with San Diego, that is where the media staging that this camera is located at in San Diego. And police and fire have been tweeting about just staying away from all windows until further notice to the local people here in San Diego that live in this vicinity, as a very scary situation has been taking place for the last hour in San Diego here. One of the top trending keywords is Bankers Hill, where this is located at. So this has become now a national trend here on Twitter, Bankers Hill. From media reports, we've been told that cops have been shot at from this suspect. So waiting to see, hopefully no one has been hit, though. It doesn't look like we have to see too many any fire or rescue personnel, so that is a good sign. But wow, very scary situation out here in San Diego. And this just in, the San Diego's Lindbergh Field Airport has issued a ground stop for all arriving flights. Departing flights are resuming as normal, but all arriving flights have a hard ground stop right now because of this active shooter scene. The airport is about 1.5 miles from this scene. You could actually see it from this shot if you look towards the horizon there. You can see the airfield. We're seeing from other media reports that the suspect has obviously barricaded himself into this apartment, so this could be a very, very long scene just depending on what happens. So if you're just joining us, we appreciate you watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Obviously, you can see here that we're following an active shooter scene in San Diego. This all happened around 9:12 California time of a disturbance in an apartment complex on Brant Street near Calamia Street, and later reported someone shooting out of an apartment, according to the San Diego police. And here we go. We got some ambulances as well as firefighters, so we'll see what all this is about.
Anybody else that may have...
Scott, for the last few minutes now, just as we were talking, we've heard a number of bangs. Any more clarification from what you've heard here right now?
So the information that I've been given is that this person has been firing sporadically throughout the entire incident. And so it was very important for us to obviously get all of our assets into position to try to mitigate.
But this is a high-powered rifle. It's got some range.
Absolutely. And that's why we're trying to keep everybody, whether you're on the 2400 block of Curlew, whether you're on the 2400 block of Brant, whether you're on the 2400 block of Albatross, to stay inside of your apartments, stay inside of your homes. Do not come to the windows. Do not try to go and look and see what the sounds are and what the officers may or may not be doing in your area.
The relationship of the woman to the suspect?
I can't confirm that information, unfortunately. It's a domestic violence call. There was some sort of relationship between...
Was the police dog injured?
At this point, we have no information on any injuries, and we hope that stays the same.
Including with the suspect injuries? No information on injuries?
Correct. At this point, I have no information on any injuries.
Just the arriving officers returned fire, and we're talking about the initial incident. Can you, as we came on the air, could you just review that for us?
So when the officers first approached, it's in on the rooftop is the apartment. They had to exit an elevator. When they walked up to the apartment, they tried to make contact inside of the apartment. They believed that he was inside, or they may have somebody inside. When they were up into the apartment, rounds came out from a room or a bathroom in the apartment through a door, nearly hitting the officer. So we're talking within inches of hitting the officer. So we're extremely thankful at this point that it appears we don't have any injuries. We hope that it ends that way.
The door wasn't open. He fired through the door at the closed door. He fired through a closed door at the officers. How was he aware they were there?
Well, it's a great question. I don't have the answer to that. It was an interior door. It was not an exterior door.
Now, how did was the woman already gone at that point? Meaning outside?
So when the officers arrived, they were able to make contact with the female half of the incident.
So she had exited the apartment?
Again, you're hearing Lieutenant Scott Wall right now. He's giving us an update of the situation here at 2400 Brant Street.
Before they actually went to the apartment?
Correct. And the exact nature of what happened prior to the officers arriving on scene is unknown at this point. We're still trying to investigate and find out what the nature of the incident was prior to our arrival.
Did those officers return fire?
Our officers have returned fire. The initial officers, absolutely. In retreating and trying to get themselves into a position of safety and avoid being struck themselves.
Were they inside the apartment by then themselves?
Their exact location, Pauline, I don't know at this point. I've got very little information.
Door, would have to go through a whole room to get out
Correct.
the exit door.
I believe at this point, when they got there, they were able to make some form of entry into the apartment. At what point and how big that apartment is and where the door was that was closed that they fired at, I don't know.
But right now they have the guy surrounded around the apartment or in the apartment.
So we have the suspect inside of his apartment. It's on the southeast side of the building, and we have SWAT officers that are surrounding that apartment.
You've talked about sheltering in place, especially for people outside. What about the people inside the apartment? I would assume there wasn't time to evacuate them and they were told to stay inside as well?
So initially, what we did was we tried to contain the situation so that it doesn't continue to move into other neighboring homes and apartments. We were able to evacuate some of the neighboring apartments, and at this point, we feel we have the scene contained and the suspect isolated. But what we don't want is people coming out of their homes a half a block or a block down the street and coming out into the street thinking it's okay out there, because as we are hearing the rounds going off, it's still extremely dangerous and a very dangerous environment for them to be in.
Okay. Thank you so much, Scott. All right, so there you heard Lieutenant Scott Wall giving us a situation, and it sounds like that police officers do have this man contained in his apartment. Now, while we were talking to Scott, we heard a number of loud noises again, probably about 5 or 6 that I counted in just the few moments that we were speaking with Scott Wall. Now, he was not able to clarify whether those were gunshots or flashbangs being fired or the gas gun. Right now it is an active situation here, and he's here with us trying to give us information as that is going on. So he's going to go and kind of clarify what those shots were. But we do know, since we've been here, there have been shots fired, which is why they are reiterating again and again for people who live in the area, especially along 2400 block of Brant Street, Albatross, where we are, Kalmia and Curlew, people must stay inside because it is, again, very dangerous. So you need to be safe, stay inside, stay away from windows, stay away from doors. Erica, Raul. Right. Right, some of them. Right, some of them sounded much more louder than others, and it was, I gotta say, it was very unnerving as we're talking to him, and we know where we are right now, where we're standing. This is what they told us earlier in the line of fire. That man is firing from that apartment building right there, from what we understand, on the 6th floor. They do have him contained in an apartment, but again, he's been firing shots all morning long, so he's still capable, obviously, of doing that. And right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what the situation is. Again, police do have him contained in the apartment. They're trying to make contact with him. It sounds like they did get him on the cell phone, so right now what they're trying to do is resolve the situation peacefully. But again, in the meantime, please stay inside.
We're just going to drop the audio there just so she's off air, so we don't want to... She probably doesn't know if she's streaming there. Up, and we lost the shot there. So if it does come back, we will update you guys. So let me get back on camera here. As wow, so we got a lot of great updates there, where it looks like police have the individual contained in that apartment, but still a very fluid situation out there in San Diego. So we will continue to monitor that story there for you. If the shot does come back from Fox, we will bring that to you. But we'll try to update you throughout the day on this very, very fluid situation there out in San Diego. We appreciate everybody watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thank you all so much for watching this. If that shot does come back, we will bring it back to you. But let me just flip off and get you a new graphic. I'll just flip over a new graphic. And this is the other stories that we are a very, very busy day. It's been just a crazy news day. We appreciate everybody right now in the Fox 10 News Now stream. I do have some info on the 5 wounded in the college stabbing. Yeah, this happened earlier today at the University of California, Merced. 5 students were stabbed, 2 sent out via a medical helicopter. The school later tweeted that the suspect had been killed by officers at the scene. The campus was located and classes were canceled for the day. So that's the very latest with that. And obviously we got a lot of snow up in northern Arizona here. Let it snow. Yes, and we got our very own Jessica Flores up there. She's been doing some amazing reports for us, just kind of showcasing just all the fun snow that we've been getting. More than 5 inches up there already in Flagstaff. Also, another story that we're following, that Illinois cop, now investigators have concluded that they say he killed himself. So we had the press conference on that earlier. We'll play it for you later this afternoon and into the evening. And then an emergency landing for a passenger. This came out of Sky Harbor yesterday. It was a flight out of Sky Harbor, and let me just get the more info here for you. It was American Airlines flight that was diverted. American Airlines says that the flight 622 left from Phoenix Sky Harbor around 4:30 Phoenix time yesterday and was diverted to Wichita, Kansas around 7:30 for an unruly passenger. They say this was not an emergency landing, but Wichita law enforcement met the plane when it landed. So I'll update my graphic there on that one. And then we'll give you the story that has everything, so many people talking on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. It's about this man who allegedly killed another man for taking his chicken. This is a big story on our website as well. So let me just show this to you as we're talking about it. Might as well. Look at this. This is a big story on our Fox 10 Phoenix website, also on our Facebook page, so go there if you want to share it with anybody. But a man allegedly killed his friend for taking the last piece of chicken at dinner. Who does this? Wow. Said a man has been arrested and charged for allegedly stabbing a friend to death for taking his last piece of chicken at dinner. He killed a 34-year-old after a dispute. The fight went outside, and then he stabbed him. What a story coming out of that. That is one of our top trends on our Fox 10 Phoenix website as well as our Facebook page. So go there if you want to check out some more info on that. Who would have thought that chicken would have made so many people just crazy? We got a lot of news to update you on, and we're still following that breaking news situation out in San Diego. We just heard a little bit ago of that active shooter scene, and we heard from the lieutenant there, San Diego police, who gave us a great update where they had the individual looks like contained, but he's still there, and I guess now they're trying to talk him down, obviously, not trying to do too much more damage or hurt someone or hurt himself. So we'll give you updates as that becomes more available, but it's just really now trending on Twitter. You could see it. It's one of the top trends is for San Diego police. I have a standoff with an active shooter. So much going on. We do appreciate everybody here in the Fox 10 Phoenix stream here, Fox 10 News Now. It's a great way to get some news coverage. You know, it's coming up on 12:30. The news stops for us at Fox 10, but that doesn't always mean it stops for us right here on Fox 10 News Now. That's one of the great things about this, is that we can always update you guys with different kinds of stories going on throughout the state and really the country. And since we were talking a little bit ago about that fun snow out in northern Arizona, let's show you some of the fun that Jessica has been having this morning and afternoon. Let me get that squared away for you. Here we go.
Here and all over the bushes and the ground, and so far they have measured about 5 inches of snow at the Flagstaff airport. Now the record is 5. We're about there right now, about 5 inches, and it's only snowed 3 times on this day in the last more than 100 years here in Flagstaff. Now check it out. The signs are all covered with the snow. You got this car. We're gonna borrow this person's car. Look at that. There's like 3 or 4 inches of snow right there. And Flagstaff Unified School District, they did delay school for 2 hours so that people can get to school because of those road closures and the wet and icy slick roads. And they also say, though, that the school will not let out early, so schools in Flagstaff will still be let out at the same time. But this is kind of a little bit of a snow day for some families. We did talk to people already who are going out to just have fun in the snow for a couple hours before heading to school. But you should note, of course, that if you are going to be headed on the freeways anywhere like the I-17, ADOT recommends some snow tires or chains because those roads can be slick and icy. But right now, just really beautiful snow, and a lot of people up here in Flagstaff, they're excited because this snowfall is coming a little earlier this year. Back to you guys.
Now you look very styling in the snow, Jessica, but I'm a little worried about your hands. Are those gloves warm enough for you, or what?
Probably not warm enough. The ice is melting, so it's starting to become like the wet glove. So not the ideal situation. Yeah. And I do need some snow pants. So that's the goal. After I'm going live, going to the store and getting some snow pants. I have about 2 layers of pants on right now.
Yeah, well, good. It's early in the season. They won't be sold out, that's for sure. Good luck shopping, Jessica. Thanks. Hey.
All right, so that was an update in northern Arizona there. And hey, look at our 10-day Foxcast going on right here with our beautiful 10-day. Look at it, it just looks amazing. So there we go. We love those temperatures. Gotta love Arizona at this time. And then also, another big day was, if you didn't check out our morning show, we had a very, very awesome co-host today. It was Dr. Oz being part of the show. We have some clips from that. And it's some great insight from health and to well-being. Here we go.
The country. But Dr. Oz, what about that very first time you were on the Oprah show? What's the story that led up to that, and how did you feel you did that first time around?
Well, it was a unique experience because I didn't know a lot about television at the time. I'm a heart surgeon. I still practice on Thursdays. I'm in the operating room doing valves and bypasses and just heart transplants and things. So they called me up to go on the show, and they said they wanted to have some organs. Because interestingly, the way I met Oprah the first time was I was having a show on the Discovery Channel called Second Opinion. My wife Lisa, who's been on the show here with you guys, was the executive producer of that show. So my first guest needed to be a big name person. I asked Oprah, and she came for reasons we still joke about because there's no reason I was a nobody. But she came and we had a good time, and she invited me back on her show. So I picked up an igloo cooler of organs. I get on a plane. They probably thought I was Jeffrey Dahmer. You know? I got bones in there and pieces of heads and stuff. So I take the organs to the airport, I arrive on the show. I didn't want to get my clothes dirty, so I put on scrubs. That's why I wear scrubs crazily. those cotton $14 scrubs worked fine, and so I put them on. And at the first show, I was handing organs out, and I could tell it was very organic. She was really interested in this stuff. And then there was a moment. It was really the most telling moment of my relationship with her early on, when I had to talk about the fact that we all pass gas.
I remember this. I remember watching
You replays, but you have to pass gas. We all do, and you pass gas on average about 14 times a day. Women and men both pass gas.
I know, even though us ladies say we don't do it.
And it's healthy to do that, by the way.
You're supposed to, but it's uncomfortable if you don't.
Yes.
So I'm looking around and I say, okay, I passed gas already since I've been on the stage here. It's been about an hour. The audience, you guys, I think you guys
So
have
is
probably
Andrea,
all done
by the way.
it. Right. And then and we can confirm that. Look at that. So then finally, the key moment happened. I looked over at her and I said, I bet you that our hostess also passed gas. And I wasn't sure if it would land, but she began to laugh, and I realized we have a relationship that would last forever. And we did, 80 shows together at Oprah University. And she's my partner on my show.
That's an amazing story. I love that story. So the secret to being successful is...
Tell the truth.
Oh, I thought you were going to say passing gas.
I ain't passing gas. About your gas.
Well, on average, we spend about 195 minutes every day on our cell phones.
Wow.
Is that talking or texting or both or all?
Could be a
probably.
combination, but that's over 3 hours or just over 3 hours.
Yeah.
So in health news, of course, we've got Dr. Oz here, and we're talking about how the radiation from our phones is impacting our health, and not in a good way.
And this is the subject of your show today.
It is. I'm passionate about this topic because there are things around us all the time, and we're not sure. And I don't want folks to be panicked about this. So I actually pulled all the information that we know about cell phone radiation, and then we actually sent cell phones to a big lab, and we commissioned a study to look not just at cell phones, but the cases of the cell phones and see if they help you, protect yourself.
Right.
Because I know people aren't going to give up their cell phones. There's a good reason not to. They're beneficial in many ways. But if there is a potential risk, and we know, for example, that the radiation goes deeper into a child's head than an adult's head because their skulls are thinner. We also know that there's heat. Again, it's not, we don't believe super dangerous, but we don't know for sure. So there's some rational things you could probably do to reduce any risk at all.
Are you talking about the case that the cell phone is built in, or a case that you buy to protect it?
One that you buy to protect it.
I see.
But there's two parts to the equation. The first issue you got to figure out is, if the radiation from the cell phone is concerning to me or my family, what do I do about it? As an example, if you're driving along the road and holding the cell phone plastered to your ear, that's a problem because the cell phone ups its output in order to pick up the signal when you don't have good reception. When you're driving in a car, that happens all the time. If you're in an elevator, you don't want to do it. So there's many reasons that you want to take that cell phone, if you can, and hold it just a half an inch from your head. In fact, if you go right now to your cell phone and look on the instructions part of it, the control panel, you're going to see a little warning cell phone companies put on there saying, don't plaster the phone to your head. Don't put it in your front pants pocket if you're a male because it's right next to your testicles. Don't put it in your bra if you're a female because it's next to your skin. Can maybe, who knows, cause issues. Why bother?
So would you then suggest using more hands-free options when you can?
Hands-free if you can. Use the cords if you can. But the wireless earpieces, they also serve as receivers, so they also expose you.
Sure, because they're using that little Bluetooth right on your ear, right on against your temple.
Or you can talk on the phone, but just hold it a little away from your ear. By the way, when you go to bed at night, please don't put the phone next to your head. You actually sleep better. Your cycling of sleep patterns are better if the phone's a few feet from your bed.
I've just started putting it in the other room because
even better if you can. But people are panicking
when it
about
lights up, though, you see that even if you're
Keep
trying
mine
to
on the nightstand. It's right next to my bed.
maybe you need
no
to
wonder
move
I
it.
can't. No wonder I'm all messed up.
So then we did this experiment. The second part of the equation is what do you do about the cell phone cover? Because you do have control over that. And there are covers that sell themselves and promote the fact that they help reduce the radiation. We wanted to see which ones really work, which ones don't. So the best ones, and we'll talk about this in the show today, seem to be the ones that are metal. Because remember the old phones, they had a little antenna on them?
Yes.
The antenna now is wrapped in the phone. If you buy the wrong cover, those cheap plastic covers seem to be a problem. They actually push the radiation towards your head.
Oh my.
Well, and the thing is so many of us buy the cheap ones because a good one these days, they're expensive.
Well, plus you spend so much money for
so much on the phone, yeah.
But I see a lot of people nowadays using the speaker. When they hit the speaker and hold the phone like this, that's probably a lot better, isn't it?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Or text.
Just make sure you're not airing your dirty laundry in that open phone call with it on speaker, right? You don't want everyone knowing about it.
So Dr. Oz Show, as you probably know, is here on Fox 10 Monday through Friday at 1 p.m.
So that will be discussed.
a new segment on our show. It's called Is It Worth It?
It is.
Is it worth watching, or is it
Well, no, it's always worth watching.
Right.
Is it worth buying? Is it worth trying? We're talking to experts to find out if it is worth paying money for certain things.
So we're going to start with Dr. Oz as our guest of honor today. We're talking about brand name versus generic medicine. Is it worth it to pay more for the brand name, and does it have the same effects health-wise? And I know I'm taking 2 blood pressure medications, valsartan and amlodipine, and a cholesterol medicine, Crestor. And I know Crestor is a brand name because I see it advertised all day long on TV.
I'm very proud of you that, do I need my earpiece or this?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I need it even. I can hear you better now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's probably better.
So these are, let's talk about what the difference is first of all.
Okay.
The medications you're on are very commonly used. And the difference primarily is that brand name products have been still unpatented. So that's important because you want actually to have a profit motive of making better products.
Right.
So I don't blame pharmaceutical companies for wanting to have their drugs unpatented and charging more for that. But after a certain period of time, our government says, well, that's enough. Now you got to give it to everybody and they can make it as they wish. When that time period is expired, then you could actually have other companies begin to make the exact same products. What happens when 6 people make the product instead of 1? Prices drop.
Price goes down.
So the rules are they have to be very precisely designed, these generic products, so they are almost identical to the brand names. So the active ingredient, for example, in your case, if you're on a beta blocker, the chemical that actually allows the beta blocker to work has to be specifically the same amount that your natural original brand name product had in it. Now, the other things that could be different. For example, non-active ingredients can be different. One pill might taste different. It might be better dissolved.
Look different, maybe.
Inert ingredients, they're called.
Okay.
The non-active.
But could that affect your reaction to it?
It could. It can cause, for example, in some people, mild allergies. So you want to be attentive when you switch from a brand name to a generic. You want to make sure you're not having any weird intestinal issues or skin rashes or things you wouldn't have expected, headaches, etc. You also want to make sure, just in case, that even though it's within a few percentages of what the original drug was, it might not be close enough for you. We're all different. So you want to make sure it works as well. And there's some categories where we particularly get worried on. For example, seizure medications, medications for blood thinning of the blood, irregular heartbeat medications, thyroid medications. These are so precisely dosed that you need to be able to get, ideally, either the brand name or one that's really close to it to be safe.
And that would then be up to the discretion of the doctor who is treating you to monitor you closely.
The doctor will help you, but you can tell as well. If you take a blood pressure medication and you want to save some money, and by the way, I'm strongly in favor of generic products if you can get them because they're cheaper, but try it, make sure that it works.
Make sure you feel the same.
You're the world expert in your body. If your blood pressure is the same with both drugs, good for you.
What about over-the-counter things, cold medicines and things like that? I'll go to one of the drugstores and you see a cold medicine, you see the one, it's like, $5 more and this one's cheaper, but ideally it's the same thing. What would you suggest then?
Plus, to ride along with it, there are some drugs that used to be prescription medicines I notice are now they're selling over the counter.
Now they're over the counter.
Well, a good example is Motrin, right?
Yes.
Some of the most obvious drugs.
Yeah.
So, first of all, the over-the-counter medications aren't that sensitive. Like the categories I gave you earlier. So almost for sure you can use generic products then.
They're not as strong?
No, it's not that.
You won't have a reaction.
You don't have to be quite so precise in the dosing because the problems you're treating aren't life and death problems usually. Otherwise they wouldn't be over-the-counter prescriptions.
Like
Cold
acid reflux.
Exactly. So if you're 1% off in your treatment, who the heck cares? And if it's a prescription medication that's not become over-the-counter, it's because all of us have gotten in the medical profession comfortable with the fact that it's safe enough. So is Motrin's raw material is called ibuprofen. Is it dangerous? Well, yeah, if you take it the wrong way, of course it is. Anything could be. But it's generally so safe, like aspirin. We say go ahead and make it over-the-counter available so consumers can decide for themselves.
Okay.
And sometimes it's more expensive over the counter than it is when you have a prescription if you have insurance.
That's a very, unfortunately that's true. But much of this comes down to be able to afford the medication. And it's so expensive for so many folks watching right now that I want you to be able to find something that works. By the way, oftentimes you can have the dose. So you can score the pill in half with these pill scores. They're really effective. And it's the same price for the full pill and half the pill. So you can actually cut your dosing yourself and save money.
Well, that's a good tip too, right there. Okay. Wow, that was interesting.
I used to do that with Lipitor when I was on Lipitor. The doctors used to give samples. I don't think they do that anymore.
Not as much.
No, you don't get them as much. And so they gave me I got a pill cutter, and you put it in it, and you take half, and
it was
last
These life hacks save money. And because they save money, you'll take your pills, and for that reason, it'll save lives. And this month, by the way, on the show, it's 30 days, 30 hacks. Fix it or fail. I'm trying to figure out, is it real or is it not? Just the way you just did.
Perfect.
And those little tips are exactly what we want to get to the bottom
Well,
of.
that was a great
Awesome,
one.
yeah.
We appreciate that. Okay.
I've learned so much on the show today. I feel like I'm
I
healthier.
know.
All right, now we're going to go to breaking news out in Mesa, where there's obviously a police investigation. We don't know much more than that at this time, but we're taking these live shots courtesy of our very own Sky Fox up in the air in Mesa. I'll try to get you some more details right now, but let me make this graphic here for you as we're looking at police investigator takes some photography here. Let's see this. Well, we might not have a shot after all. All right, getting some more info here for you. First, Sky Fox is right above the canal, right off US 60 and Greenfield exit here in Mesa. But Mesa PD tells us that this is a possible kidnapping situation. Adult victim has been located and is fine. Very little details besides that. So that is really all they're offering up right now, as looks like there was a kidnapping scene apparently. And this is what led investigators down this dirt road here. So we will get try to get more info for you as the day continues right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. And it looks like, obviously, we lost that shot. So we'll try to keep you updated throughout the afternoon here, as well as the San Diego scene that has been unfolding. I know a lot of you have been listening to the scanners on there. and checking on what's happening. But once we get you a real good confirmation of what's going on there in San Diego, of course, we'll update you. Samuel will be up in about 10 minutes. Do want to show you one more clip from Dr. Oz today, and there's going to be that anti-Trump rally. We're still asking Fox if we will be provided that video, happening about 4 o'clock Arizona time, 6 o'clock on the East Coast. They're in New York City. A bunch of people, I guess, will be there, and they are trying to get Trump off of Saturday Night Live. They claim that they have over 460,000 signatures, so we will see what happens with that at the rally today. Hopefully we will be able to grab you and bring you those images starting at 4 o'clock Arizona time. Let's show you a little bit, some more clips of Dr. Oz this morning right here on our morning show.
Right?
She is the brains of the family in many ways. She taught my daughter Daphne, who hosts the Chew, how to cook.
Yeah.
She couldn't teach me, so I'm going to follow along with you. But I always help in the kitchen. But what she realized, I think a lot of moms realize this, is food sacred.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much that it's healthy for you. It happens to be healthy for you. But if it tastes good, the kids will eat it, and they'll feel good about eating it, and then they'll join you in conversation. So we ban all electronics in the dinner time.
Good.
You've got to sit
I
down
like
and eat.
that. Good.
And then we do what you're about to teach us. So
This
I
is
love that
Chef
you use
Tiffany from...
Totally. Well, even a few things, a few tips in your books, like for example, how you...
Can I introduce you first because you know
Yeah,
this
of course.
Chef Tiffany from Enchiladas.
Oh, everyone knows enchiladas here? What's Squaw Peak?
Oh, that's
our Paestawa Peak is our mountain.
Yes. But that is where the location of the restaurant is, and it's been how long have you guys been?
Longer than Arizona's
You don't
been a
look
state.
that old at all.
We're the first liquor license here in Arizona.
Really?
Is that right?
Yeah. Truly, we've been drinking a
So
long
Their family's amazing.
a long time. So today we're making a few of your recipes, but I was saying, I was so impressed. Like there were a few things, because I know you don't give your kids soda, right? And you get very, very creative about doing your water and making all that. So we made a few of those today just for you guys. If you want to sip on those. Fresh fruit water, and actually some of the combinations that he has in his book are amazing. You want to taste one?
I'll do these. You keep cooking.
All right.
Serving
All right. So we're gonna make
serve.
we're gonna make the butternut squash
I'm
today.
putting tequila in. Rich.
And the butternut
Putting
squash
tequila
along with
in
the
it.
goat cheese, which actually is very, very tasty as well, and then some sautéed onions.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is actually an open-faced sandwich that his wife, I'm sure, makes beautifully.
So, Dr. Oz, Lisa, your wife, created this recipe?
She made all these recipes, and you know, a lot of these actually created, her family did, because her mother's a great cook as well.
Okay.
So she grew up cooking, and then kept improving the foods because our culture changed. We eat a lot more vegetables now. You have access to great fresh produce. Many parts of the country that wasn't possible earlier.
Right.
So you have incredible amounts of...
She also uses very simple ingredients.
Yeah.
Like as a chef, I mean, everything, like even though the recipes are very, very elaborate, they're very simple things. And you did the very nice thing of using a lot of cross ingredients. So if I was making 6 of your dishes, 6 of them have, a certain type of maple syrup. 6 of them have a certain type of goat cheese. So that was actually really nice within the book, and a lot of cookbooks don't do that.
So you do some grocery shopping, and you can use those ingredients for lots of other things.
And that's what I actually, and the book explains things really well.
Thank you for saying that.
Really?
She worked tirelessly, making sure the numbers were right, the percentages of this and that were right, the nutrient labels. My involvement was really tasting the food.
Does she have the nutrition stats in these as well?
For many of them, she'll have them, and she'll also tell you exactly.
There's also side stories.
Yes.
Like side stories about why they're good for you.
So this is, what are we making?
So over here, we're going to make, all right, so we're going to take some fresh thyme, a little bit of garlic, and this is something that you're actually going to bake off ahead of time. Obviously, we prepared some for TV. We're going to add a little bit of maple syrup, and this is pure maple syrup. So we're just really going to mix
this. Has less fructose, so it's actually a better glycemic index for folks.
Okay.
Even though it's sweet.
And the sweet and savory, I love. So really, you're just going to mix this together, and then we're going to put it in our imaginary oven.
I'll be the oven.
All right, you be the oven. You set it right over here.
And through the magic of TV.
And through the magic of TV, while these onions are actually sautéing, we really want to caramelize these and let them cook down, but this would be about
smell good.
Isn't that awesome?
I love it.
And so that would be about a 25-minute process. The other thing you talk about in your book that I loved is the Ezekiel bread. You said it was something, it's really, really good for you.
You can eat it right away.
Sprouted right, yes, you're right. Remember when I
you keep it in your freezer, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so your freezer, always has Ezekiel bread. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of fresh goat cheese. And you toasted I know you're not a big cooking person, but are you a good spreader?
I'm a good spreader.
Can
I'm
you
good with a
spread
knife.
the cheese?
I'm
All
really
right.
good with a knife. Many
All right.
surgeons are.
That's
Well,
right. That's
yeah,
what you
we
would
hope
have
you're
to be,
good with the
right?
knife, right?
So we're going to put a little bit of goat cheese on that Ezekiel bread.
Put a little more than a little bit.
A little more than a little bit.
Right.
And then once that squash pops out of the oven, it basically looks like this. Okay.
Okay.
And then we're just going to mash
roasted squash.
until we get it into here. And that flavor is amazing with the thyme and the garlic.
Look
We can
at
just
that.
spread it right on
Doesn't
there.
that look good?
There we go. And it's going to be open
This is really
face.
fall-like, too.
So this is
the
like-
that's
recipe
why.
is really
That's
fall
one of the reasons I
inspired.
chose this
It's
recipe.
like an open-faced sandwich. Is that what you're calling it? You would have this
Open
for
face
supper,
sandwich,
for lunch?
exactly.
Gosh, you could
just
even
garnish
cut
with a
that
little
up
bit
and
of
do it in
thyme.
like an appetizer portion.
And then do
for a party.
a little bit of the onion.
We do these for parties.
The
We cut,
caramelized onion.
Yeah,
we
right?
cut them in
Couldn't you?
fourths.
In fours, yeah.
And then we'll serve them as the beginner's meals, and they go great with red wine.
Thanksgiving appetizer right there, I'm thinking.
That's right.
No one knows how easy it is. That's the best
That's
part.
easy. Okay,
So
what are
easy.
some of the other things that you cook
Okay,
for
well,
us?
some of the things that we cook at home, for example, right now we're going to make the Brussels sprouts, and he
Do we have
does
time?
use. If not, no
Yeah.
worries.
What do you want me to
What
do
do you
with
want to
these?
do? Yeah.
We're going to add some coconut oil.
Really?
Let it wipe down.
Coconut oil.
But we also have the finished product right
Okay.
here.
All right, so we just want to update you on all of the things that have been happening today. So much going on, especially the main story that just want to update you on before I head on out of here. I'll be back on at 5 o'clock right here on Fox 10 News Now, but that active shooter scene in San Diego is still going on right now. We're seeing that all flights have been grounded now at the San Diego airport over this active shooter scene. It's just been going crazy right now on Twitter. If you search just for San Diego shooter, you get just a total huge stream of updates and things like that, and nothing has been confirmed at this time, so that's why we can't really confirm off people's tweets, but that is what has been going on. A man has been firing a rifle in the San Diego apartment building for the better half of 90 minutes now. So that is the scene. We showed you images of it, but we have not been able to get it back to you. So if we do, of course, Samia will have that for you coming up at 1 o'clock. But this all happened around 9:12 this morning of a disturbance in an apartment complex on Brant Street near Calmia Street, and later reported someone shooting out of an apartment complex, said San Diego police officer Travis Easter. SWAT officers were flooding the area, shutting down streets, and trying to isolate the gunman. Police said the gunman was described as a black male, 32 years of age, 5 feet 11 inches, about 290 pounds, with black hair. So that is what the police are dealing with now as they try. We heard an update about 25 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago from the lieutenant on the scene there, saying that they have the person isolated to one apartment, but still a very fluid and active scene there. We'll try to update you, and of course, if we do get some more video in there, we will update you with that and bring that to you live, as we always do on Fox 10 News Now. Whenever there's something really breaking or something really going on, either from Arizona or across the country, we always bring that to you live, and that's what we do here on Fox 10 News Now. And we have really no time constraints, so we could stay on stories as they are happening, and we don't have to worry about commercials or anything like that. So we appreciate everybody being so vocal in the chat room and talking so much about this, and you guys have been great. I will be back at 5 o'clock. Samia is coming up in just a few minutes here. We're going to go to the weather graphic just so we could switch out and have her show all set up for her. So I will be back on at 5 o'clock tonight. I will see you guys later, hopefully with some very, very good news out in San Diego and nothing bad that happens out of this police situation in San Diego. Hope to see you guys at 5. I'll see you later. Have a good afternoon.
All right, guys, happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a wonderful afternoon or evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world. Although if it is morning for you, you're probably in like Hawaii or something like that. Either way, hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. I am joining you once again to give you an update on some of our top 5 stories. Now, looking at this screen right here, you can see that some of them have been updated from this morning's top 5 stories. That's because stories are developing throughout the day, including this story right here. Now, this story right at the top, 5 people stabbed at a UC Merced campus. That was developing during my morning stint on News Now. Didn't have a lot of information. Still don't have too much information, but I do know it is one of the most trending topics on Twitter right now. The 3rd most trending term on Twitter nationwide. UC Merced, just about 50 miles north of Fresno, more than 120 miles south of Sacramento in the Central Valley of California. 5 people stabbed. 3 were able to be treated at the scene. 2 of them were flown to a hospital nearby. The person, the suspect, was shot and killed. We don't have any video right this second, but I can take you to Twitter and show you some of the tweets that are coming in right now. Let me see if there are any photos coming in from the school. Very generic photos right now. What's this one? 5 stabbed at UC Merced. Suspect killed by police. Interesting. UC Merced is the newest University of California campus in the state of California. It opened about 10 years ago. One of its focuses to increase higher education in terms of agriculture. Also, it was built in an effort to relieve some of the burden of the other 9 UC campuses that were dealing with high attendance rates. So that's what we know so far. Let's see if UC Merced has tweeted about it. In case you missed it, all classes are canceled today. Update, grief counselors available at noon today for employees. Update, counseling and psychological services available to students. Correction, not all 5 victims are students, awaiting further information. So this is how UC Merced was communicating with the public, sharing tweets. You can see 4 hours ago, UCM alert, stabbing reported, and COB police responded, please avoid the area. This one was tweeted just after 8 this morning, 8 California time, which is 9 a.m. here. Suspect has been apprehended. No longer active danger. Getting on and off campus is difficult. Please stay where you are. Campus locked down. So this is sort of how it unfolded, but it wasn't until about 10:30, 10:45 Arizona time, so more than an hour and a half after the stabbings occurred, that word started getting out and the story started trending on Twitter nationwide. I see that we just did get a clip in from Fox National regarding a reaction to what happened at the UC Merced campus. So I'm going to go ahead and download that for you guys right now. That way we'll have a better idea of what the sentiment is like out there. Obviously, I've been reading articles about how students, keep talking about how you hear about this stuff in the news, but you never think it's going to happen to your campus. I'm going to give you an idea of where UC Merced is relative to the rest of California as well. Let me just pull this up for you. Again, Merced in the San Joaquin Valley, in between Fresno and Sacramento as its major cities. About 50 miles north of Fresno, 120 miles south of Sacramento, just east of San Jose. You can see that's where it is, and relative to Arizona and Phoenix, you can see it's right there. All right, while I wait for some of that video to get in, I do want to acknowledge the chat room, see what you guys are talking about in regards to this story. Is the fuzzy to you, saying that we need knife control. or at least make it illegal to stab people. Let's see, what else are you guys talking about in the chat room? Brandon Swanson wants to know if there have been any casualties. I'm not sure if Brandon's talking about what happened in Merced or what's happening in San Diego. As of right now, no word on any casualties in Merced. 5 people stabbed. No word on the condition of the 2 people that were taken to the hospital. However, 3 of those stabbed were able to be treated at the campus. So obviously not severe injuries for those 3 individuals at least. We know that all the victims were not students. Not all of them were students. We don't know how many were students and how many were not students quite yet. Again, this is sort of a developing story, so we're going to get that information for you. As for the shooter in San Diego, is the shooter still alive in San Diego? I just saw that question in the chat room. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the AP wires and see what they're talking about in terms of the San Diego active shooter scene. This is the latest update that we got from the Associated Press in the last half hour or so. A man with a high-powered gun was firing sporadically inside a San Diego apartment complex Wednesday, causing the city's nearby airport to halt planes from landing. Now, no one was reported hurt, and officers swarmed the building and had the man contained inside. The complex is under the San Diego International Airport's approach path, and that's why landings were halted as a precaution, according to the FAA. However, people are still being able to depart from the airport. So basically what happened, officers responded to reports of a domestic disturbance. They heard gunshots around 9 a.m., and this is at a complex in an upscale neighborhood in San Diego in Little Italy. And authorities basically asked people in the area to stay inside, keep away from windows. They surrounded the complex. Dozens of officers there with assault rifles seen running down the streets. We don't have any live pictures coming in right now, but according to, according to someone with San Diego police, he said, quote, the suspect is shooting in all different directions, but we have him contained inside the building. Now, the FAA spokesman said that the complex, again, right underneath the flight approach path, so people were not allowed to land there as a precaution. So that is the update from the Associated Press right now. It doesn't seem like we have any information as far as whether the gunman has surrendered or not. Let me see if I can check Twitter and see if... Search San Diego on Twitter and see what we can get right now. So we know this right here. Right now it seems like the talk of the internet is the fact that the active shooter has now interrupted flights coming into the airport. That's the big news right now. It looks like there hasn't been any additional news as far as whether they have actually arrested the active shooter or what exactly is going on. They do have him surrounded, though. He is contained inside an apartment. So that is that. I do want to acknowledge someone in the chat room now. I noticed that Robert was posting about this story that we covered earlier in this week, and I want to read his comment saying that latest U.S. intelligence suggests that the crash of Metrojet Flight 9268 was most likely caused by a bomb. Most likely caused by a bomb on the plane planted by ISIS or an ISIS affiliate. All right. Well, Robert, that's something I want to talk about because obviously a lot of people are very concerned because the plane did break up mid-air. It wasn't something where it just crashed and then broke up once it hit the ground. So a lot of people were wondering if terrorism was involved or if there was some other reason for the plane to go down. So it's very interesting that you're saying that. I know a lot of speculations out there. We did get a story from Fox National regarding the latest in the investigation into the crash. This story, however, was sent to us this morning, so I don't know how much of this new information is in this story. But either way, I'd like to go ahead and play this story for you guys now. And we can talk about it momentarily if I can find this video. Well. Where is this video? Give me a second while I try to find it. All right, well, I try to find this video. I'm going to show you another video in the meantime. How about that? While I go looking for this video, I'm going to play another story. Let's play this one on the Election Day wrap. As you know, yesterday was the first Tuesday of November, meaning it was Election Day. And exactly 52 weeks away from the big presidential election. So you guys watch this, and I'm going to try to figure out where I put that file.
Reaction is coming in this morning after voters across the U.S. went to the polls. One of the most controversial issues on the ballot Tuesday was in Ohio, with voters there rejecting an initiative that sought to legalize the recreational and medical use of marijuana.
They weren't going to be snowed by $25 million worth of ads.
It cannot end because there are people that are counting on this, and we cannot let them down.
Meantime, voters in Houston, Texas say no to an ordinance that aimed to prevent discrimination against gay and transgender people in the city.
The controversial part about this bill is that it creates special privileges based on sexual orientation and gender identity.
On the West Coast, the San Francisco sheriff who sparked a national debate on immigration reform this summer loses his bid for re-election. Sheriff Ross Mirkarimi has been one of the biggest defenders of San Francisco's controversial sanctuary city policy, which in many cases prohibits local law enforcement from cooperating with federal immigration officials.
Much of what has happened in this sheriff's, during his time in office has been detrimental to the San Francisco Sheriff's Department.
And in Kentucky, residents electing a Republican governor for just the second time in 4 decades, as businessman Matt Bevin, who had been a Tea Party favorite, defeats 2-term Attorney General Jack Conway.
In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we need a fresh start. We truly do.
The only other gubernatorial election was in Mississippi, where Republican Governor Phil Bryant easily won another term in office. Robert Gray, Fox News.
All right, guys, I'm just going to be honest with you. I cannot find this file. So I'm going to work to get more information on the story that Robert had copied and pasted about. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and talk about some other stories in this top 5. So we've talked about the active shooter in San Diego. No major updates there right now. 5 stabbed at the UC Merced campus. We have snow in Flagstaff. That is something we haven't talked about recently. This is the current 10-day forecast. That is what it looks like here locally. Chance of rain tomorrow. Otherwise, we have some pretty pleasant temperatures. Pretty pleasant. Earlier today, we had the Flagstaff cam pulled up. Using the Flagstaff cam, we were able to see, well, pretty much nothing because it was completely frozen over. You could see ice on the camera, so you couldn't even see the levels of snow that had fallen in Flagstaff. However, we did clip this hit of Jessica Flores, who was up in Flagstaff overnight. You can see just how much snow fell this morning. Some great video, very visual. Go ahead and watch this, and I'll be back with you momentarily.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it looks like I am in a winter wonderland right now. You can see that snow just falling nicely on the trees here and all over the bushes and the ground. And so far they have measured about 5 inches of snow at the Flagstaff airport. Now the record is 5. We're about there right now, about 5 inches, and it's only snowed 3 times on this day in the last more than 100 years here in Flagstaff. Now check it out. The signs are all covered with the snow. You got this car. We're going to borrow this person's car. Look at that. There's like 3 or 4 inches of snow right there. And Flagstaff Unified School District, they did delay school for 2 hours so that people can get to school because of those road closures and the wet and icy slick roads. And they also say, though, that the school will not let out early, so schools in Flagstaff will still be let out at the same time. But this is kind of a little bit of a snow day for some families. We did talk to people already who are going out to just have fun in the snow for a couple hours. before heading to school. But you should note, of course, that if you are going to be headed on the freeways anywhere like the I-17, ADOT recommends some snow tires or chains because those roads can be slick and icy. But right now, just really beautiful snow, and a lot of people up here in Flagstaff, they're excited because this snowfall is coming a little earlier this year. Back to you guys.
Now, you look very styling in the snow, Jessica, but I'm a little worried about your hands. Are those gloves warm enough for you, or what?
Probably not warm enough. The ice is melting, so it's starting to become like the wet glove, so not the ideal situation. Yeah. And I do need some snow pants, so that's the goal. After I'm going live, going to the store and getting some snow pants. I have about 2 layers of pants on right now.
Yeah, well, good. It's early in the season. They won't be sold out, that's for sure. Good luck shopping, Jessica. Thanks. Hey.
I hope that Jessica stayed warm out there. I know she's on her way back to the newsroom now. That she was there last night. She was there this morning. She stayed overnight in Flagstaff. So when she gets back in the station, hopefully she is warm. She's not suffering from frostbite or anything. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to talk to her. Maybe she took some more photos up in Flagstaff. Maybe she'll be able to share with her, or share with us, her first person account of what it was like up in Flagstaff. Moving on, the Fox Lake cop committed suicide. Yes, we listened in on this huge press conference this morning. I'm talking about Lieutenant Joe Klinowitz. You guys remember this story. There was a huge manhunt throughout Fox Lake, Illinois, as authorities were trying to search for 3 suspects they believe were involved in the shooting death of this lieutenant. Well, after an extensive investigation, authorities came out today and said that they determined that the lieutenant's death indeed was a suicide, offering details and reasons why, including the fact that this officer allegedly was embezzling money from the department. It's pretty scandalous. It's pretty shocking. And I want to play this story for you now. The story comes from Fox National. So I'll play that for you now, and then I'm going to play some of the press conference that was held earlier. That way, if you missed it the first time around, you will be fully updated as to what happened. So let me just pull this story up from Fox National, and we'll have more in just a bit.
The investigation into the death of Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Charles Joseph Glenowitz has turned out some shocking results. The man with the nickname G.I. Joe died back in September after reports he was chasing 3 suspicious men on foot. But as it turns out, it was all a hoax.
This extensive investigation has concluded with an overwhelming amount of evidence that Glenowitz's death was a carefully staged suicide.
A motive has been established for the officer's actions, as authorities say instead of upholding the law, Glenowitz was breaking it.
The investigation found Glenowitz had been stealing and laundering money from the Fox Lake Police Explorer Post. Thousands of dollars were used by Glenowitz for personal purchases, travel expenses, mortgage payments, personal gym memberships, adult websites.
His death sparked off a large manhunt as officers searched houses, cabins, and even boats on area lakes. A number of federal and local agencies also took part. In all, a minimum of $300,000 was spent in overtime and other costs.
This was an extraordinarily complex investigation with many moving parts, which resulted in over 150 separate investigators spending over 25,000 hours investigating this case.
An outpouring of both local and national support followed the officer's death. He was even given a hero's funeral. Now, the findings today reveal a much darker side of Lieutenant Glenowitz. In Fox Lake, Illinois, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, so that was the report from Matt Finn. As I mentioned prior to going to that story, I am going to show you guys the press conference from earlier today. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you guys now. We're not going to play the whole thing because it's fairly long, but we're at least going to play the key parts of it where authorities detail all these crimes, apparently, that Glenowitz was accused of in terms of embezzlement and everything that they found while investigating his death. So let me just pull this up for you guys. And stand by.
Personal and work cellular phone, including incriminating statements.
Oops.
Included members of the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, as well as our federal partners, the FBI, the ATF, Secret Service, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Marshal Service. This was an extraordinarily complex investigation with many moving parts, which resulted in over 150 separate investigators spending over 25,000 hours investigating this case. Over 430 leads were examined. Over 250 pieces of evidence were collected and submitted to local and federal crime labs for analysis. Thousands of pages of financial documents were reviewed. Over 6,500 pages of text messages were reviewed just from Lieutenant Glenowitz's personal cell phone. Over 30,000 telephone numbers were reviewed for comparison. Over 40,000 emails were reviewed. During this process, we appreciate the cooperation and assistance from the Village of Fox Lake and Village Administrator Ann Marin. The interests of justice require a methodical, thorough, and complete investigation. This has been done. Even though some developed their own theories or felt a need to criticize, we had a job to do, and we have done it. While some wanted the results fast, we wanted them right. We were obligated to prove our conclusions before we reported to you and the public we serve. We are thankful for the support and patience of the Fox Lake and surrounding communities while we inspected all of the evidence, systematically explored every tip, every lead, and every possible option. Today, we will discuss the findings and conclusions of our investigation into the death of Lieutenant Glenowitz. We have two principal speakers, Lake County Major Crime Task Force Commander George Falenko and Lake County Coroner Dr. Rudd. We will take questions at the end of the statement and ask that all questions be held until then. I'm first going to turn the mic over to Commander Falenko.
Good morning. We're here this morning to wrap up the investigation into the death of Lieutenant Charles Joseph Glenowitz. This extensive investigation has concluded with an overwhelming amount of evidence that Glenowitz's death was a carefully staged suicide. We have determined this staged suicide was the end result of extensive criminal acts that Glenowitz had been committing. In fact, he was under increasing levels of personal stress from scrutiny of his management of the Fox Lake Police Explorer Unit. We have the highest degree of confidence in the facts which led us to this conclusion, which Lake County Coroner Dr. Rudd will confirm. In addition, we have concurrence of our investigative partners, federal, state, including the FBI, their Behavioral Analysis Unit, and the ATF. With those partners, our investigation strongly indicates criminal activity on the part of at least two other individuals. Because that part of the investigation is open and will be ongoing, we will have no further comment on that aspect of the investigation. Here's a brief summary of the important elements of the investigation which led us to these conclusions. Further elaboration and further detailed information regarding these facts are provided to all of you in your handouts. The investigation found Glenowitz had been stealing and laundering money from the Fox Lake Police Explorer Post. This had been occurring over the past 7 years. Glenowitz was also found to have forged signatures and official documents. Thousands of dollars were used by Glenowitz for personal purchases, travel expenses, mortgage payments, personal gym memberships, adult websites, facilitating personal loans, and unaccounted cash withdrawals. The documents discovered with forged signatures were requisitions for federal surplus equipment and official police explorer documents. We recovered electronic messages that were deleted from Glenowitz's personal and work cellular phone, including incriminating statements that had been deleted prior to his suicide. A selection of those deleted messages is available in your media handout packets as well. Our investigation has determined conclusively that Glenowitz intentionally left a staged trail of police equipment at the crime scene. Analysts determined the trail of equipment consisting of pepper spray, a baton, and his personal glasses, was an attempt to mislead first responders and investigators to believe this was a homicide scene. It was learned through investigation Glenowitz had significant experience staging mock crime scenes for police explorer training. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit has concurred that this was a staged scene, in part because there were no signs of Glenowitz being dragged after the initial shot and no physical signs that he fought for his life. We have also concluded that Glenowitz strategically aimed the first of 2 shots from his own weapon at the lower abdominal area, striking his cellular phone and bulletproof vest, which absorbed most of the impact of the first shot. Advanced ballistic testing with the use of ultraviolet photographic equipment conducted by the Northern Illinois Regional Crime Lab confirmed both gunshots were fired at close range. Gunshot residue was found in the interior of Glenowitz's bulletproof vest cover when the second fatal round was fired, which indicates the gun was placed underneath the vest carrier when the fatal round was fired. As we pursued the Glenowitz investigation, all possible death scenarios were considered, including the possibilities of homicide as well as suicide. In this manner, we presumed no facts prior to or during the investigation. We had no preconceived notions as to what occurred, nor did we prejudge the outcome of this investigation. Justice and our system of law demand nothing less. There are no winners here. Glenowitz committed the ultimate betrayal to the citizens he served and the entire law enforcement community. The facts of his actions prove he behaved for years in a manner completely contrary to the image he portrayed. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Thomas Rudd.
Good morning. I'm the Lake County coroner. I have 2 statements to make before we review the findings of the autopsy. First, I want to acknowledge the hard work done by all of law enforcement agencies involved in investigating the scene and circumstances of the death of this officer. What appeared to be a slow process was done, in my opinion, in a very timely manner. Second, by law, the Lake County Coroner's Office is mandated to investigate all deaths within our jurisdiction, which means within Lake County. We are to do the cause of death as well as the manner of death. The cause of death of Lieutenant Glenowitz was established as a result of objective scientific medical evidence obtained at the autopsy. This office follows the principles and protocols of the National Association of Medical Examiners. The cause of death was published earlier, approximately 10 days after his death by me in a newspaper article that said there was a catastrophic gunshot wound to the torso. We can now expand on that. As Chief Alenko said, this appears to be a staged suicide, and the first shot hit his right chest region. It went through the phone, lodged into his bulletproof vest. It did not penetrate his skin. Therefore, it did not penetrate any body cavity, either the pleural or the abdominal. It was just below the right costal margin, or just below the rib cage. However, it did cause a bruise that measured 4 inches by 4 inches. It was reddish pink, indicating a recent injury by the bullet. Excuse me. This means that the small blood vessels ruptured in the superficial surface of the skin. These are the capillaries that are easily damaged. The fatal catastrophic gunshot wound, as Chief Alenko said, was in the left upper chest. It was located approximately 2 inches below the collar of the bulletproof vest. Therefore, the gun had to be placed in such an angle that the gun was close to the chest. It went under the vest at a 40-degree angle, which was confirmed by the trajectory of the bullet. It hit the pulmonary artery, causing massive blood loss, approximately 1,200 cc's, which would be equivalent to a little less than 3 pints of blood. As this officer is bleeding internally, the lung is collapsing. There's atelectasis occurring. Blood is filling up into the lung. The bullet then hits the left hilum. This is a region where the major bronchi and blood vessels go in and out of the lung. It courses through the bottom of the lung, continuing causing collapse and bleeding, and lodges at the 10th rib. Now, there is a exit wound, but the bullet doesn't come out because it hits the bulletproof vest. It's called a shored exit wound. Instead of being a cookie-cutter, sharp exit wound, it's a ragged edged wound. In summary, we have 2 bullet shot into this officer. I agree with the findings that this was a carefully staged suicide. This officer killed himself. Oops, sorry, George.
We'll open it up now for questions and answers, understanding the fact that there are criminal investigations ongoing from what we've learned from the investigation into Lieutenant Glenowitz. We ask that media personnel here raise their hands just so we can answer everybody's questions in a timely fashion. Chief.
All right, guys, I want to cut out of that press conference for a little bit. We basically got the highlights of what authorities found. For the next 30 minutes or so, they end up asking, or rather answering questions from the press. We'll go back to that a little bit later on, give you guys an update. But I do want to talk about some other things listed here. Real quick, I want to point out the snow in Flagstaff. I know that Ale in the chat room and a couple other chatters out there, a couple other viewers out there asking for a weather update. And although I have no weather people in this room right now, I know that Carrie Lake is in a meeting, Christy Siefkin's in that meeting, Dave Muncie doesn't get here till 2:30, Rick D'Amico's no longer in the building, Corey McCloskey's not around. Basically, there's no weather official to give you a weather update right at the second, but I've done what I could, and I've gotten the weather clicker, so I can at least show you the graphics and show you what the activity looks like outside right now. So, pulling up the weather graphics, we can look at this view right here. Lots of rain throughout the state of Arizona over the last hour, really throughout the entire day, plus snow up in the Flagstaff area. You can see all the areas of blue indicate the areas where snow is falling. Light blue means light snow, darker blue means heavier snow. Same applies to green. Light green is lighter rain, darker green is heavier rain. Although it looks like the rain is not too heavy, because if it were heavier rain, we would be seeing colors like yellow and orange and red. Let's move on, see what we can look at through these graphics. This is downtown Phoenix, the greater Phoenix area. You can see not a lot of rain in the downtown Phoenix area. In fact, during my lunch break between 11 and 12, I was able to walk downtown, did not feel one drop on me. It was fairly sunny outside, but it looks like there are pockets, different areas around the greater Phoenix area that are dealing with a lot of rain. Go ahead and look at the western part of the valley up there near Tonopah and Morristown. It looks like you have some heavier rain in that region. Also down in Florence, you can see that heavier rain is just getting to Florence right now in the last couple minutes. Let's see what else we have in these on these maps. You can see, looks like there is snow. Snow is not only hitting the Flagstaff area, but other parts of northern Arizona as well. You can see snow in the Sedona area. It looks like rain and snow in the Sedona area. Snow in Happy Jack. Let's see what else we can see. There we go, zooming out. Snow in Show Low, Pine Top, Snowflake. Lots of rain, lots of snow, lots of precipitation out there. It's only November, but we already have snow, guys. This is why Flagstaff was trending nationwide on Twitter this morning. I woke up, checked Twitter at like 6 a.m. and I was like, Flagstaff is trending nationwide. I hope it's for a good reason, and thankfully it was. Thankfully it was for snow. Let's see. More snow there. Payson getting some rain. Doesn't look like Payson's getting any snow right now. You can see in these northern parts of Arizona a mix of both rain and snow. Let's see what else. Also, you can see southeastern California dealing with a lot of rain. Lake Havasu, lots of rain there. Kingman, you got rain over there. Snow passing the Grand Canyon area, Flagstaff. Just looking at the radar right now. Again, like I said before, blue indicates snow, green indicates rain. If it's a light blue, it's light snow. Darker blue is heavier snow. As far as the rain is concerned, it looks like it's mostly green, which means light to moderate rain. No heavy rain anywhere in the state, according to the Doppler radar right now. Zooming in, zooming out. This is giving you more a look at the radar right now. So here is a better look at Flagstaff Snow Bowl. You can see the snow continues to fall in Flagstaff throughout the day. When we went live to Jessica Flores this morning at 8, you could see that the snow was continuing to fall throughout her live shot. So Flagstaff has been hit with snow, honestly, all day throughout the morning. I think the first snow fell overnight, and we have just continued to see snowfall up in the Flagstaff area. Looks like snow in Williams as well. Williams, the town, the home of Bearizona. I know we just got a press release from Bearizona. In fact, I'm going to pull up my desk log and see what Bearizona sent us today. Oh, we actually have pictures from the snow in Bearizona. I'm actually going to pull that up for you now since we're already looking at the snowfall in Williams. I figure now's the best time to show you the snowfall at Bearizona, which is a place I have yet to visit, though it is on my top 5 places to see in Arizona in the next couple months. That, along with a few other places. I don't know if you guys know this, but I just learned yesterday that the London Bridge, like the London Bridge, is actually in Arizona at Lake Havasu, and I'm like, well, I need to add that to my list. So the London Bridge is on my list. Bearizona is on my list. Jerome is on my list. Bisbee. There's a lot on my list. So one of them being Bearizona. Let me go ahead and pull up those pictures for you now. Just going to open my graphics shared folder. And I'm going to show you some of the snow out in Bearizona now. I just love these photos because you can see the bears completely covered in snow. It's pretty cute to look at right now. Here is the photos sent to us from Bearizona. We actually have 8 photos sent to us from Bearizona. There is a couple bears climbing the trees. The tree's completely covered in snow. Look at that. Look at those bears. Oh my gosh, another critter playing through the snow up in Williams. A couple more bears, some creatures going through the snow. It is cold, bears. I think it's time to hibernate. Hibernation is not too far away for these bears. Obviously, once it gets chilly, you don't want to be outside. Look at the deer. That's a really cute deer. That's a ram? That is a ram, right? Wow. Those are ram horns, so I'm going to say yes, it is a ram. Wow, these are some great photos. Thank you, Bearizona, for sending these to us. I love these photos. Very cool. Very cool indeed. We also actually have some viewer photos of the snow. This one from Christina Cantu. This one from Daniel Moreno from Flagstaff. Oops, that's not snow. You have this one as well, snow in Flagstaff. We also have photos from Snow Bowl. Lots of snow photos submitted. In fact, I should probably check our Facebook page, see if anyone submitted videos of the snowfall near them. My guess is they have. Look at that. Look at that snow. Absolutely beautiful snow. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is go ahead and pull up our Facebook page. That way we'll get even more updates regarding the weather. Stand by, guys. Stand by. Pulling up that Facebook page for us now. Look, Facebook. Oh, wow, how funny. Fox and Phoenix just posted those same Arizona pictures not too long ago, but I showed it to you here first, or so I'd like to claim. Let's go ahead and go down to the posts from viewers. Look at that. Pea-sized hail in West Phoenix. Thank you, Jason Snow, for this video. It's pretty crazy. I saw some of you guys in the chat room talking about the hail, so looks like some of you are out in the western part of the valley. Those of you out there experiencing some of that hail. Now this video comes in from the viewer Taffy Niece up in Kingman. You can see the hail right there on her windshield. We have this video submitted to us from Stacy Wheeler saying the beautiful Superstition Mountain bring on the rain. Snow is blanketing all of Flagstaff right now. I shot this video on Mars Hill by Lowell Observatory just now. This video from Christina Cantu sending us this about 5 hours ago up in Flagstaff. This is video coming in from Flagstaff at 3 this morning. Wow, look at that snowfall. Thank you, Herman, Sarah, Samarapaz, for submitting this.
Flagstaff AZ. November.
Herman even giving us the voiceover as to what's happening. Jennifer Metheny sending us this video. It's some sleet and hail driving home. This is video from yesterday. Scott Fielding saying here in Camp Verde about 3:45 in the afternoon. Nice rain and hail. See if we have any other photos. Look at this. Look at these photos from Terry Davis Whitmer. Pretty nice indeed. Here's a photo sent to us from Dalton Hernandez, sent from Springerville, Arizona. Dalton saying, "The snow is here," is the caption he included. Let's go ahead and go through a few more. Shelly sharing this photo, saying at the top of Hyastoa Peak last night, "Good afternoon, West Flagstaff," is what viewer Dave Martin says. Look at that photo. And here is a Arizona photo. Tara Yazi submitting this, saying, "Loving the snow in beautiful Williams, Arizona." Look at that sunset yesterday. Candy Amon sharing that with us. And Trav Begay sharing a photo of a baby looking out the window in Cow Spring, Arizona, watching the snow. Look at that. Woke up to this in north in Flagstaff. First snow of the end of the year. So pretty, Tasha Jones says. Yes, it is pretty. More photos. This is a photo from the NAU campus, actually, right here. Daughter headed to class when she took this, says Marie. This is a photo from Flagstaff as well. Lots of snow in Flagstaff. This photo from Munns Park, Arizona, submitted by Jody Timberman. NAU campus in Flagstaff completely covered. This video, or this photo rather, sent to us from Morris Chi. Lots of snow. Casa Grande, Arizona at the Miller Ranch. Beautiful sight. Ginny Miller sharing this. Tony sharing this. It looks like lots of people experiencing rainbows out down in Casa Grande, Pinal County. About 5 hours ago, lots of people sharing that with us. And lots of snow. I'm going to go back now to the radar for a moment. Continue clicking through some of these graphics. See what else we can find. Pretty much going all over northern Arizona. Very close. Colorado City up there, close to that Utah border. Gonna move on down. Lots of rain throughout the state. Rain hitting Kingman, Lake Havasu, Wickenburg experiencing some rain right now. Yarnell as well. Black Canyon City getting hit with some rain. Black Canyon City very close to the epicenter of that earthquake that we experienced a few nights ago. Whitman as well, just getting some rain right now. So this is an overall look at the radar, the whole state of Arizona. Basically what I'm saying is, if you're in Arizona, there's a good chance you're going to experience either some rain or snow through the rest of this afternoon. And there we are looking at downtown Phoenix once again, the greater Phoenix area. Looks like rain is getting slightly heavier in the Rio Verde area, just north of Fountain Hills. You can see that there are little bits of yellow and red there, meaning the indication for heavy rain. So guys, that is pretty much our weather update as of right now. All right, so moving on, we are going to continue to talk about a few more stories. I want to give you a quick update. 5 people stabbed at the UC Merced campus. In case you guys missed our coverage of this earlier, UC Merced is one of the University of California schools in the state of California, obviously. It is the last UC school built. It was built, I believe, in 2004, 2005. It opened about 10 years ago. Its goal was to sort of relieve the other universities because those universities were experiencing higher student enrollment. So they wanted to open up another university. They chose this city, this campus in Central California, so that they would have more of a focus on like agriculture and things like that. I'm going to go ahead and pull up some video for you of the school itself. This is some of the video we're getting. Just let me get it for you. Close out all my photos of all the bears. Arizona. Whoa, there's a lot of photos. All right, here is some video from the scene in Merced. Now, Merced is about 50 miles north of Fresno, 120 miles south of Sacramento. This is the scene here. We know that a individual started stabbing people on campus, stabbed 5 people before police gained control of the situation, shooting and killing the suspect. Now, we know 3 of those stabbed were treated at the scene, treated on campus. 2 of those stabbed, however, had to be taken to a hospital. This clip showing some student reaction to what happened on campus.
I saw there was multiple stab victims, and I saw the suspect be apprehended on the bridge.
I'm shaken up. I'm really, this never happens at UC Merced, and it's really shocking to have something like this happen on our campus and first thing in the morning, so it's just shocking.
All right, now the latest information from officials say that the attacker who stabbed 5 people at the school before being shot and killed was a male student. The identity of the assailant has not been confirmed. Right now, authorities on campus are working to establish a timeline of events that unfolded Wednesday morning. Again, this all happened around 8 this morning, California time, so around 9 here in Arizona. Again, like I said, 2 victims taken to the hospital. They were airlifted. We don't have their immediate conditions as of right now. Again, officials say that 3 others had minor injuries, and those 3 people were treated on campus. Now, a student government representative says that he has been told by numerous students that the stabbings actually started inside a classroom and continued outside before campus police shot and killed the attacker. And according to this student government representative, dining halls are providing free food to students and staff members who were on campus during the attack. So that is what we know so far regarding this shooting. Meanwhile, some of you guys tuning in here on News Now to follow the standoff in San Diego. Here is some video from that scene, that SWAT standoff in San Diego. Let me see what information I can get you guys now. The latest update says police say the active shooter at the complex is holed up in his rooftop apartment where they have him surrounded. Now, Lieutenant Scott Wall says officers swarmed the building and exchanged gunfire with the man after responding to a domestic violence call this morning. The lieutenant says that no one has been reported hurt. It's unknown if anyone inside the apartment, besides the suspect, who has been identified by police but has not been named publicly. Now, as you know or may not know, flights landing in San Diego have been halted. They are not able to land at the San Diego International Airport as a precaution since the complex is under the airport's approach path. So flights are being barred from landing there. Authorities asking people to stay in the area, or people in the area rather, to stay inside and away from windows. What we do know about these flights that can't land so far is that somehow Phoenix is involved. Sky Harbor is slightly affected by the ground stop at the airport in San Diego. So far, one flight from Phoenix to San Diego has been delayed. In addition, 2 flights that were on their way to San Diego, one from San Antonio and one from Kansas City, have been diverted to Phoenix. So that is the update regarding that. I think we have another clip that actually has some reaction. This clip also has an interview that may give us some more information as to what's going on out in San Diego.
The information that I've been given is that this person has been firing sporadically throughout the entire incident. And so it was very important for us to obviously get all of our assets into position to try to mitigate. At this point, we have no information on any injuries, and we hope that that stays the same.
Including with the suspect injuries. No information on injuries?
Correct. At this point, I have no information on any injuries. So when the officers first approached, it's in the on the rooftop is the apartment. They had to exit an elevator. When they walked up to the apartment, they tried to make contact inside of the apartment. They believed that he was inside, or there may have somebody inside. When they were up into the apartment, rounds came out from a room or a bathroom in the apartment through a door, nearly hitting the officer. So we're talking within inches of hitting the officer. So we're extremely thankful at this point that it appears we don't have any injuries. We hope that it ends that way.
All right, so that's the update with that story. If there's anything new that develops, we'll let you guys know here on News Now. Moving on, we've covered a few of these stories. Today is National Stress Awareness Day. It's the #1 trend on Twitter. It has been the #1 trend all morning. Don't know if it's still #1. Give me a second while I just open up Twitter and see. Yep, it is still the #1 trend nationwide on Twitter. # National Stress Awareness Day. Obviously, a lot of people talking about, you know, getting inner peace and all of that. In fact, National Stress Awareness Day is one of the things I talked about with Dr. Oz this morning. We'll replay that clip a little bit later on. But first, I want to continue giving you guys some of that coverage from the Fox Lake COP news conference from this morning. I know we cut out of it. We're going to go ahead and listen to a little bit more of it, and then we will move on and talk about some other stories as well. Give me a second while I get this video up. Back to where we cut out. This is the Q&A portion of this press conference from this morning.
I think it was a culmination of issues over a 6-month period. That's what we learned in great detail from the text messages that we recovered in that 6,500 pages of text messages, combined with bank records, thousands of pages of those that were analyzed by an FBI forensic accountant at our request. So this process probably began about 6 months ago and then culminated to a peak within the week of the staged suicide. Yes, sir. The question is, and I'll surmise it for those in the back, is how we could allow a massive tribute to occur when there were rumors spreading throughout the community that this might be a suicide. It would be irresponsible on our part not to conduct a thorough and detailed investigation. And in the first several weeks of this investigation, there was nothing that we had that was leading us towards determining this as being a suicide. We conducted a thorough and detailed investigation that ultimately, with the support of the FBI, who worked with us lockstep, and other federal agencies by providing us support and all this information that ultimately led us to this conclusion. The last month of the investigation has entailed the review of those documents that we have obtained, those text messages that you have a small sampling of. I mean, there are 6,500 of those deleted within a short period of time prior to the staged suicide. So the combination of all of that and other discoveries that we made throughout the investigation within the last 30 days led to this conclusion. As is our protocol, the question was how soon after his death did we start looking into the financial aspect? Am I correct? Did I become aware of that? As is our protocol in any investigation in a homicide, we immediately start requesting financial and background information. That's referred to as a victimology. That's inclusive of that. Part of the delay in obtaining that is some of that isn't readily available or immediately available from the sources. In this case, we had to extract that information through Quantico. Specifically, I'm referring to the text messaging, which took a substantial amount of time. The bank records, banks, some cooperate very quickly. Others, it may take 30 to 60 to 90 days to retrieve some of those records. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Is it possible that Lieutenant Glenowitz's misdoings might not have been discovered had he not taken his own life?
I can tell you that eventually they would have been discovered, because regardless of the fact that Lieutenant Glenowitz staged his suicide, the village of Fox Lake had begun conducting a thorough internal audit of all of their assets. And eventually, as we found was indicated in some of those messages that we retrieved, that was a concern, that audit was going to eventually lead to the discovery of this financial malfeasance.
Was that audit prompted by suspicions of the lieutenant, or prompted just because they were doing an audit?
No, I believe, and I don't want to answer out of turn for the village of Fox Lake, but I believe they're doing a systematic audit of the entire village. I understand the village administrator will be making some closing comments here. That would be a question I'd defer to her. As you approach the crime scene itself, and I apologize we don't have any visuals for you, but we did provide you with a map, an overview of the area itself. As you approach it, you see first a canister of pepper spray with the safety taken off of it laying there. Some number of feet forward, now you see an expandable baton laying there. Again, towards the swampy area, now you find his glasses, his personal glasses laying there. And in fact, that's where we eventually discovered a shell casing, and that's where we believe that first self-inflicted wound took place. Then further on, ultimately, you find Glinowitz. This is pretty classical if you look at any police policy of a use of force type of continuum. You start with your physical presence, you move on to another force weapon such as pepper spray, a baton. So this was laid out to seem as if there was an ongoing type of struggle through the scene. Okay. Yes. We met with the coroner once we completed our entire victimology. It would be irresponsible for us to piecemeal something that critical. In an initial meeting, there were 3 components, and Dr. Ruddle confirmed this, that he bases his decision on: the forensics, the pathology, and the victimology. So to piecemeal something as critical as the victimology, and we've done as thorough a job on this victimology as any we've ever done. Now, your second question was, what was there on the body that didn't indicate? Well, we didn't see any signs of trauma to the hands or anything that would indicate that there was a struggle physically. The uniform was not disheveled. There was part of the stage scene, we believe, his microphone, which is generally clipped on, and I'm sorry I'm left-handed, it's right-handed, but it's clipped on your shoulder lapel, and usually in a pursuit or struggle that always comes off for whatever reason. But there was nothing else to indicate where I've been involved in a number of arrests through my career, and just a simple traffic stop with a medium force resistor, your uniform becomes disheveled, your vest turns, there's all sorts of indicators there. There wasn't any of that, ultimately. In the back. As we pointed out regarding the ongoing criminal investigation, we're limited to comment on that. Those portions of the investigation or that those criminal activities surfaced during our investigation and are being turned over to local and federal authorities. No, absolutely not. We didn't plant his radio traffic. He's the one who indicated in the radio traffic that he was going to be out with 3 subjects, described them as 2 male whites and a male black. Initially, and again it's in your press packet, a complete chronology of the time, he was offered a backup unit. He turned that down. A few minutes later he was offered a backup unit again, and he accepted it. To indicate in any way that we would make up 3 subjects is absolutely ridiculous. We did locate through sources of collecting video, and that was handled exclusively by the FBI and our Secret Service partners throughout the area. And what we did find, within that time frame, were 3 subjects that matched that description. That videotape was submitted to the video lab in Quantico. And forensically what they did is they created a chronological timeline of these subjects. We managed to locate them, identify them, interview them, and I can tell you succinctly, they have rock-solid alibis. Ma'am. No. And I'll tell you the reason for that is because we were considering this a homicide. What we did at every one of these news conferences indicate that nothing was off the table. And up until all of this information started coming together, which again, I will tell you, took several weeks, then we started concluding and moving towards the suicide. I can completely disagree with you. We did not know. We were investigating this as a homicide. I don't think that's an appropriate question. I don't believe it's a very I'll answer the question if you give me a chance. We completely believe, and our intention was never to mislead the public. We completely believe from day one that this was a homicide. Simply indicating that somebody was called in to the village administrator's office for an audit, that's a routine manner in every police department and every municipality throughout the state. There was nothing there to indicate that there were any stressors involved in his life. There was nothing.
6 months you were investigating. He was being investigated, you said.
What I said was that through the text messages that we retrieved, that the stress in his life began 6 months ago when he indicates in exchanges of text messages that he's feeling some pressure with the new management within the village.
So this outside investigation that he did to check the village and to audit was not looking at Glenowitz?
No. At that point, he was not. What we found out through the text messages was the ongoing criminal activity and through the bank statements. That's when we started piecing it together.
So this investigation prior to that was not coming up with anything on Glenowitz?
No, we were focusing on what we had in front of us, and that was a police officer that was mortally wounded and 3 suspects.
That is all part of it. That is what I'm finding very difficult.
We did not obtain.
I'm not a cop.
I understand that. We don't jump to conclusions. We work on facts. Yes, go ahead.
DNA as an investigation. To go further into the crime scene, you indicated that the way that his clothing was structured to you as a veteran officer didn't add up. It didn't look like what would happen in a real struggle. So that was an impression from day one. That would tend to indicate that you guys had your doubts from day one, whether you had a legitimate homicide here committed by a sex offender, and also would you address where an officer's weapon was found?
Okay. To answer your question about the clothing, those observations were made, They weren't discounted. However, there are anomalies that occur. Sometimes clothing isn't disheveled. So we didn't take that completely out of account, but we did put it on the side and consider it. Once all this information started adding up, and once we started submitting information to behavioral analysts and we started revisiting the crime scene and looking at all the other evidence that we were gathering over the 6-month period, that's when we ultimately came to this conclusion. Though it was not a revolver, it was his semi-automatic weapon. It was found approximately, not approximately, but exactly 2.5 feet above his head.
Can you elaborate on the multiple sources of DNA found at the scene, and also how does this change the death benefits for his family?
I can't comment on the death benefits. I'm not familiar with the processes there.
Multiple sources of DNA found at the scene. Can you elaborate on those?
The DNA samples, and again, working with the analysts at the FBI and with our crime lab, we've determined that those were, in great probability, just transferences of DNA that could have occurred in any number of places. There were no comparatives.
Okay, but what will happen to those samples? Will they be destroyed?
What would happen to?
Will the DNA samples taken by residents
Correct.
be destroyed? Or will you keep them in your database?
I don't know. He extensively trained his Explorer units in all facets of police work. Part of that included training in crime scenes and how to process them, almost to the point of instructing him on how to be evidence technicians. And there were a number of other instructions that he offered, tactical responses, building entries. It was basically a police academy for explorers. So he had infinite knowledge of crime scenes.
Commander, roughly how much money are we talking about? This is a small suburb, and basically a kids' police explorer program.
Correct. I can only tell you at this point, and because this is going to be handed off, like I said, to local and federal authorities, it's in the 5-figure range.
Prior to his death, he was under increased scrutiny by his management. What was that scrutiny? And if they were onto something, or there might have been some misconduct on the job, would that have been readily available immediately upon his death?
I'll defer that scrutiny question to the management. What we discovered was that he felt that he was going to be under a great deal of scrutiny over that 6-month period. That eventually the internal audits that the village was performing were going to lead to that Explorer Fund. And there are some extremely incriminating statements made by him, his own words, in those text messages.
Chief, the evidence that was left at the crime scene, the baton, the pepper spray, how long of a trail in feet are we talking?
Pepper spray, initially from the point of entry to the trail, is, I'll estimate maybe 25 feet. The baton is another 35 feet. The glasses are probably another 75 to 100 feet, and then ultimately where he inflicts the mortal wound is probably about 300 feet.
So these pieces of evidence are spread over how many feet altogether? About 275 then?
I'm sorry.
The pieces of evidence from the first item to his body, it sounds like 275 feet.
Approximately, I'd say a little closer to 350. Sir, let me just answer this gentleman's question.
It's a known fact that he was working internal affairs, going to bars, running things in the area, going up to Wisconsin, coming back. Can you touch on and elaborate those facts and the stress that it put on him, aside from the press release, aside from the questions that you're answering?
Now, we have no indication he was going up to Wisconsin in anything we recovered. No, there was no indication in our findings that there were those types of stresses put on him. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Refer to always to one other person or a group of people. Question one. Question two is, were all of the stresses you're referring to financial, or were there other types of stresses that you're not talking about? You mentioned that some of his financial burdens came from accessing porn sites. So
I'll confirm that the texts were to more than one person. Additional stresses would include being discovered, feeling as if everything is coming to a close, so to speak, surrounding you. So yes, there were other stresses.
Do you feel you owe the public an apology? So many people were so involved in this case. Money was collected. There were posters honoring him in front of people's homes and restaurants. Do you feel you owe the public an apology?
I don't see where we would owe the public an apology trying to do due diligence and conduct a thorough and factual investigation. It was within the last couple of weeks.
Why not announce it then? If it was in the last couple of weeks, why not announce it and end this whole thing? What was the turning point? Yeah, what was the turning point? One piece of evidence you thought.
It wasn't one piece of evidence, it's a culmination of evidence. We were waiting for certain evidence to still come in to confirm what we had already found. That included laboratory evidence from Quantico. That included bank records that were still being scrutinized. That included over 32,000 emails that we had to review. Then we had to have a series of roundtables and meetings to conclude our findings, and then finally meet with the coroner's office and his officials.
Why not announce it as soon as you made that determination?
We had to meet with the coroner and get his concurrence.
At what point did you begin to suspect that this was not a homicide? Was that after you cleared the three vaguely described suspects?
No, we continued looking for other suspects. Now remember, we had over 430 leads that we continued investigating. We had tips coming in vast numbers daily. So we didn't exclude anything. We had to track every one of those leads, every one of those tips.
But suicide became the focus, you said a couple weeks ago. The direction and where they're going. At some point you had to early on realize that, guys, this is probably not going to result in a homicide, but is instead looking more like suicide. At what point did you reach that?
We succinctly began to conclude that within the last week and a half.
Did his widow indicate to you that she was aware of the theft of funds, and do you believe she was aware?
Again, I'll defer that to the continuation of the investigation. Those are facts that other criminal justice agencies. Yes, she did cooperate with us.
It took you weeks to announce that he was on the crime scene up to 26 minutes before he radioed in. In fact, a member of the media had to ask you that, and you said that's a good question. In fact, we'll reveal that. Were you intentionally withholding that crucial piece of information, and why?
We weren't intentionally withholding it. We do withhold information based on the fact that we're still conducting an active homicide investigation, and we do want to withhold facts that only the victim, the investigative unit, or the offender or offenders would know. I'm sorry. I don't have any information regarding it. I don't believe he had any involvement in that. No.
Commander, is it fair to say that you and your fellow investigator were reluctant to come to a conclusion that this was suicide, and is it in any way personally embarrassing to you as a law enforcement officer and your fellow investigators to have to come to this conclusion?
I'll answer that by telling you that we don't assume, we don't presume, we don't jump to conclusions. We go where the facts lead us, and until every stone is turned over, every fact and detail examined, and we can confidently say that this is what our conclusion is, that this is a staged suicide. The embarrassment comes to me personally that this is the first time as a law enforcement officer in my career that I felt ashamed by the acts of another police officer.
Commander, would you make clear about the crime scene? Was it so convincing? Was the job that he did trying to set up this crime scene so convincing that veteran law enforcement officers arriving there would have thought that it was a homicide and that there were suspects on the loose? Part two, do you have a cost for this investigation?
I don't have a cost for this investigation. I believe that any law enforcement officer with investigative experience would not have jumped to any conclusions, would have seen that what appeared to be a struggle of sorts, an ambush. We explored every possibility of what could have happened out there. We explored the fact that there could have been 3 subjects, there could have been 2, there could have been 1 subject that he had met there for a specific reason, and he was ambushed.
But you had a massive manhunt.
Okay.
During that time,
Let me correct that. We, meaning the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, did not have a massive manhunt. That is correct. So a couple of things you need to consider there. One, you have an officer that is found with a mortal gunshot wound. You also, at that point, have a missing weapon. That weapon was not recovered until about an hour and a half to 2 hours into the response. So you now, based on the radio traffic and the fact that the weapon is missing, you have potentially 3 subjects that are armed and dangerous in the area.
how was the weapon wasn't found if it was 2.5 feet from his body?
If you had occasion to see this area, it is very grassy, overgrown. In fact, unless you literally walked up onto the weapon, you wouldn't find it.
Commander, one of the things that's raised questions among the media and everyone else is the fact that you had a manhunt going on for, I think, about 10 hours, massive in size, and all of a sudden it seemed to end. Yes, there were door knocking by police, but that began to raise questions in our minds. Was there any question in the investigators' mind that prompted them to say, we don't need to keep looking in this massive way for 3 suspects?
I'm not going to speak for the command staff of the manhunt itself, but I believe the decision was made because they had expended every resource and every officer and every possibility, and it was getting into the late evening hours. Now remember, they had air support out there. They had approximately 48 canines out there. They felt that they had done a thorough search of that inner perimeter, and their thought process was that whoever did this had escaped that perimeter prior to the arrival of all those officers. And if you know anything about setting up perimeters, they just don't happen within a few minutes.
Commander, I think you avoided this question already, but just to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Has your victimization study or extensive research into his past, was he happily married?
I'll leave that question for Mrs. Glenowitz when you interview her.
May I ask a question? If we go beyond the crime scene, you were saying that he placed things in a way that made investigators, veteran investigators like my colleague Sarah here, believe that this could have been, there could have been 2, 3 other suspects in this case. But how does he fool the coroner? When we're talking about a medical examination, what on the body, was there anything to indicate that there was some sort of altercation? Because there would be signs of an altercation on the body. There would be an altercation. Is that correct?
Well, some of the... Doctor?
There were some injuries to his head, approximately 10 or 12 abrasions or contusions, bruises to his head, many of which were probably due to the increased thickness of the shrubbery that he had to go to. Also, remember, when he gets shot in the right vest, he falls probably backwards, and there are bruises at the back of the head. Also, when he's about to die, remember, he probably stayed alive for 1 or 2 minutes because the shot went to the artery, not to the heart. So he probably staged where he wanted to go down, and he fell forward, so his nose is bruised. So there are blunt force injuries or external injuries to the head. No, there are no injuries to the arms or legs. The real question is, did he know an individual? When we look at this, Did he know an individual and then the individual got the best of him and therefore there was no attack on him or defensive wounds on him? So we have to put that into concept too. Did he know the individual and did the individual move fast on him and shoot him? I didn't believe it was anything until I got his report. If you look at the newspaper articles, I have said that I don't know how that bullet got into that individual. However, because the task force is pursuing it as a homicide, therefore I'm leaning towards a homicide. But I can't make that decision until the task force does their work.
But you've got enough of these things that you know, you can tell, you have gut feelings that tell you this does not fit the typical profile for a murder where there would have been a struggle and some kind of interaction between somebody fighting for his life. There was none of that in your evidence. You must have thought this was a suicide much earlier on than.
When I walked away from the table, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if it was a suicide, homicide, or accident. Again, the commander's investigation is what's going to happen, or is going to help me in determining that manner of death. I don't know how that bullet got there. If you just go to an autopsy table and you see this, you don't know how it got there without knowing the crime scene. I needed the final report from the crime scene. I can't make Based on what the commander just said about his dealings with the explorers and the use of money, I would presume that this individual, the lieutenant, obviously knew he had legal problems. I think he knew there was the possibility of incarceration. His view in the community would be greatly diminished. We know that he was depressed during the final few weeks. Untreated depression results in suicide 90% of the time. So based on that information, this to me is a suicide, not something they just decided to wound himself for some reason.
Do any of the three of you have any regrets when this is all said and done about this intense investigation, the amount of resources allocated, the funeral, the support, your departments for a while seemingly not getting along with each other, this massive media presence, everything that went on? Does anybody have any regrets about how anything happened during the investigation?
I have no regret. I think you have to understand, in this day and age, everything is instantaneous with the internet. Obtaining DNA analysis, putting together all this evidence takes time. I'm clearly amazed now that the commander told me how much information he was studying, that he got it done in 60 days. I think that is incredible, okay? Because I'm no more information that we're not going to let out. And I was stunned when I met Monday with the amount of information he got and the conclusions he got.
Dr. Rudd, when did you get that final report? Anything to say regret-wise about how anything might have transpired during this investigation?
I'll answer that. We met on Monday, and that's when he gave me the information.
Thank you. I just wanted to command the language.
Okay.
And I'll reiterate this. We conduct all of our investigations in a thorough, chronological order to seek the truth. Now, whether that takes days, months, and in some cases years, we'll continue to do that to bring justice and seek the truth.
What about the families in this community who were very scared? We all talked to them saying that they were afraid because there were 3 suspects on the loose. It could be dangerous, they could be armed. And people took it very seriously. They stayed in their homes and they were in fear for a very long time.
What is your question?
It was a follow to kids and saying that there are no regrets. What would you say to those?
Well, I believe that the Lake County Sheriff's Office, as well as the local police presence, was upgraded substantially to try to bring some peace of mind to the community. I can't alter the facts, and the fact of the matter is that for several weeks we were investigating a homicide that possibly involved 3 individuals. I can't change that fact until we reach conclusive results.
All right, guys, so that was the portion of the press conference that we played for you this morning. We then ended up cutting away from that press conference to take you live to a press conference held in Washington, D.C. by Senators McCain and Senator Flake regarding the payments to Major League sports and sports teams for honoring the military. So that in and of itself was a scandal. I'll tell you more details about that story in just a minute, but first we have 5 more minutes of that press conference that I have never shown you ever on News Now. We just clipped it, so I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you. Now, the final 5 minutes of the press conference. And here it is.
Wishes to read a statement.
Ann Marin, ANNEMARRIN. The last 60 days have been a very stressful time for the Fox Lake community. That's why we are pleased to have reached some level of resolution in this investigation. There are just a few points that I want to make here this morning, and I'm not going to take any questions. In your press package, you'll find that there are certain statements by Lieutenant Glenowitz that were a threat to me personally. So I'm sure you're understanding that I am not going to take any questions at this time. First, I would like to thank the members of the Lake County Sheriff's Office and the members of the Lake County Major Crimes Task Force for their hard work and commitment over these last 2 months. It's only through their hard work and dedication that we've been able to reach this point. We at the Village of Fox Lake and Fox Lake Police Department have worked just as hard to provide investigators with information, answer their questions, and support their efforts at every turn. I'm also very proud of how our village employees have responded to these unprecedented events. Despite all that has gone on over these last 2 months, they have stayed focused on their priority of working on behalf of all of our residents. I would like to thank our residents for their support and their patience. This episode has left our community unsettled and uneasy, but with an opportunity to move forward in a new direction. We have all been very eager for answers in this case, and now that we have many of them, we can begin to move forward. You heard today about a side of Lieutenant Glenowitz that is in stark contrast to how he was previously portrayed in the media. When I heard that he was concerned that I was asking tough questions about the Explorer program, it only confirmed to me that asking the tough questions was the absolute right thing to do. In fact, getting at the truth about the administration of the Explorers program was the only thing that had to be done. So on a personal level, but more importantly in my role as the village administrator for the Village of Fox Lake, I want to be very clear on this point. The village fully supports the prosecution of each and every individual who conspired with Lieutenant Glenowitz and or has engaged in criminal activity that came at the expense of our community, our police department, and those we serve. The community is the real victim here. So let's always bear that in mind going forward. While this phase of the investigation is complete, clearly much more work lies ahead. But our job now is to learn from this incident, put in place measures to prevent it from happening ever again, and to come out of this situation a stronger and smarter community. The people of Fox Lake expect and deserve nothing less. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on the additional information we had regarding the Fox Lake cop who now, we have learned, staged his shooting, killed himself. Indeed, there were no 3 suspects involved in the shooting death of Lieutenant Glenowitz. Okay, moving on. Going to reiterate one more time, today is National Stress Awareness Day. It is the top trending story on Twitter. I suggest you check out some of those tweets there. Plus, we have our full interview with Dr. Oz on our YouTube channel, so you can go ahead and check out Dr. Oz talking about stress management and answering your questions if you missed it this morning on our YouTube channel as well. Kinsey Schofield will be joining you guys in just a few minutes. We're going to be starting a new stream. In the meantime, I just want to say by. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon and evening. Going to give you a quick look at what it looks like outside. This is the image that's coming in courtesy of Skyfox. That is what it looks like outside right now. I know that Skyfox is heading to a brush fire, so I'm guessing that you guys will be able to see some of those live images of that brush fire momentarily when Kinsey Schofield joins you in a few minutes with a brand new stream. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm Samia Khan, and I'll see you guys next time.